In a way, I'm going to continue a bit from the last series. Not that it necessitates people to have done the last series, but if you remember, in the last series I've been talking about the question and nature of being and the beauty of being, and the fact that in fact intimacy often requires distance, and that we can destroy the beauty not only of creation but of others and indeed of God through an intimacy that reduces everything to the same. So consequently, times we have to have a distance. So last series we were talking about the theme of distances, distance and tangents. And in a way that's where I'm going to take up. And I'm going to begin by reading a poem, and you'll get these poems later, but it's a poem that I read in the last series. And that's the Emily Dickinson about telling the truth at a slant. So it's a very short poem, and I'll read it. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Success in circuit lies. Too bright for our infirm delight, the truth's superb surprise, as lightning to the children eased with explanation kind. The truth must dazzle gradually, or every man be blind. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Tangents, and put that down a bit. Tangents, and that's what this series is about. You could say something like the scenic route. Not A straight to B, but loops and idles and side roads and getting lost and taking strange directions. And we might wonder what on earth this might have to do with the Bible. Well, it has everything to do with the Bible, and the Bible has everything to do with literature as well. And that's something I hope in the course of the series that will become clear. So we're going to have a lot of poetry and some literature as well. But again, I'm going to begin with a poem that I also read in the last series, and it's appropriate here because we're going to begin at the beginning with Dylan Thomas's In the Beginning, a poetical foray, as it were, into Genesis. In the beginning was a three-pointed star, one smile of light across the empty face, one bough of bone across the rooting air, the substance forked that marrowed the first sun, and burning ciphers on the round of space, heaven and hell mixed as they spun. In the beginning was the pale signature, three-syllabled and starry as a smile, and after came the imprints on the water, stamp of the minted face upon the moon. The blood that touched the cross tree and the grail touched the first cloud and left a sign. In the beginning was the mounting fire that set alight the weathers from a spark, a three-eyed, red-eyed spark, blunt as a flower. Life rose and spouted from the rolling seas, burst in the roots, pumped from the earth and rock the secret oils that drive the grass. In the beginning was the word that from the solid bases of the light abstracted all the letters of the void, and from the cloudy bases of the breath the word flowed up, translating to the heart first characters of birth and death. In the beginning was the secret brain. The brain was celled and soldered in the thought. Before the pitch was forking to a sun, before the veins were shaking in their sieve, blood shot and scattered to the winds of light, the ribbed original of love. So there you are. We begin at the beginning with Dylan Thomas, and in something of a tangent, a poetic tangent. And I also want to read, and I'm going to be coming back to this, James Macaulay's The 6 Days of Creation. And I'll just read the first day. How can it be thought only as the children look at pictures in a book? Here is comes of naught. A waste gloom of wet, and then a voice saying, light. So there is dark and bright, no formal colour yet. When did the world start? On what day of the week? The first day, of course. Can words have such force? Well, poets claim the art to enact the thing they speak. Well, poets claim the art to enact the things they speak. So, like I say, we've begun at a few tangents, but at the beginning with Dylan Thomas and with James Macaulay, the first stanza of his 6 Days of Creation, and both of them entwine the theology and the poet, and in a way God as well. So in a way we've begun, like with Emily Dickinson, at a slant, at a tangent. Well, let's do something a bit paradoxical. Having begun at the beginning, in a way, I'm now going to begin proper at the end with the book of Revelation. With the book of Revelation, and of course the Bible is framed both by Genesis and Revelation. And when you look at the literary structure, that here is a book, well, a library, because the Bible is a library made up of so many books. And there it is framed with Genesis, the 7 days, 6 days of creation, 7th day of rest. And of course the book of Revelation is structured on the sevenfold theme. Chapter 21, verses 1 to 4 of the book of Revelation. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them, and be their God. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pains, for the former things have passed away. So in a way it's a strange way to begin with a final curtain, but in a way to look back and to reflect, to see what strange ways we've all come really, and how the Bible has shaped us, shaped our literature and our thinking and our understanding of God and of ourselves. And yet at the same time to see how we can dampen that strangeness, how we can, as it were, remove it. And I noticed, sorry to bring this up, but it's a nice sort of serendipity that two of you are Blakes. Well, there's nothing much stranger than William Blake, and that's where we're starting with. But before we plunge into that poetic madness, let's ready ourselves and let's get our bearings a little bit more. What is this series about? It's about the Bible, the Word of God. But in a way, how flippantly that phrase rolls off the tongue, the Word of God, and how easy it is to say and affirm. But we might ask, how is it that God speaks? What kind of words does God use? So I've often pointed out, quite plainly, the Bible, God's Word, is not written in PowerPoint, praise be to God. It's written in incredible narrative and poetry, historical, fictional narrative, and poetry shot through, and many other things besides. So how does God speak? What kinds of words does God use? When we look, and I mentioned this in the last series, when we look at systematic theologies which are good and proper and certainly have their place, sometimes with systematic theology we forget the language of the Bible. Sometimes our systems though very important and necessary, can seem too bare, too precise, too much a system, while the Bible is such a mixture of styles and content. In other words, the word of many of our theologies is often too hard. But the words of the Bible can also be hard. The Bible drips with blood. It's realistic. It has a very real and true assessment of the world. And yet it is also transcendentally oriented. The words of the Bible can be hard, yet they can also be gentle. They can be clear, the words can be clear, but the words can also be obscure. The words of the Bible can be precise, and then they can be anything but. A lot in the Bible is at a slant. And perhaps the book of Revelation is a very good example of that. A very good example of that. We want to read the Bible through the words of those we prize, of those who are wordsmiths, who love words. The champions of words, poets and authors. That's whom we want to look through it. We're not going to do this uncritically. We're not going to bow to the idol of the poet. A lot of the poets were really horrid people. Dylan Thomas wasn't a particularly nice person, though that may well be due to the alcohol. And I actually think William Blake would have been an incredible pain to have been around. And I guess we know that of many other poets and writers as well. And artists, in other words, they're like most of us, really. So they're really a little different in that respect. So we're not going to be looking at their poetry uncritically, but to learn from them and sift. Do we read the Bible through systematic words, or through an understanding of words of poetry and prose? If we thought about it, what would happen if we made a neat system of Dylan Thomas's The Beginning? What would happen to the poem if we thought, well, okay, we're going to break this down into bullet point form, and bang, here you are, I project it up, and this is here's the points of the poem. And of course, I guess you can do something like that, and yet we all know that something often gets lost. If we systematize Dylan Thomas's In the Beginning, what would it look like? Well, it wouldn't look like a poem, I suppose. Something of the systematic presentation would have been lost, and what was lost was one of the more important elements of the poem. So, a system tries to overcome the tangents and tangles and tensions. But often the tangles and the tangents and the tensions are of the very essence of the meaning of words, and especially many of the words of the Bible. We grow impatient and we say, give us the facts, make it precise and neat. But impatience, of course, is the death of the soul, and thus it is the death of prose and poetry. Impatience demands immediacy, and everything beautiful requires mediacy. Mediation is beautiful. Immediacy is ugly, this side of the fall. And thus, immediacy is the death of a true and full religion, you might say. So, what we're going to try and do is see if we can happily marry, in a way, poetry, prose, and systematic theology. And if we can do this by reference to the Bible and to literature. Well, so, those handouts that I'm giving you are discussions around and upon this theme. They're not just going to be a simple replication of what I'm saying in the lectures, but they're expanding or they're touching upon, and they will refer to points, of course, but they're meant to fill out. Well, William Blake, 1757 to 1827. He was an engraver who became increasingly imbued with esoteric and small t theosophical notions. I'll explain what I mean by that in a short while. It is often said that he employed allegory. Well, he did, but he employed it in certain ways. William Blake, you've probably seen his pictures, and you probably know a few of his poems, if not Tiger, Tiger, Burning Bright. He was a strange figure, a controversial figure. You could say something like a proto-60s hippie in many ways, not just in terms of esoteric occult ideas, but things like free love and so forth. Blake's allegory had to do with what we often, and scholars refer to, Emanuel Swedenborg's understanding of a kind of the way in which the cosmos is formed. Emanuel Swedenborg, a very, very important figure, and very influential in the 18th century, and influential on Blake, though, because Blake had a little bit of an ego, later in his life he renounced Swedenborg and basically said, I learned nothing from Swedenborg, which is absolute rubbish. Blake learned an incredible lot from Swedenborg. Central to Swedenborg is the idea of correspondence, above and below. The realm, you could say, of spiritual truths in a way is the above, that's the heavenlies, and below is this world. And the idea is to get them to correspond, as above, so below, as Hermetica's works of Hermes Trismegistus says, to relate those two together. Well, the other idea is the microcosm containing the macrocosm. So something like a little thing can contain, as it were, through replication, the entire cosmos. And that little thing will happen to be the imagination. That when Blake understands from imagination, and they understood as imagination, is a bit different to how we might understand. When we think of imagination, I think we probably think, oh, we're off with the fairies fantasizing. Well, there's a bit of that, of course, but imagination meant something a lot more. It meant a kind of creative impulse, such that if you could harness the imagination, then you could actually start to join above and below. So that's William Blake. Now, you won't find what I'm going to read from William Blake in these handouts, okay? So don't try to look for them. There's far too much of William Blake I guess possibly we all know Jerusalem and did those feet in ancient times, walk upon England's something, something, something. Well, Jerusalem is, I suppose, Blake's greatest work. Only Jerusalem is not that song. The song or poem Jerusalem is actually a proem to his work on Milton. Blake revered Milton. The Romantics revered Milton. Well, in a way, his song Jerusalem sets a stage. Did the Holy Lamb of God walk upon England's mountains green? Was Jerusalem builded here among these dark satanic mills? O clouds unfold, bring me my chariot of fire. Now that theme of chariot of fire is very big in William Blake. It has to do with what I've mentioned before in Jewish mysticism, the Merkabah. The chariot mysticism of the first chapters of Ezekiel, and we'll be coming back to that. Bring me my chariot of fire. Because what is a chariot of fire? It is a presence of God come down on earth. It's a place in which heavens and the earth will join, above and below, micro and macro. And thus, the chariot of fire is a theme repeated in Blake. When you read Blake's poetry, it's dense, it's full of the Bible. And no more so than the book of Revelations and the book of Ezekiel. Well, the epic Jerusalem. Like I say, it's not that song that comes from his proem to his work on Milton. Well, in his epic on Jerusalem, the vision has fully fallen and swallowed up the visionary, William Blake himself. Now, what he's saying is Albion, England, is Jerusalem. Okay? And I'll read from the first chapter. Of the sleep of Ulro, and of the passage through eternal death, and of the awaking to eternal life. This theme calls me in sleep, night and night after night, and every morn awakes me at sunrise. Then I see the Saviour over me, spreading his beams of love and dictating the words of this mild song. Awake, awake, O sleeper of the land of shadows. Wake, expand. I am in you and you in me, mutual in love divine. Fibres of love from man to man throw Albion's pleasant land. In all the dark Atlantic vale, down the hills of Surrey, a black water accumulates. Return, Albion, return. Thy brethren call thee, and thy fathers and thy sons, thy nurses and thy mothers, thy sisters and thy daughters weep at thy soul's disease, and the divine vision is darkened. Thy emanation that was wont to play before thy face, beaming forth with her daughters into the divine bosom. Where hast thou hidden thy emanation, lovely Jerusalem? From the vision and fruition of the Holy One. I am not a God afar off. I am a brother and a friend. Within your bosoms I reside, and you reside in me. Lo, we are one, forgiving all evil, not seeking recompense. Ye are my members, O ye sleepers of Bola, land of shades. But the perturbed man turns away down the valleys dark. There is a refusal, a reluctance. Albion will keep her land to herself. Phantom of the overheated brain, shadow of immortality, seeking to keep my soul a victim to thy love, which binds man, the enemy of man, into deceitful friendships. Jerusalem is not. Her daughters are indefinite. By demonstration, man alone can live, and not by faith. My mountains are my own, and I will keep them to myself. The Malvern and the Cheviot, the walls, Plinlimmon and Snowdon are mine. Here I will build my laws of moral virtue. Humanity shall be no more, but war, princedom and victory. So spoke Albion in jealous fears, hiding his emanation upon the Thames and the Medway, rivers of Bula, dissembling his jealousy before the throne divine, darkening cold. All is dark and void and incoherent. In short, what has happened is Albion, this godlike creature, the land of which all of us, or all of them, and Blake were, have turned their emanation away from God. In this, Blake is merely presenting Gnosticism. The Gnostic cosmos was one in which you have the principle, the one that through a feminine principle divides itself or doubles itself and emanates out into demiurges. And these demiurges slowly fall more and more into darkness until they turn away from their essence, from their origin, and they think that they themselves alone are God. And Blake has married this Gnosticism and put it along with Swedenborgian ideas. Again, he wasn't the first to do this. So what Blake is doing and what Blake is saying is, it's allegory, but it's not allegory. He's saying the Bible, in all its panoply, is this land, is Albion. And thus, when he reads a Bible, it is immediate to him. The banks of the Thames are clouded, the ancient porches of Albion are darkened. They are drawn through unbounded space, scattered upon the void in incoherent despair. Cambridge and Oxford and London are driven among the starry wheels, rent away and dissipated in chasms and abysses of sorrow. Enlarged without dimension, terrible, Albion's mountains run with blood, the cries of war and tumult resound into the unbounded night, and every human perfection of mountain and river and city are small and withered and darkened. Cam is a little stream, Ely is almost swollen up, Lincoln and Norwich stand trembling on the brink of Uda and Adam. Wales and Scotland shrink themselves to the west and to the north, mourning for fear of the warriors in the vale of Interthron, Benithon. Jerusalem is scattered abroad like a cloud of smoke through non-entity. Moab and Ammon, Amalek and Canaan and Egypt and Aram receive her little ones for sacrifices and delights of cruelty. You are in all England. That's why did those feet in ancient times walk upon England's mountains green. It's not just mere poetic fancy for Blake. The Bible and all its scenarios are there now in Blake, for Blake, in Albion. And he as a poet is a means of its redemption. A little later, he describes, trembling I sit day and night, my friends are astonished at me, yet they forgive my wanderings. I rest not from my great task, to open the eternal worlds, to open the immortal eyes of man inwards, into the worlds of thought, into eternity, ever expanding in the bosom of God the human imagination. O Saviour, pour upon me thy spirit of meekness and love. Annihilate the selfhood in me. Be thou all my life. Guide thou my hand, which trembles exceedingly upon the rock of ages, while I write of the building of Golgonooza and of the terrors of Entuthon. This has to do with his apocalyptic eschatological vision. But that is what Blake is, or he feels he is. He is something of a messianic figure, that in the inner reaches of the imagination there you will find God and power. And then later the mystic chariot descends and he writes, the 24 heard. Now, you know your book of Revelations, you know who the 24 are, the elders around the throne. The 24 heard, they came a-trembling on watery chariots, borne by the living creatures of a third procession of human majesty. The living creatures wept aloud as they went along Albion's roads, till they arrived at Albion's house. So he's seeing first the vision of the water chariot and soon the vision of the fiery chariot. It's those balance of opposites. Murmuring the bowstring breathes with ardour. Clouds roll round the horns of the wide bow. Loud soul-sounding wind sport on the mountain brows. The druid spectre was annihilate. Loud thundering, rejoicing, terrific vanishing. Fourfold annihilation. And at the clangour of the arrows of intellect, the innumerable chariots of the Almighty appeared in heaven. And Bacon and Newton and Locke and Milton and Shakespeare and Chaucer, a sun of blood red wrath surrounding heaven on all sides around, glorious, incomprehensible by mortal man, and each chariot was sexual threefold. And every man stood fourfold. Each four faces had, one to the west, one towards the east, one to the south, one to the north. The horses fourfold. In all of that, it's a blending of Ezekiel, the first couple of chapters, with the vision of the divine chariot appearing to the prophet, and the book of Revelations, the vision of the heavens. But of course, in this starry host of chariots, what is it that Blake sees? Well, Newton and Bacon and Locke and Shakespeare and Chaucer. In other words, the great figures of England. The four living creatures, chariots of humanity, divine, incomprehensible, a beautiful paradise expand. These are the four rivers of paradise and the four faces of humanity fronting the four cardinal points of heaven, going forward, forward irresistible from eternity to eternity. There's obviously a gusto to Blake, and that's how I think he should be read. And you can see the influence of Milton on him, but in turn you can see the influence on Blake, on poets like Walt Whitman. There's a lot of influence that Blake has had, and those of you who read your Patrick White, Riders in the Chariot, is based upon these themes. The Merkaba, the Holy Chariot, the above and the below, though what Patrick White does with it is a little bit more Christian than what Blake does. Blake's is an allegorical reading, and it's quasi, or it is Gnostic. The principles of God operate by means of a kind of circulating inner-outer, where man is a microcosm of the macrocosmic forces, and the meeting place for Blake is the imagination. That's why he sees the darkness that has come upon Albion, and he ties it to morality. For him, morality is darkness because it limits the imagination. And that's why things like free love for him were so alchemically important, because it was going to be liberating and all that. So it's not a merely in my head of imagination of Blake, but it's a real correspondence between divine and heavenly, divine and earthly. In other words, for Blake, the Bible, its meaning and everything divine was immediate. And strange as it may sound, it wasn't at a slant. Strange as Blake's poems are and everything, they're actually not at a slant. If you do know anything about the Hermetica and Neoplatonism and Kabbalah and so forth, well, Blake's ideas aren't particularly new. Yes, they're given an incredible poetic dynamic and expression that no others can mirror, but his ideas are hackneyed. They're trite. But because of the power of the imagery that he applies to it, well, his poetry is great. It's great. Blake tried to go out of his way to make a virtue of a lack of clarity. If you read Blake, of course you're going to find it difficult. Of course you are. Who doesn't? But that's the point. It's a studied esotericism. It's a studied esotericism. A studied occultism, which is to say hiddenness. And yes, it can work to good effect. But ultimately, so what? What is it that is revealed? William Blake, the great eccentric engraver, and a great poet, and a great artist. Great. But what else? I don't think there's anything like a kind of narrative sophistication in Blake in his understanding of Scripture. It just directly and immediately applies to him, full stop. And thus, he is the visionary that will be the means of Albion's redemption. And it's not too difficult to see, quite plainly, some of the themes that come out of that. Blood and racism. The little, as it were, narrow Englander who thinks that their blood, the Anglo-Saxon blood, is greater than any other kind of blood. Well, Blake's is ultimately an idiosyncratic reading, and I think an arrogant one. An arrogant one. As I stress. That's not to say he's obviously a great poet. A great poet. But he's an arrogant. I won't use any foul language, but he's an arrogant so-and-so. It's an arrogance that turned Jerusalem into a paean to racial nationalism. And that's unfortunately what came out of Romanticism. Not just the English Romantics, but the German Romantics specifically. Blood and soil. Blood and soil. I guess you could say that Blake was saved from enunciating something so specific and clear as that kind of racial evils, but then that's possibly because he was saved with by his eccentricity. There is a warning, I think, in Blake. There's a warning. Well, if we do look at texts in the Bible, like Ezekiel, in the first couple of chapters, then something a little bit different shows itself. For those of you who don't recall, the setting of Ezekiel is this. There's been the destruction of most of Jerusalem. The temple is soon going to be destroyed by the Babylonians. Many Judahites are in exile in Babylon, but they're all thinking, we're going to go back home pretty soon. But Ezekiel, the prophet, says, don't bet on it. You're here for basically for the next 70 years or so. But they're going, no, we'll be back. As it happens, there's a revolt in Jerusalem, and the Babylonians go in and they destroy the temple. So the setting of Ezekiel in the first few chapters is the temple has not yet been destroyed, but many of the Judahites are in exile in Babylon. Ezekiel is with them. So he's in the desert plain. He's there, and he sees far off in the distance kind of gathering clouds, storm clouds, and they come very, very quickly. And out of those storm clouds comes this strange vision, the Merkabah, the divine chariot. But what the chariot looks like is, well, if you read Ezekiel, the first couple of chapters, it's very strange and hard to pin it down. What comes is like a mystic representation of the Holy of Holies in the middle of the temple. So it comes and there's 4 angels, their wings touching. So the idea is that they're in a kind of forming a square like that, or facing that way. And each angel faces out. And as they do, they expand out and retract in, expand out and retract in. And then there's wheels covered with eyes, wheels within wheels, which is where the phrase comes from. And as Ezekiel tells you and describes that vision, he takes you in a way from the lower reaches. And he's explaining it. But everything he explains is, it was like this, he says. It was as if it were like this. And as commentators, modern biblical literary commentators point out, the effect of this is this. Everything you think you see with an incredible clarity in Ezekiel is in fact, if you pay attention, not clear. It's like it's sharp and in focus, dazzling so, and yet defies resolution, because everything is like and as. As Ezekiel describes the prophecy, he takes you up. And you see that there's a kind of azure sapphire sea above it. And as you get taken up above that, at the highermost point, the author piles it on. He says, and there was like the appearance of one like the Son of Man. In the Hebrew, it pushes the point. It is like an appearance of like. So the whole theme defies sharp resolution and is meant to be such. But what many mystics do, or so-called mystics, they resolve it into a kind of PowerPoint presentation. Everything is sharp and focused, and this equals that, that equals that, this equals that. And that's what Blake has done. He's obviously not the only one. The book of Revelations the book of Revelations has a dynamic about it that if you take one portion out of the context of the whole, you lose that. It's like one major work that is like Ezekiel's vision of a dynamic of, it's like this, like that, the heavens open, and then we're back to square one, and then the 7 trumpets, and then we're back to square one, and so forth. In a way, the book of Revelations undermines the clarity of a lot of similar apocalyptic writings of the period. A lot of the books of Enoch, for example, which people like Blake and others loved, the books of Enoch are full of that kind of sharp PowerPoint precision. This angel does this angel's name is that, this is what you can do, this is... And though it may seem strange, it's actually not strange. It's strange in a way that a scientific textbook might be to someone who, like me, who doesn't know much about science. But if you know about science, it's not strange, it's pretty set out. But the book of Revelation is different. And yet, Blake, in a way, comes far too close. So close, in fact, that the Bible finds its full meaning not even in Albion, but in him, because Blake is the true Albion, is the Redeemer of Albion, is the Messiah of Albion. Well, in the next hour, we're going to come back to the book of Revelations, to the Apocalypse, by another poet, but he was more famous, rightly so, for his writings. Things like Sons and Lovers, Ladies Chatterley's Lover, and so forth. But he wrote a rather obscure book that probably most people have never heard of. And it was a book of a kind of commentary on the book of Revelation. So we'll see in the next hour what D.H. Lawrence has to say about the book of Revelation. So we can finish here, we can have any questions or comments and then a break.
Thank you, Robert. You happen to have given me this morning a great love of William Blake. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you have. I can't wait to get out of here and read something about it.
Well, be prepared. It's a great read.
Yeah. Now, what I'd like to say is, in our modern civilization today, or society, where's the Blake today? Is it, how does Les Murray stand up against Blake? I asked it in sheer ignorance, I don't know. I do read Les Murray.
Yeah.
Is he okay? Or where are the Blakes today?
Okay, that's it. A bit on a hot there. Certainly not Les Murray, certainly not. I'm trying to think of any... We're actually going to be touching on a few, like Australians on the Bible, poets in the Bible, but they're not Blakean. Maybe the closest would be someone, the writer David Foster, you know, The Glade Within the Grove. The reason why, because he has a lot, he's really into things like James Gordon Fraser's A Golden Bough and things like that, which is what informed Joyce and Eliot and even Ezra Pound and others. But I'm not too sure that he does it as a kind of alchemical way of changing. I think it's a really interesting question, and I must say, at the moment I can't think of it, but I'll certainly try to give it some thought and think of contemporary.
I'm not too sure much. I'm sort of supposed to know Blake, but I have to. I don't know much about him. But I'm picking up that really what he's trying to get at, or one of the ideas, is this whole conflict between the divine and the human within, and he sort of comes out as the Messiah part of it, which is really, particularly in the Hebrew Bible, is the whole conflict of man individually and within the conflict between the Hebrews and the rest of mankind, and the whole conflict of what their gods do and how they redeem them. It's a whole development of that theme as it goes along. Have I got anything? And then Jesus comes in and sort of brings it down to another. It brings it up to a more spiritual level of how man's got to resolve those conflicts within himself, between the divine and the human within himself.
Okay, look, it certainly is. Look, I guess endemic to, or common to all human writings, even atheist writings, you could say, is a sense of conflict between what should or is the case and what people think is the case. So in other words, all of us have to do with darkness. The sense of salvation, of course, again, that's a common theme. And you're right, within the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament, of course, it's a major theme about the conflict, you might say, between God and humanity. Only as it comes revealed, the conflict is all on the side of humanity. So the problem was, though, is how that conflict is overcome. And the Gnostics, which were largely a Christian heresy forming in the 2nd century AD, took that to say, well, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to argue that the God of the Old Testament is actually an evil demiurge who is actually responsible for all the darkness and ignorance. And so for them, Jesus wasn't truly incarnated. He was just a spiritual being who spoke directly to the innermost nature. So, in other words, they dislike matter and flesh. And in a way, that's what Blake is doing. It's in a funny kind of way, though he's marrying it to other themes. So yes, these themes recur across the board. It's just that I guess people will have different answers to them, and Blake, I guess, takes a certain form of answer that I'm not too sure is useful, but for poetry probably. So, yeah.
You remarked that in certain respects, the Bible is very hard, and that drips with blood. Which I agree with. Did Blake do anything to diminish that notion? And secondly, was Blake regarded during his lifetime by his contemporaries or did his stature grow after his passing?
His stature grew with his passing. I mean, he was known in certain quarters before his death. And of course the Romantics very, very much took him to heart. But I guess he was sort of rather known as an eccentric type figure before his death. Look, in terms of the dripping with blood, well, you know, Blake's poetry is full of violence and fighting and on a cosmic level and so on and so forth. The question with blood is, as I say, the question of a realistic appraisal of the nature of humanity. I often find that I agree with Chesterton, if there's one truth that would have seemed in the Bible that would have seemed an incontrovertible truth even to atheists, it would seem to be original sin. The fact that we are corrupt. Yes, we are good and there's good in us, but the fact that there is corruption in us, that we manipulate others, that there's injustice, and that it necessitates laws, and that anarchy, if given free head, is merely the handmaid to fascism, I think those really any sensible person, I would argue, would have to admit. Thus, the Bible is a rather true and real assessment, and I often find it interesting that oftentimes so-called theological dissidents think they're really being radical, denying the doctrine of original sin, when all they're really doing is being kitsch and sentimental. There is sin and there is evil, and every great poet, and Blake treated it seriously. To the degree you don't treat sin and evil seriously, it's a degree your work becomes trite and kitsch and sentimental, and because of that even more vicious. So, the Bible, yes, does drip with blood. Of course it does, because our humanity drips with blood. Our hands are thick with it, I guess. including all of ours to some degree, and being complicit in certain things. I want to come back to that and to those themes because I think it's a very important subject. Because of the question of sin and evil, it does come to the question not just of social structures, unjust social structures, and the influence they have on us. Hence, it necessitates an economic and political critique, which the Bible also has. But of course, it also has to do with each one of us. And each one of us has to do with that inner journey to, as it were, go into the dark hearts of our labyrinth. And I think that is really the aspect of the Bible when it's applied to us that I think really has a sense of bringing it immediately to us, because in a way it puts us at a distance by highlighting the fact that we are often not very nice, though we all like to think we are nice. And some of us, I suppose, are.
Well, it came to mind while you were saying that Bishop Jeff Robinson has speculated in one of his books that the Bible is like a spiritual journey in a way, that people have gone from that primitive level of faith. You know, so in a way the Bible's a bit like us on the spiritual journey, which, yeah.
Okay. So in a way, individually we might replicate that which is the history in the Bible, as it were. Yeah, look, and that is a time-honoured way of reading the Bible. In the pre-modern church, that certainly was very strongly held. Only it was held in its place. So you couldn't do away with the literal historical meaning, but through the historical meaning you came to what was called a tropological or moral meaning. And the moral meaning, yes, meant that, for example, when we read the Psalms about, killing our enemies, that's not really about killing people, it's about slaying our sins and wickedness or demons or something. So yes, it becomes highly developed within the Christian spiritual mystical tradition, in which one reads the Bible and finds a kind of echoing and replication within. Only that tends to have to do with ideas of really having to struggle with your inner Amalekites, your inner Canaanites, your inner demons, that kind of stuff. So yes, it does. Unfortunately, Blake and others take a little bit differently. So, well,
do you think present-day society drips with more blood than the society of the Bible?
Our society, as I've said before, drips with the blood of the innocent because we clinically hide it and have 80,000 abortions per year in Australia alone. And as I say, we experiment on human life in embryonic and fetal research. So perhaps our sins are far worse because we do it in a far more clinical way. Whereas at least when they offered up their infants to Moloch, I suppose it was pretty plain where they were throwing their infants into the furnace. But like I say, we do it a little bit more politely and hidden, but there you are. Okay, look, we might have a break for about 10 minutes and just sort of return a bit to Blake for a brief. In William Blake's notes on the Last Judgment, that's what it's called, the Last Judgment, he talks about his, well, it's wrong to say he talks about his understanding of Revelation. He is talking about it. But he notes this about the Bible, about Revelation. And he says that it is not really fable or allegory, but it is vision. And he writes, fable is allegory, but what critics call a fable is in fact the vision itself. The Hebrew Bible and the Gospel of Jesus are not allegory, but eternal vision or imagination of all that exists. Eternal vision or imagination of all that exists. A little later, the nature of visionary fancy or imagination is very little known, and the eternal nature and permanence of its existence images are basically less known. And that's what Blake was about, is to expound upon this occult esoteric power of imagination. Consequently, though people will often say that Blake is about allegory, in a way yes, but in a way no. And that's what we have to understand. For Blake, the very power of vision is its guarantee, is its value. Which is to say, the very intensity of a feeling of a vision is its warrant. Now, I'm sure a great deal of evil has been done by people who feel, because I feel so strongly about this, it must be true and it must be good. And I'm sure most of us have experienced ourselves doing something similar and being rather shamefaced about it later. But for Blake, like a lot of romantics, the intensity of a feeling was its guarantee of validity. Truth was the intensity of feeling. And this becomes a major theme. And thus, you will find something very similar to it among fundamentalists. Now, fundamentalism, as I often point out, is a modern phenomenon. It's not a medieval phenomenon. People who say, oh, fundamentalism, a return to medievalism, simply show their ignorance. They know nothing about the medieval world. Fundamentalism is a modernist phenomena and arises pretty much from the same concepts that inform modern biblical criticism. In the 17th century, in places like the Netherlands, great rationalists, expositors of the Bible like Spinoza, some of the early progenitors of biblical criticism, had a lot to do with Quakers, or early forms of Quakers. The idea of inner light. And I guess that's fundamentalism. This passage says this is true because I feel it. The Holy Spirit speaks directly to me. I know it's the case. This is true. In other words, it's an immediacy. And that's with Blake. It may sound strange to say, given all of Blake's oddities, that he is incredibly similar to modern fundamentalism. But there you are, he is. And they're similar because they really don't want anything to do with mediation. They don't want the church. It's them alone. There is a sense in which Blake overcame the distance between the reader and the Bible. And I think because of that, he lost a valuable distance. As I said in the preceding series, often to love again what we once loved, we need to often disengage, disentangle and distance ourselves from it. To again see it truly. Because of course, oftentimes when we're too intimate with something, hence intimacy, familiarity breeds contempt, in a way we swamp that which we love by making it exactly identical to us. And of course, the other person never is, so we get really angry with them, and we hate them, and we find them irritating because they're not what we want. The same thing happens in our imagination. We all know that that's one of the great problems of pornography, of the breeding of sexual fantasies. You start to have in your head an idea of an ideal lover that no real human being can ever approximate. And I guess that's the thing with modern media and computers and the internet that fosters it. All these people, I guess that's why they find it easier to engage through Twitter or email or what have you, because it's easier to believe that that person is what you want them to be. We, I think, invest in phantom images. And that's the thing. That's the thing about fantasies. The more you believe in them, the more satisfying they are. Not that they can ultimately be satisfying, but if you don't believe in a fantasy, you're not going to get a pleasure out of it. It's like kids playing. The more you're playing a game and you believe your cowboys in it, the more you're going to enjoy it. So you actually have to train yourself to believe in your fantastic imaginary images, to forget their imaginary images and think they're the real thing. And that's what Blake does. It's what occultism and esotericism does. In a way, I'd say it's what fundamentalism does. It gives you a justification to believe that your fantastic images are the real thing. The problem is that Blake, in a way, swallowed everything whole. When we read the book of Revelation, I think that the imagery and strangeness is often there in order to keep us at a distance, in order to provoke us to question, to think, what the hell does this mean? To have a sense of otherness. But Blake, well, I guess the only thing that he really keeps at a distance is us, is the reader. I think that's all that Blake does. And yet, in a sense, as soon as you understand his theosophical, I mean in a small t sense, capital T theosophy doesn't begin till about 1880 with Madame Blavatsky and Edwin Judge. But in a small t sense, as soon as you begin to understand that, honestly, Blake's ideas make perfect sense, though one might think they're nonsense. Yes, Blake is great art, but he is not good. What I mean by this is he's not good at reading. Yes, he's good to read, but Blake himself as a reader was a poor reader, and an even poorer theology. Well, if Blake luxuriated in what he understood as allegory and visionary styles, D.H. Lawrence loathed allegory. D.H. Lawrence loathed allegory. And this is what he writes in his work, The Apocalypse. I should stress, this is a non-fiction work of his. It's not a book, a fiction book. He writes, quote, I hated, even as a child, allegory. People having the names of mere qualities. You see, quote, when the great figures of mythology are turned into rationalized or merely moral form, then they lose interest. And he's right. If you've ever read Philo, for example, the Jew from Alexandria, contemporary with Jesus, Philo writes an incredible lot of allegory, and he allegorizes all the Old Testament. And yes, it's incredibly tedious reading. I mean, I only ever read Philo because it's part of my scholarship. I certainly would not read him out of enjoyment. Maybe I'm being a Philistine here, but it's why I could never make my way through Pilgrim's Progress. I suppose it appeals to different tastes, possibly. But I agree with Lawrence on that. As soon as you start to reduce persons to mere principles, it's incredibly boring and tedious. Well, maybe for others it is interesting. So when the great figures of mythology, says Lawrence, are turned into rationalized or merely moral forces and principles, they lose interest. Any text, Lawrence says, that can be fully explained dies. And allegory, he argues, does just that. Allegory fully explains a text by reference to a code. But it's funny in a way, somewhat ironic, you see, that Lawrence does something very similar. And he does so by what was very, very popular at the time, and I've often referred to it, comparative mythology. Things like the James Gordon Fraser's The Golden Bough, the works of Edward Tyler, Robert Graves' The White Goddess, or Theodore Gaster's Thespis, or the works of S.J. Hooke on the Old Testament. All these and other were all very much a stuff. Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell, very much within this theme as well. And yet Lawrence was himself rather like Blake in a lot of ways, not least as a rather sensuous mystic, which is probably what he's most famous for, of course. And Lawrence, too, was given to themes of correspondence. I'm just going to... This is from the book Apocalypse. Now this may sound nonsense, but that is merely because we are fools. There is an eternal vital correspondence between our blood and the sun. There is an eternal vital correspondence between our nerves and the moon. If we get out of contact and harmony with the sun and moon, then we both turn into great dragons of destruction against us. The sun is a great source of blood vitality. Hello? Hello? No, it's not for me, it's for you. The sun is a great source of blood vitality. It streams strength to us. But once we resist the sun and say it is a mere ball of gas, then the vitality declines. A little bit later. We and the cosmos are one. The cosmos is a vast living body of which we are still parts. The sun is a great heart whose tremors run through our smallest veins. The moon is a great gleaming nerve centre from which we quiver forever. Lawrence's was a sun worship. Literally, a sun worship. And it was so by reference, of course, to a neo-paganism by which we would, as it were, revitalise the blood. The blood, and very important for Lawrence, the blood. His was a Nietzschean sun worship. Lawrence liked Nietzsche. And for Lawrence, at first reading, he said the book of Revelation, or the Apocalypse, was ugly, nasty, the stuff, quote, of colliers and low-brow Methodists, of resentful men. Lawrence was full of class, I should say. Colliers and low-brow Methodists. Indeed, the Bible was all like that, and he writes, quote, "My very instincts resent the Bible," wrote Lawrence, underlining resent. Quote, "Perhaps the most detestable of all these books of the Bible, taken superficially, is Revelation. Perhaps the most detestable of all these books of the Bible, taken superficially, is Revelation." But of course the key qualifier there is taken superficially. For Lawrence was of the opinion that when it was read properly, then it was very important, and he had the golden key. For you see, the book of Revelation was really about sun worship and the vitality of blood. And he does something very interesting here that's, I'd say, quite intentional. He's talking about reading. So it is, once a book is fathomed, once it is known, and its meaning is fixed or established, it is dead. A book only lives while it has the power to move us and move us differently, so long as we find it different every time we read it. And thus, owing to the flood of shallow books, which really are exhausted in one reading, the modern mind tends to think every book is the same, finished in one reading, but it is not so. And gradually the modern mind will realize it again. For him, by reference to sun worship and vitality, that will open up reading as well. And he goes on to say, it is far, far better to read one book 6 times at intervals than to read 6 several books. Because if a certain book can call you to read it 6 times, it will be a deeper and deeper experience each time. Interesting, isn't it, that he should use the 666 in reference to the reading of the Apocalypse. As I say, I really don't think that's accidental. I think Lawrence is doing what actually many writers and actually many movie directors do. For example, the Coen brothers in their film Barton Fink, made in the early 90s, it's about a playwright who compromises, goes over to Hollywood, it's set in the 40s or something, goes over to Hollywood, he's compromised, and he goes to stay in a hotel which he's never going to really escape, like Hotel California, the Eagles, and he's told in a sequence of 3 6s, you're on the 6th floor, 6th floor, 6th floor. It's part of the structure to point out. And I guess Lawrence and others do the same. Thus, if we follow that 666, we lead to the depths. And yes, Lawrence understood quite plainly by arguing that deep down the book of Revelations, in fact, if not all the Bible, is about sun worship, then he was really opposing the Christian and Jewish faiths. In other words, he was reading in an opposite way to the way Christians and Jews would read. In other ways, that's a Gnostic way of reading. Now the Gnostics, for example, because they believed all creation was evil, and that's not Lawrence. Lawrence thinks it's good, but the Gnostics believed because all creation was created by an evil God, therefore the serpent in Genesis is a good guy. Therefore Cain is the good guy. So they read in reverse. Lawrence is doing something like that. Anyway, he says, yes, my instincts were to resent the Bible, and indeed the book of Revelation was the worst of them all, but that's superficial reading. But if we read along that 666 way, as it were, to the depth, then something more will appear. So Lawrence is saying that, yes, he hated the Bible, and one thinks that possibly he hated it because it was so associated for him with the lower classes, with the working class and lowbrow Methodists. Consequently, in a way, Lawrence's reading is first and foremost an example of liberal progressivist reading. Class. We are the enlightened ones, the modern bourgeoisie, and we really understand what those foul colliers do not. So he hated the Bible and he hated Revelation, but the book wouldn't let him go. This is according to him, his account. And he read and he reread it and began to read it and saw that what it contained were earlier robust pagan elements of sun and moon worship and reverence. And thus he knows he is superior to the colliers and Methodists. For Lawrence was certainly not lacking in ego, was like Jesus and Buddha. He was a noble individual. He was an, quote, aristocrat. And he was so because he felt strength in his soul. It's a Nietzschean view. He took it from Nietzsche. The idea that Nietzschean noble soul decries any idea of another world or a God different to this world, and can look upon the abyss and affirm everything that is. Well, in a way, Lawrence was trying to do that. So revelation is above all, quote, revelation is above all what some psychologists would call the revelation of a thwarted superiority goal and a consequent inferiority complex, end of quote. He's saying that those Colliers and Methodists and such who believe in revelation from a God other to the world is really a revelation of a thwarted superiority goal and a consequent inferiority complex. So all those Methodists and Colliers, they're suffering from an inferiority complex, wanting to be superior, whereas Lawrence is superior. So, the revelation, this idea, resounds with the dangerous snarl of the frustrated, suppressed collective self. That could have come straight from Nietzsche. And yet, says Lawrence, quote, there are flashes throughout the Bible of true cosmic worship, of old religions, cults of vitality, potency and power, contra the Jews, the Hebrews. No. Pagan, what does pagan mean? Well,
not Christian.
It means that, but in fact, in the early 20th century and in the 19th and 18th century, it meant something else. What did pagan mean? Aryan. That's what it meant. It meant not of the Jews. And Jesus was an Aryan. I don't argue. That's Lawrence. Like a lot of others. And you can see the similarity. Blood. Well, we can go all the way back to Blake and before for that kind of stuff, but it certainly comes up. And thus, the idea is the Jewish, the Hebrew, is corrupting because it's about original sin and morality and they're corrupting things. So we have to shake that off and go into free love and sexual libertarianism, and we will redeem ourselves. That was the Romantics. That was Shelley and Byron and such. That was their understanding. It was the German Romantics too. The idea you go down to the very earthiness, and you do so by breaking every civilized Christian constraint, including incest. That's why the theme of incest is such a big thing, not just in the English Romantics, but the Germans as well. Because you're breaking that final taboo. And that's when nudism started, funnily enough. True. The idea you strip yourself of clothes, you get one with nature, and of course, we're going against the Christian establishment here with its original sin and morality. That's why it was all part of the liberal lives of Jesus in Germany. As I said in the last course, seeing people like Ernest Renan, one of the great writers of the liberal lives of Jesus, and I said, he made a lot about Jesus loving flowers, and he said Jesus loved flowers because he was an Aryan and not a Jew. As I say, Jung's dictum, sentimentality masks viciousness, and that's with Lawrence. So, there are flashes throughout the Bible of the true cosmic worship, of old religions, cults of vitality, potency and power. And of course it's not difficult to see that in Lawrence's writings. And it was this mark, he felt, that was of the great works. Imagery, not allegory. An emotional value, quote, emotional value. The real, quote, dynamic value, quote, of intense emotional absorption, end of quote. It's the idea that there you are, because there is no transcendent realm, because this is it, because all is one and all is God and all is one cosmic beastie, all is Gaia, let us say. We are all one, all the mother. Well, because this is it, immerse yourself in it, follow your feelings and your passions, because morality and sin are about transcendence. Nietzsche understood, and he said, if there is nothing other to the whole, then there is nothing that can judge it. Everything is correct. Evil and good are of the same. And it's Lawrence. So, emotional absorption, passion, follow your feelings, follow your heart, immerse yourself into it. And I guess it's not too difficult to see where all that stuff went to. Of course, Lawrence was very, very much of his time. I stress, look, these ideas were very, very familiar from the late 19th century into the first half of the 20th century, and beyond in certain people, but they were a commonplace. Indeed, if you thought of any major writer of the time, perhaps I shouldn't say any, but let's say 90% of major writers or even artists, they would have elements of this stuff in. It's what Chesterton wrote against. It's what C.S. Lewis came under the spell of, as he himself acknowledges. It's what T.S. Eliot came under the spell of and spent most of his life trying to critique and shrug off. Lawrence feels stifled by the modern world and sees an escape in sexual passion because it's a form of cosmic connection and worship. It's the idea that there will be an immediate contact with the meaning of things. And again, it's that sense of immediacy. If you can strip yourself of morality, of every civilized accoutrement, and you immerse yourself in the cosmos, in the one, then you will be immediate to the meaning of the whole, to the one. That's what that sense is. And really, in a way, informing Blake and others is that desire to somehow cross a gap, close a gap, so that you can have this immediacy. And if you think about it, really that defines modernity. Of course, in philosophy it takes different forms. It'll be, how can the knowing subject truly know the object? Is it possible? And to this day it's a conundrum that's argued this way and that until postmodernity says you can't forget about it and just get on with life. Or, how do we know God? Like an immediate. God is really everything. I'm God, so I'm immediate to God. I'm the universe, I'm immediate to the universe. It's this desire. And Lawrence is taking the romantic thing of, yes, I feel this a separateness, this apartness, and somehow I have to make that contact, and I'm going to make that contact through, well, sex. I guess one can understand the logic. And if you think about George Orwell's 1984, I don't know why conservatives think 1984 is a good book. I find it a horrible, rubbishy book. I find it a nasty book, like a lot of what Orwell wrote, actually. Think of 1984. There's only one thing that really, truly means anything. And that's when he has sex with that woman. And if you don't believe me, reread it. That's the only thing you can trust. You can't trust love because you might have false memories. And they all betray each other anyway. It's only the moment of orgasm. And that is where modernity's hopes come to. Well, I guess the internet's here to help you with that. The fantasy. But unfortunately, of course, it fades. So what do? In a way, what you do is you make a religion out of sex. Like making a religion out of drugs. Somehow you get an immediacy to it, but of course again it doesn't work. In the end, I would argue, you end up the immediacy of viciousness, killing, slaughtering. Well, for Lawrence, the immediacy is to this cosmic connection, to the elemental forces that will envelop one and overcome one into a living, breathing cycle of the cosmic wheels. For Lawrence, the Merkava, the divine charity, is all of creation. It's Blake stripped down to free love. And I suppose we do see it now as being rather trite and silly. and sex in its place is fine and fun. But surely by this time we're over the idea that sex is a mystic religion. Surely to God no one holds to that anymore. I'm probably wrong, but be that as it may. Lawrence's reading of Revelation is a reading that thinks that it can strike deep and immediate and get to the real mystery and cosmic vital forces. But like Blake, this is simply a desire, an impatience, a wish to overcome distance, a desire for immediacy, and thus an accent on the passions. Because of course, that's why people bungee jump or drive fast cars or live dangerously, because it's a thrill, the thrill of the moment. That's what they all say. I do it because I'm in the moment. When I parachute out of a plane, I'm in the moment. I am totally there. That's what adrenaline does to you. That's why people seek it out. It's despair. So Lawrence could only believe sex as religion, but he could only do it as long as he had boundaries to run up against. As soon as those boundaries were taken away, what do you have? Nothing. It means nothing. The frisson, the transgression is gone. It just becomes another commodity. So, Lawrence, like Blake, end in dissipation, really, in a kind of loss of life. For all their talk of potency and power, they end up really faded and jaded and nothing. Tangents, we might say, is another way of saying mediation. And in Revelation, it's very interesting, as I often say in these courses, what is it we see at the end of the Bible, at the book of Revelation? We see, as we read in the first hour, the bride, the New Jerusalem dressed as a bride, coming to her groom, Jesus Christ. In other words, in the vision, we are only ever taken to the preliminaries of consummation. In the Bible, we never see and are never granted a vision of the beatific vision of the time and moment of consummation. Because you have to be there. There's no voyeurism. It cannot be pornographied, as it were. And this side of it, we cannot attain to that full consummation. But Blake and Lawrence and others think they can, because they're impatient. They think they can blunder into and onto the marriage bed, but they can't. We should, in our reading of the Bible, always bear that in mind. At the conclusion of the Bible, we are only brought to the preliminaries of the marriage. We are not granted a vision of the marriage consummated. I began at the beginning and at the end with the poem of Genesis and Revelations of Blake and Lawrence. For as I said in a fashion, Blake and Lawrence are like fundamentalists. They read the Bible without slants. They read it without mediation. And as we'll see in later weeks, they read it without the church. Their interpretive way allows them, either through imagination with Blake or with blood, that is with Lawrence, to have an individual directedness that requires no authoritative communion. And as I say, something like this informed modern biblical criticism. It fragmented the Bible into discrete sources so that every critic could claim, I have here the original pure meaning of this biblical passage. That's what they did. Thankfully, the last 40 to 50 years has put paid to a lot of that, and modernist biblical criticism has been severely criticised and has been on the outer. Today in biblical criticism, I call it contemporary to distinguish it from modern. Things are a lot more different. A lot different. And it is different probably for one major reason. Because of literary studies. because of the influence of literature departments on the study of the Bible. And suddenly they said, what the hell are you doing? You're writing nonsense. And they were right. Modern biblical criticism was full of nonsense. It's rubbish. Honestly, it was rubbish. There are aspects of its method that we would still use and are important. But 90% of modern biblical criticism is absolute rubbish, and still is. There are still old dinosaurs like Crossan and Funk going across the landscape. But it's rubbish, it's pointless. But the contemporary biblical criticism, that often the best comes from secular areas, is another matter entirely. And it is so because it has a literary, narrative or rhetorical feel, and because it has a canonical feel to it. Well, hopefully we'll be returning to those themes as we peruse as well our other poets and writers, because when we look at people like Anna Akhmatova and William Golding, what I want to try to do is bring out with them is to see how they actually bring out something of a literary style that we can apply to the scriptural passages and see what we see what we find through them. I'll finish here with reading the second day. Well, I'll read the first day again of the 6 Days of Creation by James Macaulay. The first day. How can it be thought only as a children look at pictures in a book? Here is comes of naught. A waste gloom of wet, and then a voice saying light, so there is dark and bright, no form or colour yet. When did the world start? On what day of the week? The first day, of course. Can words have such force? Well, poets claim the art to enact the thing they speak. As God speaks and brings about, so too poets become, as it were, co-creators with God. That is part of the grace of creation, that we, humanity, are brought to work alongside God in His creation. The second day. With sleuth holes for the rain, the firmament of sky can keep all heaven high, but let it bless a plain. There must be an above because there's a below. The storytellers know things they don't have to prove. And every cosmic plan becomes a map of mind, the structure of a man. Over the mere of mud the sky-vault holes confined, the lightnings and the flood. There must be an above because there is a below. The storytellers know things they don't have to prove. Other words, is there a heaven? Is there a God? Well, Macaulay is saying there must be an above because there is a below. There is isness. Sense in the first day is somehow comes of nothing. It's ex nihilo creation. There must be an above for there is a below. And he says, well, what proof do you ask? The storytellers know things they don't have to prove. In other words, the kind of proof that often people ask for the existence of God are proofs that are not salient, that are not the kind of proofs you should be looking for. The proof of mathematics is not the same as a proof for a work of art, and the proof for a great work of art is not the same as a proof that your partner loves you or is your friend. Proofs have to be commensurate with what they prove. And every cosmic plan becomes a map of mind, the structure of a man. The storytellers have to do with humanity, with our mind, with our understanding. And every cosmic plan, if there is that plan of creation, the teleological argument for the existence of God, then it's an argument that the storytellers know. And it has to do with something truly human. Over the mere of mud, the sky vault holds confined the lightnings and the flood. Judgment lowers over. We'll come back to that. And we'll finish here for this hour.
A number of questions. I'll just start off with. Do you think, out of all the tradesmen that Lawrence had to choose from, this, butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, and all the rest of them, like blacksmiths, if he wanted to, denote some sort of more lowly person? Do you think he chose colliers because they work in an inferior situation down below the earth, and because they spend their life toiling in darkness, apart from their little headlamps and whatnot? Do you think his selection of colliers is a deliberate one at that level?
It was his environment. That's where he's brought up among. So, but there's a good point about that. You would have.
My second question is: do you think the 666 thing, which there's a whole group? I've seen people in Martin Place all with grey things on their skin all painted with grey, handing out leaflets, and that it's the basis of, or I understand it's the basis of barcoding, and they predict all sorts of unpleasant scenarios for humanity. Like we've got barcoding of dogs, and now they barcode criminals, and they can even, the satellite can tell the police which side of the street they're on if they're 1,000 miles away. So I just wanted to know what you thought about that whole scenario, and do you think? I like what you said about original sin. But now that Limbo's been decommissioned, do you think that the sort of concept of original sin that you're speaking of is gaining greater ground, or is going to?
Okay, look, as for limbo was never a dogmatic status, and limbo actually had to do with holy and good faith pagans, whereas the theology so limbo's not purgatory. Purgatory is still very much a dogmatic thing. So look, as for original sin, I actually do tend to think, I think any realistic summation will always come to the understanding of we've got a problem and what do we do with it. Going to the 666, look, it is actually funny about the barcode. I, like other people, heard about the actual barcode, and that you will see most barcodes, well, all I think, have a triple spacing on it. And yes, like most people, I was told that has a numerical value of 6. And I must say, I thought, I don't believe that. There was actually an article in Quadrant a couple of years ago, not by a religious person, but by someone engaging with all of this, who said, oh, well, that's a problem, that it does have a numerical value of 6, and therefore, many fundamentalist Christians are going to have a problem with it. So I found that interesting. The other interesting thing, and this was pointed out to me by a friend, www, World Wide Web. If you read, what was it? Desmond Morris, was Colin, the fellow, the English writer who wrote a lot about the occult and stuff like that. It was a big, I'm sorry, I've got a mental blank. Well, it was a numerology. He was talking about numerology, and this is from way before the internet. And in fact, he said, W has a numerical value of 6. Now, look, as to all those things, I would just suggest that, with the book of Revelation, whatever 666 means, the mark of the beast, it clearly has connotations of a moral decision that is made by someone. It's not just, you receive it come what may. It clearly has some accent on a person's decision about, wealth and power and status. And I would argue anyway that 666 is a kind of parody of 777, and 7 being in Revelation completion and the number of God. But, so. And anyway, look, maybe that's... Well, okay, we'll finish there then on that happy note.
Has missed the point.
I'll begin by reading from the 6 Days of Creation by James Macaulay, and I'll just read the third day. What violent rich tapestry the generative powers unfold, with lichen, roses, wort and mould, ginkgo fern and sesame. Close your dazzled eyes and see a spurt of symbols on the screen. Jack the giant killer's bean, or Yggdrasil, the tallest tree, the dry dividing from the wet, the cycad from the diatom. The world is ready for surprise. In a moist, warm ground is set the star-shaped seed that will become the midmost tree of paradise. The other night, and this is sort of germane to what we're doing, I went and saw Terence Malick's latest film, Tree of Life. Terence Malick, he did Thin Red Line and Lost World and Badlands and another one that I haven't seen. And I thought Thin Red Line was a great and excellent film. I guess I have mixed feelings about the Tree of Life. Tree of Life is really about, from Job, as it were, through to Revelation, from creation to resurrection. The story has to do with a couple in the 50s who lose their eldest son. They have 3 sons and their eldest son dies. And basically the question is, where are you, God? And we have the quote from Job 38, verse 4, when God says to Job, "Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare it if thou hast understanding." Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare it if you have the understanding. It's then in the film, I guess about 40 minutes, and it's quite spectacular cinematography, we see the panoply of creation, a kind of representation in a kind of strange light of God, an overpouring, a bringing out of nothing into being of creation, formation of stars, evolution, and then death enters when we see the first death, which is this dinosaur on the beach looking at a gaping wound in its side. But there's also grace, and this is part of the opposition in the film, nature and grace. Grace is of nature, but is something more. And one scene is where a small dinosaur is vulnerable and prone, and a big one comes and puts its foot on the head and is about to crush it, but doesn't. It turns away. And more. We're taking through the whole panoply of creation. And as I say, the background is the death of the couple's eldest son. And I guess that theme of the eldest son obviously informs the whole film because it is a Christian film. Terence Malick, the film won the Palme d'Or. Terence Malick is a Catholic, quite a devout Catholic, and also quite a Heideggerian, a scholar of Heidegger. In between the whole film is this story of this couple and all the trials and tribulations, the ordinary, the mundane, the banal that attend such a life, or most lives. And the film ends, as it were, in the resurrection. Again, done in a rather artistic way. So the whole sense is that here we are in this life, all in this in-between, the beginning and the end, as it were, and all of it is founded upon, rises up from, and travels towards incomprehensible mystery. That's the theme. Here you are, this beginning, this incredible billions of years leading up. Here we appear, here we are, the recipients and practices of grace in our ordinary mundanity, and we puzzle and we wonder, and yet we are going towards a resurrection when, I suppose, all becomes comprehensible. It's a good film, but this is my opinion only. I feel sometimes the film a little too obviously presents mystery. It's a little bit too, I feel, a little bit twee, a little bit too simpering, especially the female lead. Perhaps that's meant to be, and I've missed the point. In short, I think sometimes its use and handling of mystery is a little bit too sentimental, and because of that it's divided. Well, it divided critics when it was given the Palme d'Or. Most applauded and gave it a standing, a few booed. And I don't think that those booed simply because they were atheists. I don't think that's the case. As I say, in my opinion, I felt that it was a little bit too ham-fisted, whereas earlier works of Malick's, like The Thin Red Line, I think have a lot more artistry to it. Well, this is in a way a lot of what this series is about, becoming a tangents. But in a way, I think Terence Malick's film, for me, highlights the problem with often being too obvious in your use of tangents and mystery. It becomes a little bit too sentimental, a bit too trite, twee, and too obvious, I feel anyway. And the Bible, contra modern biblical critics and fundamentalists, because there's a lot in common between those two, contrary to modern biblical criticism and fundamentalists, the Bible often comes from very strange angles. Angles that allude, hint, play, even tease. And yet they do all of this in a strange way that leads up to moments of revelation. They somehow reveal. And last week I spoke of tangents. Well, and although Moses was said to have spoken to God face to face, that's what it says in Deuteronomy and Exodus, yet in fact what we learn in Exodus is that God could only see the back of God. Sorry, Moses could only see the back of God. Even Moses could not see directly God. So how do we see and hear God directly? How do we hear God in His Word, the Bible? Does His Word speak in a manner that cannot be heard straight on? But this is where it gets a bit problematic. And I opened with a quote, that poem of Emily Dickinson's, and I'll reread it again. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Success in circuit lies. Too bright for our infirm delight, the truth's superb surprise. As lightning to the children eased, with explanation kind, the truth must dazzle gradually, or every man be blind. To tell the truth at a slant. Well, a serendipity has it, and oftentimes it's really nice when I do series that serendipitous things, lucky things, synchronicity things do turn up. And I was reading the London Review of Books yesterday from the 30th of June 2011, and it's a review of a couple of books on Emily Dickinson. And I'm just going to read the first paragraph because in fact it really brings out well some of this problem. All men say what to me, Emily Dickinson wrote in a letter to Thomas Wentworth Higginson. She certainly mystified Higginson. He never entirely overcame his uneasiness about her odd, disjunctive words and bewildering epistolary tones. And 7 years into their correspondence, he still complained of being unable to get beyond, quote, the fiery mist in which she said she, quote, enshrouded herself. She also puzzled her brother Austin. He complained he could not, quote, comprehend her letters to him and demanded, quote, a simpler style. He thought she posed, quote, and he was right. She could manage plainness well enough when it suited her, but sometimes plainness did not suit her, and she was mysterious on purpose. She was mysterious on purpose. It's interesting, there have been a number of works on Emily Dickinson and her strange relations, and not least her brother's strange relations as well, and odd goings on in the house. She became something of a recluse for many, many years, 15, 17 years, and would rarely leave the house. Even when visitors were there, she would often not deign to meet them face to face, but speak to them through cracked doors, slightly ajar doors. And when one reads of the strangeness of that household, and indeed it is incredibly and was incredibly strange, Emily Dickinson included, one thinks and one starts to feel that a lot of this, to tell the truth but tell it slant, served, one might say, less than nice purposes. It could use and be used to mystify and keep people at a distance or manipulate. But one ought to point out here, to do justice to Emily Dickinson, that given the goings on in her house between Austin and his adulterous relationship and the people thereby involved, I guess everyone involved seemed rather odd and malicious in many different ways. That line, to tell the truth at a slant, became one that was taken up by certain feminist philosophers in the 1980s and 90s. And it was done to posit, and you have to pardon some of this language, it was to posit a difference between a woman's way of reading and a male way of reading. The male way was supposedly phallic, which had this idea that it was straight to the point, etc. The woman supposedly was more circular round, all embracing, and so on and so forth. Take that as you will. But I do think that with Dickinson, Emily Dickinson, there's something that speaks in all of that, in a way for everyone, in a good and bad way. There is something about us all, including Moses. There's something in us all that cannot look precisely and straightforwardly into the face of truth. And yet, theology often affects to do just this, of course. As we saw, oftentimes theology in its systematizing, which is very important and a valid thing to do, but oftentimes it will transform God's word into neat, precise systems. And in doing so, it tends to miss something that is there in the word. And maybe that's what we ought to expect. Every great theologian, St. Thomas himself included, will always say their work is but straw. That doesn't mean there's not truth or that it's not got a dogmatic definition, but it means, of course, the words and signs are always pointing to something more. To something more. Not something totally different and arbitrary, but something more. So, in a way, truth, to follow Dickinson, must wound gradually. Must do its medical work, as it were, gradually. But as I say, there's this problem when we use that sense of mystery or at a slant a little bit too easily, because it can become a manipulative means by which we manipulate others or exclude others or lie to others. Success in circuit lies, is that an ambiguous play? For after all, we all know that lying works often precisely through subtlety and imprecision. We all know the casuistry in which someone might say, so did you have a drink today? You say, no, I didn't. And in your mind, you've defined a drink as having a whole bottle. We all know we do that in various ways and means. We use a kind of subtle imprecision. As for lightning that Emily Dickinson refers to, well, what does that mean? And this is something I went into the handout. In what way do you explain lightning so that one is kind to children? Is truth, in fact, so really terrible? And if so, why? Is lightning really that kind of bolt of pure deadly electricity? A sharp, terrible, jangled brightness? Is that what truth is? Because if you do say truth is like a jangled, deadly lightning, then you have already a justification, a validity for not telling the truth. Well, I won't tell them the truth because that'll just hurt them. And the thing is, that can be true. Sometimes it's right not to say something, even though it's true. I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven, says Jesus, in what is itself an incredibly enigmatic saying. The disciples have just come back from their mission and they're all really happy at what's happened. They've been able to cast out demons, etc. And then Jesus says, apropos of what? I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. It's an enigmatic. What does it mean? But that's a problem. Lightning is clearly an age-old metaphor, maybe not way back then, but certainly in the modern world from the 16th century onwards, of Satan. You've probably seen, well, it's not so much prevalent, it was very prevalent in the 80s, the lightning bolt. AC/DC used it, KISS used it. That has to do, it's the trite sort of satanic imagery, the lightning bolt falling from heaven, so that when Harry Potter has it on his head, look, that's not a conspiracy thing, that's just simply, it's like when hard rockers go like that, it means devil horns. It's not sort of looking at a satanic conspiracy, it's just simply that's how people use it. So the idea of lightning illuminating can obviously have an innocent meaning, but it can also have the occult meaning. And when you read about Dickinson's life and the goings on there, believe me, all those sort of ideas can find a justification. And they were a strange brood. Satan lies as the father of lies, as the serpent lied in Eden. Don't know some say different. Look, I didn't put this poem in your handout, so don't look for it because it's not there, I'm afraid. It's Ted Hughes. It's a poem by Ted Hughes, and it's entitled Theology. No, the serpent did not seduce Eve to the apple. All that simply corruption of the facts. Adam ate the apple, Eve ate Adam, the serpent ate Eve. This is the dark intestine. The serpent, meanwhile, sleeps his meal off in paradise, smiling to hear God's querulous calling. No, the serpent did not seduce Eve to the apple. All that simply corruption of the facts. Adam ate the apple, Eve ate Adam, the serpent ate Eve. This is a dark intestine. The serpent, meanwhile, sleeps his meal off in paradise, smiling to hear God's querulous calling. This Now is the dark intestine of the serpent. Now we are in the belly of the beast. The facts being something of the reverse. Adam eats the apple, not Eve first. Adam, then Eve eats Adam, and then serpent eats Eve. It's a reverse ordering of eating in Genesis for a poetical sense and meaning. And now it is that the serpent dozes happily while God searches for us in the garden, and all the while we're in the intestines of the serpent. So I say we're in the belly of the beast, the belly of the serpent. We are in the dark intestine. We are in darkness, yet presumably we do not know it. And if we are to know the truth of where it is we're situated, how should that truth be told? At a slant or straight out? Because in a way Ted Hughes is saying pretty much what dogmatic Christian theology says. We are all of us corrupted by original sin. And this side of the fall, we live in darkness, though with grace of light. And of course, most of us don't feel it until, I suppose, something like in Norway happens, and we might be in the killer's guns, or a country might invade us, or like America, Australia and England did, someone else might foster terrorism in our country, just as we did to others. So, how do we tell the truth? At a slant or set it straight? All reading Ted Hughes and any poetry might be befuddled. What is it that is being said here? What is it that is being said in that poem, or James Macaulay's poem, or Emily Dickinson's poem? Whatever's being said, something prompts us to say, what is it being said? What I mean is, with poetry often, one of its great powers is that it brings us into a place of questioning. Not cynical questioning or skeptical questioning, which often is really no questioning, and not a negative questioning, not even is this true or false, but more a questioning of what is this? And that's a theme in Terrence Malick's films. And I think it's a very powerful theme that was brought out in Thin Red Line, is it's a kind of inner dialogue of people in prayer to God, and their major question is, what is this? What is this? And I think poetry brings us into that, because we're brought there to say, what does that poem mean? What is it? And this requires of us thought and hard yards, of course, of our own. And in this series, I hope some things might be spelt out. But given the nature of our topic, not everything can be. If we hear the word of God, are we hearing it through the belly of the beast? Do we hear it dimly calling to us outside the serpent? And of course this then leads to the question of, how then does God get heard when we're in the belly of the beast? And of course the Christian answer is the incarnation. God enters into the very depths of the belly of the beast. Indeed, deeper than any of us will ever reach, and which we'll see a little bit. If we hear the word of God and we hear God's querulous calling, how does it sound? How does his word get in deep inside us and make us hear, make us see? Well, it doesn't seem that God does this through his word by giving us PowerPoint presentations. It seems that he does it through poetry and narrative. And why might that be? Why might it be? See, one of the great problems when we read the Torah and the laws and The Torah has something like 613 laws, many sort of minutiae about how you build this, clean, unclean, do this, don't do that, all these things. And yet, by the end of Deuteronomy, we know it's pointless. You can circumcise the outside flesh as much as you want and do it. It's pointless. And that's why even in Deuteronomy, God says to Moses, there will come a time when I have to circumcise the heart. In other words, somehow God has to get deep within us. Deep within us. And somehow He has to get under all our defences and so forth. In a way, God has to come in at tangents and slants. We might recall D.H. Lawrence's words, quote, "Now a book lives as long as it is unfathomed." It's just that Lawrence thought that he had fathomed the book of Revelation. Now a book lives as long as it is unfathomed. But this is the problem too. We domesticate mystery. We too easily draw a cloud, a veil across. We too easily look at a slant, because in a way that excuses us from any true response. If we go around saying, God is a total mystery, I can't ever know, well, the logic of that is, why bother? If you go around saying everything is mystery, there's no dogma, you might as well believe anything and everything you like. There's no challenge. In other words, the term mystery today, I would argue, has been used as a means of domesticating. So you don't have to be obedient, you don't actually have to read, you don't have to be challenged, you don't actually have to do anything systematic, you just follow your heart wherever it leads, which of course is a recipe for destruction, as every addict knows. We too easily draw a veil, we too easily look at a slant, and we might then end up where Emily Dickinson and her strange family and friends ended up, in some really, really nasty collocation of relationships. Well, we can't let well alone, and yet we also know we're never going to fully grasp the mystery. We can't make a virtue of too much of a system, and yet we cannot make a virtue of too much imprecision either. And if we're not dogmatic, then as I say, we think we'll be kinder, gentler people, but I think as Jeeves would say to some of Bertie Wooster's more fatuous remarks, indeed, sir. Non-dogmatic people are just as vicious, if not more, than dogmatic. At least with dogmatic people, you know where you stand. Think of it this way. When Emily Dickinson says to tell it aslant, is she telling that at a slant, or is she telling us that straight? That's the thing that I go in that handout. What's the logic of that? If someone says, oh, I'm a liar, of course you're in the conundrum of, well, is that a lie? And if it is, well, the sensible thing is really, why bother? It's tedious. You just get caught up in what's true, what's not, and you walk away if you've got any sense. The wonder of the poem, of Dickinson's poem, is in fact its combination and tension of straight and slant. That's why it works as a great poem, because it's that combination, it's that tension. Is Ted Hughes, narrator in the poem Theology, is he having a joke with the reversal? Or is there something else? I think it's a bit of both. We cannot take refuge in mystery per se, but then it simply becomes a kind of mystic Disneyland. It becomes mystery made simple. You pay the money, get in the ride, have your experience, and that's it. You go home refreshed and happy. When one has to do with the truth and with lies, with sin and evil, things aren't so simple. And the reading of the last Mass was about Solomon asking on some day, for a gift from God, and the gift he asked for was for wisdom to be able to discern between tov v'ra in Hebrew, good and evil. And God is pleased with that, of course. And what we see that comes after in the text is when those two prostitutes are fighting over the child, saying it's my child, and Solomon is puzzled. How do I discern who is telling the truth and who is false? And of course he says, well, I'll chop the child in half, you have half, you have half. And of course the real mother goes, no, she has it. So what the problem is, how do you discern good from evil? It's not just about the laws in Deuteronomy, because of course evil people can present themselves as meeting all the objective criteria of the law. But within the heart is where the wickedness lies. And consequently we play on doubleness. Of course we do. We're liars. We cheat, we steal, we do violence, and we do it not in any kind of brave way, but in a kind of skullduggerous way usually. And that's the problem that the Bible is about. How do you discern between good and evil? Because you have to know the motives and intents of the heart. And that's a very difficult thing indeed. When we deal with evil and sin, because we're now in the belly of the beast, it's not easy. And that's why good poetry, like good literature, treats sin and evil seriously. Seriously. Probably the most, in the modern novel, probably apart from people like Evelyn Waugh and Flannery O'Connor, but probably the major literary writers, the major poets and novelists who treat sin and evil really seriously are not, unfortunately, religious, because most religious tend to get soppy and sentimental and think, oh, there's no such thing as original sin, and God, we can't say boo to people because they might get upset and we might offend them. It's not those. It's people like Bret Easton Ellis and Michelle Houellebecq, as I pointed out last year in the series. They treat sin and evil really seriously. Every good film treats sin and evil seriously. Every good poem does that. That's why the fall and the last judgment are staples of prose and poetry. Even atheist poets and writers will use those themes. We all experience lies. We all experience the in-between, and because of that we stumble around in the dark in a serpent's belly, trying to find the source of God's voice, trying to trace his word to the source. So here we go back to another song about the beginning, and it's Gwen Harwood's Songs of Eve 2. Songs of Eve 2. Adam came in from his bird watching, flopped on the grass, said, "Where's my dinner?" "Get it yourself," I said. "There's plenty of everything, just go and pick it." "What's that you're reading?" he said. I said, "I bought this set, the Book of Knowledge. It will help me to get ahead." Such a nice salesman. "Try this apple." What of that other woman the scriptures do not name, Cain's wife who bore him children, could not be held to blame for my fault or Adam's fault or any fault in Cain. So when she bears her children, why should she suffer pain? Look how I tamed the unicorn who laid in my lap his fearful horn and now adores me, says he's my slave and buys me a Porsche and a microwave and a washing machine and a fan-forced oven and all the symphonies of Beethoven on compact disc and a great TV and a queen-size waterbed just for me. Harwood's poem, those three stanzas, seem at first instance, in the first one, a kind of semi-feminist right-on rant, but it isn't, of course. At the start, the rebellion, she won't make dinner. because she's been reading the book of knowledge, and thus offers to Adam this apple. The rebellion, by the third stanza, has succeeded. Look how I tamed the unicorn who laid in my lap his fearful horn, and now adorns me, says he's my slave, and buys me a Porsche and a microwave. Gwen Harwood has actually read Genesis, and she's actually playing on a number of themes there that are implicit in the book, not least the disruption of orders of authority in the fall, and thus the woman will desire the male's authority. Often that's translated that woman will therefore desire to be subject, but in fact it's quite the reverse in Hebrew. She will actually rebel against a man's authority, just as creation will rebel against her and Eve and Adam. And Gwen Harwood's brought that out. But note what's in between. What of that other woman the scriptures do not name, Cain's wife, who bore him children, could not be held to blame for my fault or Adam's fault or any fault in Cain. So when she bears her children, why should she suffer pain? Because of course the curse of the fall to the woman is, in pain you will bear children. And it's interesting what Gwen Harwood has done there. What was Cain's wife's name? We'll come back to that in following weeks with Anna Akhmatova in terms of Job's wife. But they're not naming. Cain's wife is not named. This almost incidental figure in the biblical narrative. Is Gwen Harwood doing something a bit interpretive, unjust, taking too much to heart, an incidental extra? Or is that in fact what we are meant to do? To look at the peripheral figures, the indifferent figures, and to think, what is it they tell us about the biblical narrative? And we'll come back to that. Why not name Cain's wife? And of course Cain's wife, I guess in a way, is symbolic of all women that follow on. And the question of why should we suffer for the fall of Adam and Eve? Harwood's is a close reading of Genesis. Not least she brings out the rebellion and the pain. But Harwood knows that one should read. You should often look for what is absent from the text. This is often what the Bible does, and it's what good literature does. Often the people who are present can be the most important, of course, and often are, but at times you should be asking, who's missing? Who's not there? Who's not named? And why is that? What is it that is absent from the ostensible surface presence? You see, good authors use absence as well as presence, and they use it as a kind of tension to create a meaning that you wouldn't think is really there. But once you start to think what is absent, suddenly other meanings begin to appear. Why isn't Cain's wife named? Well, why only the males in that first part? What does Harwood not name, we might ask? What does Gwen Harwood not name? Well, perhaps it's too much to ask of a short poem like that. But she does know that there's something else that haunts the fall. And this is brought out in the next poem, Night Thoughts of hers. And again, you might listen for the allusions to Genesis. Not so much about the fall or the beginning chapters, but other chapters. Hell is for those who doubt that hell exists. One of the Elohim with whom I fight from 4 a.m. to cockcrow told me this. He hit me in the thigh for emphasis. Is it a dream? If so, the dream persists. I meet him always at the edge of night. He knows me, but he'll never give his name. Why should you know, he says, I have to guess whether he comes to punish or to bless. I thought once he was death, but at first light. He goes and I get up, things are the same. As usual, the sounds of day begin, the kettle and the news. So it's not death who comes in the small hours to cramp my breath. Sleep is extinguished like a candle flame. Longing for peace, I wrestle, try to pin the adversary down. Tell me your name. Tell me, did language lapse when mankind fell? Tell me, is he descended into hell a metaphor, the literal truth? Where in this universe could hell be? He persists. Hell is for those who doubt that hell exists. Hell is for those who doubt that hell exists. One of the Elohim with whom I fight from 4 a.m. to cockcrow told me this. He hit me in the thigh for emphasis. Of course, that's Genesis, from Jacob's wrestling with God at the river Yabok. When Jacob, alone at night, meets a stranger who is said to be God, and for some inexplicable reason starts to wrestle, and at the end of the night says, bless me. It's a strange episode full of ambiguity, and it's one that Gwen Harwood has taken up with great aplomb because she's brought out that ambiguity. Is it to punish or to bless? Is it death or is it life? There is a kind of endless round in all of this. Hell is for those who doubt that hell exists. So, when you say, well, I believe in hell, then I guess it no longer exists. And when you say, I don't believe in hell, in that kind of perplexity and ambiguity, the question strikes home at 4 a.m. in the morning, in a sleepless night. We can all be rest assured and comfortable in the light of day. But when we're vulnerable and weak is when really certain words get in amongst us. Gwen Harwood, in a lot of her poems, engages with biblical figures. I think that's one of the things that makes her such a great poet. And I think she's the measure of a great poet because she comes at things aslant, but it's not affected. It's not, look at me, I'm doing it aslant, aren't I clever? It's far more than that. It's deeper because it's actually deep down within that she struggles. And thus, tell me, is he descended into hell a metaphor, the literal truth? And of course, that refers to Jesus' descent into hell in the Apostles' Creed. That descent into the uttermost depths of the belly of the beast, of the intestines of the serpent that Ted Hughes finds us in. Is it a metaphor or the literal truth? And in a way, that's at the crux of the ambiguity of where Gwen Harwood finds herself at 4 a.m. when she wrestles. Where? Is it metaphorical, literal? Is this death? Is this life? Is this cursing or is it blessing? And it's that kind of in-between that in a way describes the life of all of us. And in a way, I think that's what's great in Terence Malick's film Tree of Life. Perhaps in my opinion it's perhaps not handled as well as it could, but I do think that's a profound point Malick is making. Each and every one of us are in that strange, ambiguous, dark light, death, life, curse, blessing, literal, metaphorical world. So I'll finish there for this hour.
Robert, is hello in Hebrew?
Yeah, it means God, so God.
God.
Yeah. I'll just say, look, in the Hebrew text in Genesis where it says Jacob wrestles God quite unequivocally. But later in Hosea will refer to the incident and say he wrestled an angel. Later on in rabbinics they'll say that Jacob wrestled an angel. Because I guess in a way, strangeness of a person wrestling God needs to be ironed out. So, and I guess in a way, I think she's done a very good thing by using that term, because in a way it brings out that strange ambiguity. So.
Does she have it there in plural or singular?
Elohim, it's asking is if it's in a singular plural. In the Hebrew, Elohim is actually in the plural, but it's one of those words that can be also singular. So in the Hebrew Bible you will have God called Elohim, but it's clearly meant in a singular way. But then at other times, like in Job, the B'nai Elohim, the sons of God, come to, and in other parts of ancient Near Eastern literature the Elohim does refer to, a council of gods. So, but I'm sure there's examples in English which I can't think of at the moment.
This interpretation of sacred text, and so interpreting the Bible, whether it be the narrative or be it poetry, whatever it is, seems to me to require fair imagination. Is it imagination or is it inspiration? And if it's those sorts of things, do they not really come from our own background and our own experience? So if we're looking at, say, Jacob wrestling with God, there could be all sorts of interpretations, as many interpretations as there are people. Where does the truth lie?
The imagination, I guess the problem with that term is that it tends to mean too often for people that it means absolute subjectivity or subjectivism, that anything goes. But there are givens to imagination that apply to everyone across the world. For example, we might be able to imagine new combinations of things, like a unicorn, for example, but in fact none of us can imagine a new colour. So there are certain givens by which we work with, and really in a way this comes to your question. I guess it comes down to metaphysics, to the givens of what it is to be human. And yes, of course, through our experience we have perhaps different ways in which to explain what is most primary. But what is most primary is the beingness of being, the isness of all existence. And no matter who we are, where we are, all of us have to do with that in different ways, but with a given, which is the very beingness of being. Furthermore, all who are human share in the same nature, that is humanity. And consequently, let's say we take a linguistic view of Chomsky. Chomsky's very much an argument for, and I'd agree with it, the idea that there are certain given linguistic structures in the human mind, and thus all languages can ultimately be understood by every other human because they conform to certain given structures in the mind. And I guess laughter can mean anything in many different cultures. It can mean, oh look, I'm happy to be with you, or it can be mockery. A smile tends to be obviously uniform, except when we use a smile as a means of sneer and so on and so forth. So that there are givens that inform, no matter how different our experiences are, there are always metaphysical, substantial givens. But of course, such is the mystery of free will in each person, that how we are given to respond to those obviously can take different tracks and so forth, as there are people in the world. So when we say there's all sorts of interpretation, that is true, but there's also invalid interpretation and valid interpretation. And the validity of interpretation, I guess one would argue, has to correspond to those givens. But there's clearly a lot within those givens that gives for an expansiveness of interpretation. So I think when Harwood brings that out, I think she's bringing out the fact that the given of that Jacob text is that there is an ambiguity. And that in fact, as certain authors argue, that is intended by the author. So anyone, you could say, who reads a Jacob text as saying it's fundamentally this, it's fundamentally God is wrestling with, well, that in a way can be valid, maybe it is, but in another way it's invalid because many in both the synagogue and a church like Hosea argue, well no, it's an angel. But in a way, to dogmatically say it's an angel would be both right and yet in the broader part of the story not wrong but askew. It removes the tension, the balance.
Might be wrestling with himself.
And the question then is about and this is what Harwood also brings up in a number of her poems, a sense of the wrestling with oneself. But in order, follow St. Augustine and others here, in order to be able to wrestle with ourselves, we necessarily have to have the givenness of God's presence. To the degree that God is not present to us, and of course God is present to all people, though in different degrees of consciousness to us, to the degree that God is present is a degree that we become other to ourselves. And consequently, to be able to wrestle with ourselves necessitates the presence of God to us. So, but I'll come back to that. Sorry, I should just...
Am I hearing something that I've been thinking about a lot lately? Is that for a lot of us, absolute truth, we're looking for that absolute truth and answer because it gives us security in what have to do. But in reality, as we journey on beyond just that need for security, we find these ambiguities within the truth, and we're always searching within ourselves. Where is that God within us? And it's a lifelong journey because as we develop and we let go of some of those securities, other questions come up.
Look, in answer to that, I'd say, I'm sure there's some truth to that. It's just that, unfortunately, I'd actually argue the reverse. Absolute truth actually is that which challenges us. And in our relativistic age, where people say no absolute truth, well, we know it just becomes another form of the global free market. Everything can be sold and bought and dabbled in as much as we wish. And in a sense, actually, absolute truth is what actually removes our security. It actually challenges us. It's when we don't have absolute truth, it's when we try to get rid of dogma, that we fall into a complacency and inanity. So absolute truth, though, has been traduced, and I think this is maybe where you're coming from in a degree, is when people think that absolute truth, dogma, means you don't think. That's obviously not true. It's obviously not true, and I give one example. Dogma is actually conducive of fruitfulness in thinking. Dogma is absolute, and one of the great examples is the doctrine of the Holy Trinity. When one looks at the Holy Trinity, the amount of beautiful theology and speculative theology that's come out of that is magnificent. But when you look what happened in the Reformation, or we could go before to those who denied the deity of Jesus, who denied the Trinity, and from the Reformation on there were quite a few Protestants who started to do that, and it became what was called Unitarianism. You only have to look at Unitarian theology. It's inane. It became insipid, and it died out in the 19th century with a few liberal holdovers. In other words, once you get rid of dogma, you die. There's no challenge. And this is what T.S. Eliot, in fact, reacted against. He came from a Unitarian liberal background, and he just found it dead and inane, and slowly and consequently became very high church Anglican and dogmatic, and held the dogmatic Christian theology. And of course, that showed T.S. Eliot was one of the major progenitors of modernity, of modern poetry. So, in a sense, I guess I'm agreeing and disagreeing, but I think I agree that it's this then that creates that desire for the fullness of truth that draws us through the intestines of the beast, as it were. This probably ends up in a rather horrible metaphor and image of that. But okay, well look, we might stop here and have a break for 10 minutes. So I'm going to read in a minute Imperial Adam by A.D. Hope. And A.D. Hope, I think, it's a great poem, but I think that he's rather fallen into the trap of thinking that sex is the first sin. The plump gourd, as he calls it, is a forbidden fruit, is the loosening other sinuous size and so forth, and that from birth comes the first murder. You'll have to excuse the reproduction in your sheet. Unfortunately, that's the way it came out. It's on my sheet as well, so I've got to sort of try and... It's on that handout last week. I get it. Imperial Adam, naked in a dew, felt his brown flanks and found the rib was gone. Puzzled he turned and saw where, two and two, the mighty spoor of Yahweh marked the lawn. Then he remembered through mysterious sleep the surgeon's fingers probing at the bone, the voice so far away, so rich and deep. It is not good for him to live alone. Turning once more, he found man's counterpart, in tender parody breathing at his side. He knew her at first sight, he knew by heart her allegory of sense, unsatisfied. The pawpaw drooped its golden breasts above, less generous than the honey of her flesh. The innocent sunlight showed the place of love, the dew on its dark hairs winked crisp and fresh. This plump gourd severed from his virile root, she promised on the turf of paradise delicious pulp of the forbidden fruit. Sly as a snake she loosed her sinuous thighs, and waking smiled up at him from the grass. Her breast rose softly, and he heard her sigh. From all the beasts whose pleasant task it was in Eden to increase and multiply, Adam had learned the jolly deed of kind. He took her in his arms, and there and then, like the clean beasts embracing from behind, began in joy to found the breed of men. Then from the spurt of seed within her broke her terrible and triumphant female cry, split upward by the sexual lightning stroke. It was the beasts now who stood watching by. The gravid elephant, the calving hind, the breeding bitch, the she-ape big with young, were the first gentle midwives of mankind. The teeming lioness rasped her with her tongue. The proud vicuña nuzzled her as she slept, lax on the grass. And Adam, watching too, saw how her dumb breasts at their ripening wept. The great pod of her belly swelled and grew, and saw its waters break, and saw in fear its quaking muscles in the act of birth. Between her legs a pygmy face appear, and the first murderer lay upon the earth. It's Cain. That's right. Somehow, for A.D. Hope, and any of you have read much of A.D. Hope will know, there's a kind of all too clever agnosticism, often atheism, Though now and then he does write some very good poems. But I do think, and again this is my opinion, that A.D. Hope didn't serve himself well, and if he'd actually taken a little bit more time with religion, he would have written a lot more greater poetry. But as it is, I think he left a few very good poems, and that's one of them. Somehow this act of procreation for A.D. Hope reduces imperial Adam, and we might note the irony, to the level of a beast. For he'd been watching the beasts doing the stuff of their kind, and now with the woman he puts into practice what he used to look at. And now, in turn, it is the animals who look on at he and Eve. In other words, the irony of the title Imperial Adam is, well, now you're not imperial anymore. You are having sex and you're just like the beasts. In short, that's not what Genesis says at all, because in fact Adam and Eve are told before the fall to be fruitful and multiply. What happens at the fall is pain in childbirth, not childbirth itself. So it's an interesting fact that many people, especially people like A.D. Hope, read Genesis, or perhaps they don't read it, who knows, and they think that yes, it's about sex as a first sin. And certainly there were some early church fathers who thought the same as well. But of course they were wrong. But it's interesting that A.D. Hope should give it that spin and thinks that therefore procreation dethrones Adam. It's an interesting thing is that in the Epic of Gilgamesh, in the ancient Near East, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, a wild man appears, Enkidu. And Enkidu is this wild man who runs around with the animals and all this and is wild and untamed, and they decide they're going to tame him. And they decide the way they're going to tame him is by putting a prostitute up there. And as soon as Enkidu has sex, the other animals won't have anything to do with him. I guess it's interesting that in a way the Epic of Gilgamesh should say something quite different to what A.D. Hope reads in Genesis. All our poets that we've been looking at today, and some last week, have taken the text of Genesis and have expanded upon it. And in this, they do what in a way is expected from the Bible itself. The Bible itself is not really one book, of course. It's, as I said, a library of books spanning, you could say, almost 1,500 years in terms of its sources, if not more. It's a library. And yet it has been brought together into a wonderful unity. But this is the thing, because the Bible is, we might say, a library, it's full of, we might say, intertextual reference. New Testament refers to the Old, and indeed in the New Testament there seems to be references, at least to passages in other parts of the New Testament, or common sources. In the Old Testament especially, there have been many books written about the mode of interpretation in the Old Testament where it, as it were, reads itself. It expands upon itself. And in point of fact, I would argue, along with some other scholars, that what we find in Genesis itself is an expansion of earlier sources, adaptations and creative editing and so on and so forth. I don't think that's particularly controversial. So when we come later to the rabbinic literature, from the 2nd century AD onwards, we find what is called Midrash and the Targums. And in Midrash we find something similar. What happens is the Midrash, like the Targums, will be discussing certain of the texts in the Bible, and they will expand those texts. The Targums, for example, they'll be talking about Genesis, and they will do something like discuss Cain's wife and her name. I'm not saying they do exactly that about Cain's wife, but they do take other figures who have incidental, peripheral roles, and they expand it. So, and in fact, in some of the church fathers, it's what you find as well, a kind of, at times, an expansion of, an engagement with the Word of God that grows. And I often bring out the point of St. Augustine in the Confessions at the end of it, where he's discussing the book of Genesis, the first few verses. And he says, look, there are many different interpretations of this, all of which are equally Catholic. How can that be? And he says, it's because the real author is not Moses, it's God, the Holy Spirit, and God is illimitable, so that anything God inspires ultimately speaks of its author, God, and consequently must have illimitable meaning. He doesn't mean arbitrary meaning. In fact, what we find, and what St. Augustine goes on to say, is that Scripture is like a Garden of Eden. And he says a reader is like a bird that flits from flower to flower in great delight at what it finds there. And this theme of Scripture, of the Word of God, as a kind of agricultural theme, is what you find in the New Testament and the Old Testament. The Word of God is a seed, and it grows. The seed is sown into deep soil, it dies, and it grows up and gives 100-fold yield. Or it gives rise to an enormous tree which becomes a house for all the birds of the world. It's that kind of themes that are brought out. So, though A.D. Hope may not realise it, I do think Gwen Harwood probably does, because I think she was a bit more intelligent than A.D. Hope in these matters. What they're doing is very much in line with the Bible itself. The law, be it the Torah or the oral law, is as a seed that grows and branches out. It is fruitful. And in fact, that is in a way what the Torah says. Because the way the Torah is presented is, of course, the first commandment given to humanity is... So?
Love your God.
Well, actually, earlier than that, in Genesis. Be fruitful and multiply. That's the commandment. It's pro-life. Be fruitful and multiply. And when we follow the sequence of the covenants throughout the Torah, what is the preeminent blessing attendant upon the covenants? Fruitfulness and fecundity. What is it that defines Eden? Fruitfulness and fecundity. What is it that defines life proper? Fruitfulness and fecundity. What is death? Withering and sterility and so on and so forth. And consequently the same for interpretation. God's word is a seed that grows, not arbitrarily, because being arbitrary destroys a text. If it can mean anything you want it to mean, you'll end up meaning nothing, because there's no challenge, no authority. But it's a continuity, like the seed growing into a tree. It would be as absurd of us to say, as I often say, that if we looked at a tree and said, the real meaning of the tree is not that fully grown tree, cut that down, do away with it, because the real meaning of the tree is a seed. It's be as absurd as that. So it's a growth, it's a fecundity, a fruitfulness, and that's what St. Augustine was pointing out. The Bible is like this fruitful, fecund garden, another Eden. It's as if, and this is a problem that happened in modernity from the Reformation on, Protestant readings, unfortunately, of the Bible became increasingly narrower and narrower, and they more and more excluded allegorical spiritual readings. And in the 17th century, with the rise of the bourgeois deism and modern biblical criticism, it became narrower still, to the degree only the literal meaning. And even the idea of literal became narrow and narrower, until it became this absurd idea that the literal meaning of the text was the conscious intention of the author. It's absolutely absurd if you think about it. It's absurd. For a start, no author has one intention. All of us have intentions that we're not aware of. There are orders and hierarchies of intentions some of the highest ones, but we all know that we can say and write and paint things that 20 years hence we look at it and go, oh my God, that's what I really meant. The idea that there's one intention of an author is such an absurdity, it goes so counter to anyone's experience. You wonder, how was it that modern biblical critics and others ever believed that? But they did. They did. The pre-moderns weren't so stupid, but we were. Thankfully, as I say, the last 40, 50 years, contemporary biblical criticism has rejected so much of modern biblical criticism. The meaning is one that is a growing, organic meaning. But you can only have that where you have a telos, a true end, a true goal. And I think this is what Harwood is really onto implicitly. I think it's what a lot of poets and writers, and the writers that we'll be touching upon, understand. When we read Patrick White, he very much has that understanding of Scripture. And thus, in books like Tree of Man, not Tree of Life, but Tree of Man, it seems simple and slow. And yet, the scriptural sense in it, the sense of the presence of God working, is, I think, magnificently done. I actually think Terence Malick would do a lot worse than reading Patrick White's Tree of Man, to get a bit of an impression of how you might do it. But I think A.D. Hope betrays it a bit with his modern rationalist notions that the fall was about sex, and that really Genesis is a kind of Puritan text. It is anything but. It is completely the opposite. It's all about fruitfulness and fecundity being the rule and measure and goal. But in the same way, it's the same view that castigates celibacy and virginity, that cannot understand the power of virginity and celibacy. Because, strange as it may seem, that is what the Christian theology of celibacy and virginity is about. It's not about depriving life, it's actually about the fostering of life, the spiritual, even the literary life. That's what it's about. Each has its place. And consequently, no one is to be celibate or a virgin just for the pure sake of being it for themselves. It is as a means of dedicating yourself to the church or to the culture or to other people. If it's not, then it's merely selfish, pride and destructive, and is sterile and withering. But I think people like A.D. Hope and others can't understand that. They don't understand notions of fruitfulness and fecundity that come both from the biological and that are good, that come from the exegetical, the interpretive and that are good, and that come from the sense of a purity that serves others and the fruitfulness of society. Our poets expand out. I think that's a very good, and I think that's an excellent thing. But in a way, I think sometimes they feel their expansion is a bit like the pregnancy A.D. Hope describes there. They think that in essence it gives rise to death. And I think that was the misunderstanding of many so-called postmodernist theorists who thought that with the death of the author, the death of one intention, that we had to get rid of the author entirely. Well, that's not the case. The fruitfulness of a text is a sign of the life that the author has been the means of grace to that text. The author is the means, as it were, into the entrance to the literal, but the author does not exhaust the meaning of a text. Contrary to, and it's often obviously what a lot of authors really gnash their teeth about, is their text gets a life of its own, and that is as it should be. The Genesis text is incredibly subtle. It has a narrative sophistication about it that is beautiful, but is veiled in a way by its apparent simplicity, which is why so many people, biblical critics in the old times included, thought of Genesis as a kind of Sunday school text. But it is anything but. Hebrew narrative is incredibly subtle and sophisticated. In Genesis 32 to 24 to 32, to return to Harwood, that is where Jacob wrestles God. Harwood also wrestles with God, trying to pin him down. Did language lapse, asks Harwood, when mankind fell? Did Jesus descend into hell? And if hell is for those who doubt it exists, then is she now in hell? For she seems to believe it. And did Jesus descend right there at 4 a.m. when Gwen Harwood fights and struggles over the lip of hell? In Genesis text, in chapter 32, and indeed around it, there's an incredible architecture around the story of Jacob, which I'm only going to skim over at the moment, and I really would recommend you read all of the Jacob story. If you remember, Jacob and Esau are twins, but it is Esau who comes out of the womb first, but Jacob is grasping hold of Esau's heel to try and pull him back so he can get out first, because the firstborn son is usually the one who gets the promises. As the story proceeds, we learn that Jacob is a wily trickster type figure, and of course what he does is he buys the birthright off Esau, and clearly Esau considers it as a joke. Later, Jacob therefore, and he's been told this by his mother, Isaac their father is blind. Put hair on your hand, because Esau was a hairy man, as we know. And he goes, pretends he's Esau, gets the blessing of the firstborn. Esau finds out, big hoo-ha. Esau's obviously well and truly peeved. To cut a long story short, Jacob has to basically leave. As he leaves, he goes out and he comes to Bethel, or what will become Bethel. And it's there that he puts a stone as his pillow and he starts to go to sleep, and he has a vision of the ladder of God. A ladder in which angels are going up and descending down, and God at the top. Now, he says this is the place of the gateway of God. It is then that he proceeds on, and you would have thought, my God, this is an amazing thing, what's going to happen? But for many, 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 many years is a story about how he wants to win the love of these women, and he's tricked. And the irony is that Jacob, the trickster, is himself tricked. And after many years, he's got his wives in tow, and he wants to go home. And this is where he learns that Esau, his brother, is now a very mighty man, lots of forces to command, and he's in the land. And of course Jacob is pretty fearful. The sequence when we come to chapter 32 is this: a very strange and odd verse. He's with his whole retinue, his wives and kids and men and so, and he comes and he sees the armies of God. He sees the armies of God. And you would have thought, what the hell does this mean? But there's no explanation given. And in fact, he passes on. Now, look at what's happened. The whole theme is being set of a military confrontation that Jacob's going to lose. He enters in and he sees a kind of heavenly counterpart, the armies of God. But nothing is made of that. As chapter 32 progresses along, what we have is a progressive separation and division of Jacob's forces. He gets scared. And you would have thought, well, haven't you just seen the armies of God? He gets scared. So what he does is he starts to send a whole lot of his men with a lot of his treasures as gifts ahead of him to Esau. So he does that. He divides his forces, sends that off. And then he sends off the next lot. And then he sends his wives off and his children off. Until finally he is alone. He's the only one on this side of the river Yarbok, and the other side of there's Esau's forces. That is when we have that very strange moment. And it's just said, a man appeared and Jacob and the man wrestled all night. It gives you no explanation of what's going on. Why did they wrestle? And the stranger thing is at the end of the night as the sun's coming up, the stranger says, let me go, for the sun is coming up, I must go. And Jacob says, I'm not going to let you go until you bless me. Which seems an odd way of getting a blessing, to actually attack someone. Furthermore, the stranger just simply puts his hand and dislocates Jacob's thigh. Which you thought, well, why didn't you do that before? And the stranger says, your name is Jacob, you shall now be called Israel, Yasarel, because you have wrestled with God and man and have prevailed. In other words, Jacob the wrestler is wrestled with, and he has wrestled man, Esau, and God, and prevailed. When we look at the narrative sequence from the beginning at Bethel, when Jacob leaves home is when he starts to enter in through the gateway of God. He has started to enter through into the temple of God. And yet for years that doesn't transpire until finally he starts to make a progress back, and that is when he sees the next retinue of angels. And angels, of course, as we know, are the servers within the cosmic temple. So the whole narrative theme is one of progress through the gateway into the temple, later on through the attendant angels, and then, as with priests, because of the priestly theme is separation and division, because of course you have the separation of the Levite priests from the rest of Israel, the separation of the high priest from the Levites, and ultimately the high priest is the only one who can progress through the temple into the very presence of God, into Lifnei Elohim or Lifnei Adonai, before the face of God. That's what is the expression used for the high priest to go into the Holy of Holies of the temple. In that Jacob passage in chapter 32, the term before the face of is used upteen times. It's stressing a point. Jacob is entering into the cosmic temple, into the very presence of the Holy of Holies, into the very presence of God. And what is it that he does? He wrestles with God. That is the progress of the narrative in Genesis. There are a number of other points, other areas of narrative in Genesis that also do the same. The whole sense is one of progress through into the very depths. A depths that at the same time reveals, of course, yes, the person themselves. Harwood, I think, is, whether consciously or unconsciously, has taken this up. For she melds herself in the image of Jacob. She wrestles with the Elohim, with God. And at the same time, she understands that the whole theme of Jesus' descent into hell mirrors as well and perfects what it is Jacob experienced. When Jesus says on the cross, my God, why have you forsaken me?" It's the same kind of cry that we find in Job, or the same kind of mystery that we find with Jacob. Harwood, consciously or not, has picked up on these themes. A dark hell of anxiety and despair, alone. Having tried unsuccessfully to deny hell, she is confronted it every time at 4 a.m. in the morning. And she meets the one with whom she has to wrestle with. But here's the question. With whom is she wrestling? If she is now descended into hell, may it not be that the one she is wrestling is Jesus, who descended there before her? We cannot say, for Jacob and Harwood are not told the person's name. They're not told who it is, the name that they're wrestling with. In other words, the author is saying we have to try to look at this at a slant. We have to try to wrestle with it ourselves, I suppose. Genesis and the fall, about a fall from communion, and they're in an increasing fragmentation and thus loneliness and despair, a kind of dark fumbling, a picking of the wrong answers. Not least, it was all about sex. That's a wrong answer. It was about being swallowed by the serpent, such that we live in darkness and think that it is light. But we need to find that one, that someone who is deeper down than us, deeper to the area of which Christ has descended. In Genesis 1, the very book of the Torah opens, as it were, establishing the pattern, the narrative pattern that we find in Jacob and we find elsewhere. If you remember Genesis 1, well, let's backtrack a bit. If we read the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, when we come to the latter parts of Exodus and then Leviticus and Numbers and Deuteronomy, they're full of particular laws and things that you must do, and things about building the tabernacle. There's about festivals. Now, scholars point out that a lot of that imagery, not least in number 7 that recurs in festivals, points back to the creation text, which is why they'd argue, and I'd agree with them, that the first 2 or 3 chapters of Genesis are priestly in origin. What is it that is implicit in priesthood that we see in the Torah? It is separation and division. Thus, we have all of humanity, but Israel is separated off from humanity in order to be the means of blessing to humanity. Even in Israel, the Levites are separated off from the rest of the tribes. The Levites don't get land, and little pockets here and there in cities. Their inheritance is God. So the Levites, and this was seen, in the Exodus, in the way they put their camp. The Levites are separated off from the rest of Israel in order to be the means of blessing to Israel and thereby all humanity. And from the Levites, certain of the Levites are separated off as priests in certain functions. And from those priests, in turn, what is separated off is one high priest who alone every year can go into the Holy of Holies of the temple. Separation and division. Think of the food laws, the separation and division between clean and unclean, between polluted and unpolluted. It takes us back in a kind of ironic way. One of the major points of Deuteronomy is this has been given so you can discern between good and evil. Well, that takes us back to the eating of the tree, of the fruit of the of good and evil. We can't go back. It's not a nostalgia. Somehow we have to go through knowing the fullness of good and evil, not by doing evil, perish the thought, but to know its trickery and deceit, wherein, after all, the intestines of the serpent. And we've got to know the twists and turns of those intestines. Now, that's the scene of priesthood, of separation. A priest is not separated off to be a blessing to themselves. A priest is separated off in order to be a blessing to others, of course. That's the whole theme of the promise in the Torah. Now, one of the principal laws, of course, given is thou shalt not make an image of God. And yet, at the beginning of Torah, God himself has done exactly that. In Genesis 1, now I really encourage you to go and reread it. Look at what happens. Light is separated from darkness. The waters of the below and above are separated off. The waters are on the earth are separated, and out of it land appears. There's a separation between sea and land creatures. Even about creatures on earth, you procreate according to your kind. There's a separation. the separation of day and night, and as it says in Genesis, and the stars in order to be for signs and seasons. They're liturgical aspects of ritual signs. All of the theme in Genesis 1 is constructed on the model of a temple progress. You are going through, the veils are being parted, you walk through, there are divisions going through, until you come to the innermost area, and what is it you see? The image of God. Humanity. The image of God, which is humanity. And the culmination is the Sabbath, and of course the Sabbath is probably one of the major, most important aspects of the law in terms of priestly and general covenantal obedience. In other words, what I'm trying to say is this. When we're reading poetry, of course we don't read poetry by saying let's reduce it to bullet points. We read poetry, yes, by taking it apart, trying to understand it, but we always must remember the whole. There's a tension of the whole that we must always remember. And we must always remember reading poetry and novels that it's very important the dynamic style of your reading. Look, we all understand probably the Lectio Divina, that when we want to contemplate a scriptural verse, we read it, we ponder it, we think, which is all really good and well in its place. But there's another, we might say, a priestly form of reading. And that is that we understand that in our reading there's a sense in which we are progressing through in order to get to, as it were, the revelation of the mystery of the image of God. So that's what happens in Genesis 1. It actually happens in Ezekiel chapter 1 and all that. But it's what we see happen in Jacob. And when he gets there, he wrestles with God, or an angel, whatever the case may be. So, I'll finish here, but just to point out, this is the way in which we're going, and we'll be starting just to talk about certain books, like William Golding's A Spar and Darkness Visible, and a bit of Patrick White later of The Tree of Man, and a bit of Flannery O'Connor as well, in order to, as it were, to say, what is it to write, say, as a Christian novelist? It is not just to write Joseph and his Technicolor Dreamcoat or things which may be good. It can mean that we treat of Christian things in the complexity of being, where it's very important that God is never named. And hence, it's often really important that God is signalled as being absent in order to actually make the mystery of God present. So we'll come to that in the future. And
Thank you, Robert. Robert, you've heard me say this before in a previous topic. I've never heard the story of Jacob given with such elucidation as I've heard today. And with my many life changes in the academic world, I've never heard that story before. So thank you for that. Now my question is very simple. Did Jacob get his family and his wives like Job?
Well, yes, he did. Look, it's actually really wonderful what follows on after. Look, put it this way, you would think, well, it's been told you have wrestled with man and God and prevailed. And it's really interesting what happens afterwards. The next day, he goes off to meet Esau. It's a beautiful story. It's actually a really one. And Esau is approaching with hundreds of men. Hundreds. And what happens is Jacob, you would think, well, surely he's emboldened. But what he does is he bows 7 times and pays obeisance 7 times. And when he meets Esau lifts him up and says, "You're my brother. I have no problem with you." And basically says, "Please take this back." this stuff back. But Jacob says, no, this will be good. And so in other words, it's actually a really beautiful meeting together, and it's wonderfully told. And it's such an unexpected turns at each stage. Because you expect Esau's really, right, now I'm going to get it. But it isn't. In fact, Esau is the expansive one. So...
Thanks, Robert. I was reminded when you were speaking of that maybe that story is like an archetype of the human journey, and what you just said then about those men meeting together, they were very integrated, involved human beings. So it was like, if you read the Odyssey or something, where, you go out from home through the portals and face your demons within or without, and then you come home and you're transformed.
Yeah.
It was a bit like that, wasn't it?
I guess, look, it's interesting you bring that up, because let's think of Torah, the first 5 books. It begins in Eden, they're expelled, and really the whole story is about a journey to the new Eden, the promised land, because the promised land is described in terms of fruitfulness and a land flowing of milk and honey. And that's the thing, is the Torah actually ends only on the threshold. That whole journeying theme is absolutely important in the Torah, because their journey, and in fact, there's, because they've been grumbling, they have to journey around in the wilderness for 40 years. Now, the other interesting thing is if you think of Babel, what was the sin of Babel? Clearly it's to, we'll ascend to heaven through building a ziggurat or something, but in actual fact, the problem of Babel is this: the peoples of the earth don't want to be scattered. They want to stay put. And so that when God goes down and confounds their languages, it's to scatter them, to say, no, you have to keep moving. You can't stop and say, we have found it now. We've found the kingdom of utopia now. You have to keep moving. And in a way that's taken up in the New Testament. We are pilgrims, we are strangers upon this earth. That sense of the pilgrimage, of the journey of each soul, be it literally or spiritually or metaphorically, it is always, and that's what's so fundamental to Christianity, is eschatology, teleology. There is a goal and end. And I stress, look, it's fascinating. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but in the pre-modern world, in Christian, I can't see any strong evidence of nostalgia. I'm sure it must have been that people get nostalgia about the altar, but it's not a predominant thing. But modernity, all modernity, is shot through as nostalgia. Shot through as nostalgia. You take even now the 1960s and psychedelia. It's Edwardian, Victorian stuff. Their attire, their ideas, and that. We are always in modernity, because we're lacking a telos, a teleology. It means, in a way, it's always trying to return to the golden age of childhood or golden Eden and all that. But that's the point of the Torah. There is no going back to the old Eden. You cannot reverse knowing good and evil. You have to go through that, which is Paul's point in Romans. There is no merit in being naive. There is no merit. As Jesus says, be ye wise as serpents, but harmless as doves. There is no merit in being an innocent abroad. You are called to be able to discern between good and evil. There's no going back. There's no nostalgia. It's a sense of, you keep on. And at the same time trying to build and get ready for the city of God. But we know that this side of the second coming, we can never fully build it. We can prepare for it, but we cannot fully build it. Consequently, Christianity, whenever it becomes nostalgic, I think has lost its faith. So yes, I think that theme of the journey is an incredibly important one, and that for each and every Christian, and indeed each and every member of humanity. So.
Do you think that archaeology and the preservation of the old is nostalgia?
Look, I think it's not nostalgia to want to know about our past. That's not nostalgia. That's history, and there's an incredible... Let's put it this way. The Old Testament, we probably don't realise its amazingness and its content because it's full of history. Whether we think it happened or not, it's history. It treats as history. Because we're a biblical formation of culture, we have a historical sense. But not all cultures have historical. So that, looking back to history, is very, very important. Not by reason of, let's go back to the good old days, but in order to say who it is we are, what is it we can learn, and perhaps, hopefully, not do or fall into bad things, and to do, build on the shoulders of giants and to go further. So history is not nostalgia. In fact, you could argue nostalgia is the opposite of history, because it's always going on about how good things were in the golden days, and maybe they were better, but the idea that there was something like Eden is a bit wrong.
To change of tack from these wonders we've been hearing about, is the literature of other races, Japanese, Indian or whatever, totally different systems, are they all based on some sort of divine premise?
Look, I'm sure, as the Vatican Council has taught, and as was taught before, there is clearly truth in all expressions of human culture. To what degree is another matter, but clearly God has imprinted the knowledge of himself on all hearts, so it would be completely fanciful to think that there were not true glimmers of what is true in other religions. Of course there must be, including other philosophies, including, I guess to some degree, atheism. I think there's a holy atheism in which many atheists, out of good faith, are reacting against an idolatrous conception of God, and consequently, in a way, their reaction, not knowing it, is actually a holy deed, is a holy thing. But of course the goal and the ideal is that one should be consciously aware and fully understanding of it. So yes, but perhaps a good example of that is, just to finish off, is in the Torah a major aspect is justice, and justice is defined by the protection of the widow, the orphan, the fatherless, the refugee, the stranger in the land, and the poor. That is what justice is there to provide, is the protection of those who don't have power, worldly power. Because of course if you're rich and powerful, you don't really need justice. If somebody wrongs you, you just go and kick their ass, as it were, to part and turn. But this is the thing, in the ancient Near East, when we look at certain texts from Sumer in the 3rd millennium and in the 2nd millennium, we find at times similar sentiments. Kings will say, Shamash, that's the god of the sun, you like me because I have protected the widow and the orphan. In other words, I would argue that is something absolutely given in being human, to understand the requirements of justice, such that any system, any society, be it ours, Aboriginal, Japanese, Chinese, Eskimo, what have you, any society in which a person persecutes and takes advantage of the weak, they know they're guilty, and they're guilty, and God hates the unjust. So, well, okay, we'll look forward. We'll finish today.
Which is a bit of a play on child's play.
The sun's glory by day, the moon to rule the night, comets to give fright, and stars to show the way. The dragon, with one swish of his heraldic tail, scrapes glittering clouds of scale from the celestial fish. And so too, at the end, men's hearts will be afraid of what the signs portend. Yet still, from where we are, one sign at least is clear, one ungazetted star, as Macaulay's The Fourth Day. So, when we read the Bible, what are we doing? Was it written for everyone to read indiscriminately so? Well, no, not really, but perhaps it's right and just that it is read indiscriminately so. Do authors, for example, write so that everyone can read their book and understand it? Well, no. Friedrich Nietzsche, for example, deliberately wrote in a kind of labyrinthine, dissimulating way, and so too have many other authors. And yet Nietzsche too signalled this fact to attentive readers, a bit like when Emily Dickinson read aslant. Do we read her comments about reading aslant? And do we read them aslant? And if so, where does that bring us? Back to the first place or what? It's a bit like, as I often say, I remember, and this is true, a notice that was in the early Green Guide to the Herald, and it was this, it went, Gnostic Secrets, Public Lecture. Gnostic Secrets, Public Lecture. What if the book itself, what if the Bible itself is an event of religious yet at times esoteric significance? Because after all, the contention of the New Testament is that certain things were concealed, hidden as if behind veils in the Old Testament, ready to be revealed at the proper time. Possibly some of our problem in reading the Bible, like reading, I guess, a lot of literature and poetry, is that we think of the book as a kind of public performance. And perhaps sometimes it is. And yet, when we're really taken by a book, we actually tend to experience it as a private performance, as something that speaks to us almost privately. And sometimes we could think that that's getting a bit too close, but we all know that oftentimes when we read like that, when we have the gift of having read like that in a book, though it becomes so close, yet there's a distance and it speaks to us. There's something very private. George Steiner, a major literary theorist, wrote that the best criticism gives rise to new works. The best criticism is kind of like a narrative expansion on what was already there. And he gives the example of Homer, how Homer is taken up by Virgil. And subsequently, Virgil and Homer are taken up by Dante. And you could go on and say later that all are taken up by James Joyce in Ulysses and so forth. We could think of Don Quixote, the book, and how that spawned a lot, not imitators, but has expanded its meaning in other texts. Robinson Crusoe too, the same. It's in a way it's intertextual, but it's not a meaningless play. It's an intertextual of like a seed growing out as a great tree. And in point of fact, as we'll come back to in the fifth week, really, this is what we find in the Bible. Remembering the Bible is like a library of books. In the Old Testament itself, you have the Old Testament, the books comment on other books. So it's a very strong biblical theme, that idea of the seed growing to the tree. Well, this is from the Gospel, Luke chapter 9, verses 51 to 54. When the days drew near for Jesus to be received up, he set his face to go to Jerusalem. And he sent messengers ahead of him who went and entered a village of the Samaritans to make ready for him. But the people would not receive him there because his face was set to Jerusalem. And when his disciples, James and John, saw it, they said to Jesus, "Lord, do you want us to bid fire to come down from heaven and consume them? But Jesus said, you do not know what manner of spirit you are of. Do you want us to bid fire to come down from heaven and consume them? But Jesus said, you do not know of what manner of spirit you are of. What fire? What lightning? Is the fire that they wanted to call down from heaven the same that we saw last week that Jesus said when he said, I saw Satan fall as if like lightning from heaven? And what spirit is it that Jesus says they are of? There are a number of episodes in the Old Testament, of course, where fire falls from heaven. And indeed, the theme of fire, both in Old and New Testaments, has a kind of doubleness, an ambiguity about it. For of course, fire can be destructive as judgment, or it can be purgative as judgment leading to redemption. Fire can be destructive to the burning down of to ashes, or it can be the purging, I guess, of base metal into something purer. So what fire? There are a number of episodes in the Old Testament where fire falls from heaven. Elijah calls down fire to consume the sacrifice, and he's taken up from a fiery chariot from heaven. But most famous of all, of course, is probably the destruction of Sodom by fire and brimstone falling upon it. You remember the story. Abraham is told by these angels that they are off to destroy Sodom, and Abraham bargains with God. Look, will you destroy it? There's 80 righteous men, and God says, sure. Will there be 60, 40, 50? The whole theme is bartering until he gets down to 10 and says 10. And God says, sure, I'll spare it. But of course there's not 10 righteous men. Well, this poem's by Anna Akhmatova, probably one of the major Russian 20th century poets, who suffered quite a bit under Stalin, by the way. And this poem's called Lot's Wife, because remember, Lot and his family are the ones in Sodom who show hospitality to the angels, and the angels tell him, you better clear off. Lot, of course, is related to Abraham. So Anna Akhmatova has written a poem about another apparently incidental character in the biblical text, Lot's wife. And Lot's wife looked back and became a pillar of salt. And the just man followed God's ambassador here, huge and bright against the mountain black. But alarm spoke loudly in the woman's ear. It's not too late. You can still look back at red-towered Sodom, where you were born, at the square where you sang, where you sat to spin, at the windows of the house forlorn, where you bore your beloved husband, children. She looked, deadly pain found the fault. Her eyes couldn't see if they saw or not, and her body became translucent salt. Her lively feet were rooted to the spot. She's seen as a kind of loss, and yet who will grieve for this woman, cry for this wife? My heart alone will never forget. For a single look, she gave up her life. For a single look, she gave up her life. Well, what is it and why was it that Lot's wife turned around and looked back when she'd been warned expressly not to? Why was it? I'm not too sure what Anna Akhmatova is saying, but she seems to imply that it had something to do with a kind of looking back at where all her life had been and the life of her family, a kind of plaintive, poignant looking back, and for her pains, well, she's turned into a translucent pillar of salt. That's one way to read it, I guess. But what if there's another way to read it? This is my point about Emily Dickinson's looking at things aslant. Yes, it sounds very nice, it can be very nice, and yet it can also say something not very nice at all. Let's think back to Luke. When the disciples said, let's call fire down upon this Samaritan town that won't receive you, do you think that maybe those disciples had in mind Sodom and Gomorrah? Because after all, it was very much a part and parcel of the thinking of the people. Sodom and Gomorrah, bywords of sin and destruction, bring fire down and destroy them. What kind of spirit did the disciples have? Did the disciples want to be nearby and watch the fire fall down and gloat? The picture in Akhmatova's reading of Genesis, a picture of Lot's wife following what seems to be the just man. Lot seems to be huge and bright against a mountain black, which I think is a very, very powerful picture, I think, of Lot, as it were, bright against the mountain, as it were, black. In a way, Lot is a silhouette of fire. What prompts Lot's wife to turn? We're not told, of course, in the text of Genesis. It's kind of pregnant with meaning. In fact, it's almost, I guess, begging you, challenging you to actually think about it. But how many people do think about it? At least Anna Akhmatova thought about it. And maybe, as we've been seeing, you need a poet and a writer's eye to actually get into the text. Why did she turn around? What prompted her to turn? Memories, it seems, Anna Akhmatova seems to say. She turns, and such is a blaze of light, she could not tell if in fact she could see or not see. At the moment, I'm reading Don DeLillo's Underworld, an 800-page. Rather, and I like Don DeLillo, but I don't think he's a long book writer. But be that as it may, an essential element of it is about the birth of the Cold War. And it talks about certain experiences of airmen who had to train around the bomb, the first atomic bomb blast. And I suppose it's based on true accounts, is that what they would have to do is put a pillow to their face because of the brightness of the blast. But according to reports, even though their eyes are closed, the pillow's there, they could see through and they could see the bones of their hands. Such was the radiation. And in a way, I think that adds something like that in Anna Akhmatova, a sense in which she cannot know if she is seeing or not seeing, if her eyes are closed or open. So bright is the blast. So in fact, she looks back. Something prompts her to look back.
Surely curiosity had something to do with it.
Perhaps she looks back, and she's tempted to look back. Alarm spoke loudly in the woman's ear. Anna Akhmatova doesn't actually seem to say curiosity. That might well be, but there's something else. There's almost a temptation there. You can still look back at the red-towered Sodom, at where you're brought up, and so on and so forth. And I guess she succumbs to the temptation. Like a vision, she becomes translucent, and the last stanza, as it were, the moral of this story, is in a way playing on this translucence. Her body has become translucent salt, as if she can be seen through. And in a way, that's what the poet's saying, is in fact, Isn't that the case? Haven't we always seen through her and never seen her? Have we always only seen the pillar of salt and seen through it? What of Lot's wife? Why did she turn? Was she tempted? Was it curiosity? Was it gloating? So, in a way, the poet is trying to answer to that seeing through Lot's wife and saying, we ought to see her. We ought to see her. Well, a subordinate character who is often overseen or seen through as a translucent pillar of salt is now given the solidity, a prominence. It's a little like we saw with Gwen Harwood about Cain's wife. Why isn't Cain's wife named? Who is she? Why does she have to suffer in this way? Who will grieve? Who will cry for her? Well, Akhmatova will. For a single look, she gave up her life. There's a defiance there, and in a way that mirrors Anna Akhmatova. Her husband and her suffered under Stalin, depredations. She sort of got through largely because of her fame and because probably Stalin still had and did have quite an artistic taste. But nevertheless she did suffer, like so many other poets, under Stalin. And in a sense she would risk all for her poetry. Perhaps in that way she sees something with Lot's wife. She looked back. So is Lot's wife like a martyr? Akhmatova and Harwood look to the incidentals to really make the point. They look, in other words, to apparent tangents, to the slants, we might say. They look to the margins, the things not said. She looks to these and sees something that speaks almost privately, that speaks to her soul. She sees another. Only the margins and incidentals are often short, precise, compact asides. See, that's the point about incidentals. It's like clues, I guess, isn't it? They usually are not really obvious, or if they are, then they're obviously hidden, as it were. But often the margins, the hints, are exactly that. They're short, precise, compact, little asides that you really have to read carefully. You can't gloss over as if it's a public text that you just pick up at the airport and read for entertainment's sake. You have to read like a poet or a writer. One of the major theorists, philosophers, who had a lot of engagement with literature and has influenced a lot of literary theory, was Jacques Derrida. And Derrida was very, very serious about margins. Indeed, many of his collections were brought together under the term margins, asides, allusions. And what I found remarkable when I was doing my doctorate, I had a lengthy part on Derrida, was just how few people actually take Derrida seriously about often what he says quite plainly. If the meaning and the play of the trace is in the margins, then ought we not to look at the allusions and margins in Derrida himself? And a good case in point that was part of my PhD was this, some conference paper, was Derrida reading of Plato. I'll just give you this as an example. It's in a text that's actually called Denials. It's very interesting. But he's talking about Plato and he's saying that the pharmakon is a term that can mean wizard, sorcery, or like a chemist. A pharmaceutical in the Greek can be a poison or it can be something of a remedy. There's an ambiguity, so Derrida likes that. And he talks about Plato's pharmakon, how it's this whirl of seeming and ambiguity and a play of the trace. And he refers to the Phaedrus. Plato's text of Phaedrus, where Socrates says about the invention of writing. And he says that writing, I guess this goes back to an earlier myth, that writing was invented by an Egyptian god, Thoth. And Thoth, he explains, is the Greek Hermes. Is the Greek Hermes. Sorry?
I thought that would be no.
No, well, this is in it. But it says it's a Greek Hermes. So, what he's saying is, Hermes is the inventor of writing. And it's trickery. He says, look, it's trickery. Because it makes you think that you have the presence of meaning, but Hermes plays with it. So we shouldn't have writing. And of course the obvious point is, well, isn't this in a written text? But it gets even stranger, because it's on Derrida here. It's this. Derrida says an aside in a sentence, like an aside that's not, and I haven't seen any people comment on it. He says, Hermes, whom Plato never mentions. Says that. Now, I guess you could say, well, apart from Phaedrus, Plato never mentions. The interesting thing is this. In that same essay, Derrida cites 3 times the Platonic text, the Cratylus. And the Cratylus is about language. Language. And Socrates is talking to about 2 or 3 other people. And one of these people is what I call Hermogenes. Anyway, these people are asking Socrates, what does my name mean? What does my name mean? And then comes to Hermogenes, and he's a bit of a straight man, a bit of the butt of other people's humour in the text. And Socrates says, well, your name comes from Hermes. And that's when Socrates says Hermes is a trickster, both true and false, and all language, spoken language, expresses his character. Now, in other words, Plato does mention Hermes. And he mentions Hermes in a context that is exactly the kind of context and passage Derrida loves, about language being this ambiguous play of seeming. Just as with the writing. Writing is this ambiguous play of seeming. So, what do we think? Has Derrida made a mistake? See, he cited the Cratylus 3 times in his essay, and that is a passage that is absolutely accords with Derrida's philosophy. There's no way he could not know of that passage. No way. And yet, there in Derrida's text is Hermes, whom Plato never mentions. An aside, an incidental. But you see, by saying that, by playing on denial, in order to actually point to a presence, he's actually doing it in accord with the subject of Hermes. Because Hermes in the Cratylus and in the Phaedrus is a player of ambiguity and trickery. And that's what Derrida's done. He's played on an aside of trickery. Hermes, whom Plato never mentions. And it's like, well, yes, he does. So why does Derrida play with that incidental, that margin? In other words, as I say, and people have written books on that essay, and they haven't brought this up. That's what I find remarkable. What is this inability to actually treat seriously an aside or a clue, an allusion? And that's why it's so important to read the good poets and writers who engage with the biblical text, because like Anna Akhmatova, we might not agree with her view of Lot's wife, like with Gwen Harwood, but the point is what they have done. They've taken an incidental text and gone in deeper. We might think 2 of these. Let's go back back to Genesis and the whole destruction of Sodom. As I said, it's preceded by Abraham's arguing God down, but it's also preceded by Lot's quibbling and prevaricating, such that the angels actually have to drag him out. God makes haste to destroy the cities, and yet is on a number of levels frustrated. First Abraham haggles, and it's almost as if God goes, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, 70. Okay, yeah, 60. Come on, let's get, okay, 40, sure. We're going to get on with it, okay, 20, right. All right, look, 10, sure, get on, we'll get on with it. And when he sends the angels down to Sodom, it's that prevaricating, come in, spend the night here. And everything that happens there, until finally the angels could take it no more and they basically drag him out. And thus, I guess in a way, when it comes to 1917, Genesis chapter 19 verse 17, flee for your life, do not look back or stop. But Lot's wife looked back and she became a pillar of salt. What is going on there? Perhaps it was curiosity. Perhaps it was a kind of temptation of nostalgia. Look back just one last time. And after all, if you think about it, that's a theme in the Bible. Don't look back. Don't look back to Egypt to start grumbling and wish you'd just stayed there and gone back. Or as Jesus says, no man who puts their hand to the plough looks back is worthy for the kingdom of God. It doesn't mean not doing history and think, but there is something there, something that hints. Well, what sort of spirit wants to look at fire engulfing a city? What was the spirit in John and James and the disciples? A gloating one, a vindictive one the disciples evidenced, such that Jesus had to rebuke them? Or indeed, Jesus' words there seem to be of disbelief. You don't know what kind of spirit you're speaking from. How much we can draw from one very, very little passage if we pay attention to apparent incidentals. How much we can also draw as to who we are and why we read and why we often miss the incidentals. Abraham argued and bartered over Sodom. What didn't he bargain with and barter for? That's right. Isn't it strange that when it comes to his child, and the same with Ishmael, his other child by Hagar, isn't it strange that he's shown to be haggling over Sodom, but it's like when it comes to the life of his only, or the son of the promise, he seems to go dumb and mute and says nothing. Well, now we're turning to a book.
Moving on, is there any symbolism in the translucent pillar of salt? What does salt signify?
I'm not too sure. What do you think? Some might argue, well, look, in that area there's lots of sort of pillars of sodium or whatever it is that forms salt. Pardon my ignorance. But I'm not too sure that really so much explains.
Because it's essential ingredient, essential to life.
I suppose you could say that, but maybe that's something. But okay, we're moving to a book, and it's by William Golding, not Lord of the Flies. No, I do have the conch. It's what is a masterpiece. Darkness Visible. It's William Golding. Darkness Visible. The conch fell down. It begins in the Second World War, and it's following an air raid, and everything's fiery in London, and the firefighters are out. So we're following an air raid on London's docks. A team of soldiers are helping to restore some order. Their machine is wrecked, it's been hit by a bomb, and they're standing there looking down the road. They're rather helpless and forlorn. Way down the road it's fire and flames and demolished buildings. And we read, they were staring straight down the road into the bush, the furnace. They were staring straight down the road into the bush, the furnace. Of course, referring to it as a bush has the sense of the burning bush. Goes on. Tomorrow all might be dark, dreary, dirty, broken walls, blind windows. But just now there was so much light that the very stones seemed semi-precious stones, a version of the infernal city. Tomorrow all might be dark, dreary, dirty, broken walls, blind windows, but just now there was so much light that the very stones seemed semi-precious stones, a version of the infernal city. A red curtain of flame fluttered near the white heart of the fire and was consumed by it. All the soldiers there stare into the fire. There, quote, at the point where the world had become an open stove, there something moved. Goes on. What had seemed impossible and therefore unreal was now a fact and clear to them all. A figure had condensed out of the shuddering backdrop of the glare. A child, burnt badly, swollen, stumbling. One of the men recalls the moment that this child appeared, quote, to be in a state of, as it were, indecision as to whether he was a human shape or merely a bit of flickering brightness. Was it the apocalypse? Nothing could be more apocalyptic than a world so ferociously consumed. The child comes out, and they call the child. The child was called number 7. Later the child is called Matty. And that's what the book is about, is Matty's life. Brought up in the orphanage and schools and the people he meets, but the strangeness, the kind of angelic visitations and dreams. Here is this boy, the origin of which no one knows. Who were his parents? It is as if he were formed in that furnace and appears out of that furnace, out of something like the infernal city, but of course at the same time out of being called number 7, the book of Revelation. And of course, like I suppose the young men who are consumed in the furnace of fire of the king of Babylon. The book ends, I won't get specific or anything, I mean I do have to mention this, but the book ends with Matty, which seems to be a vision, though we're not quite sure. And in a vision it's like he's being consumed, returning as if gold in the furnace. From fire, out of fire, to return to fire. That's a journey of Matty. It's a strange journey of apparent initiations and a slow sense of prophetic-like enactment. In other words, what happens with Matty is that he starts to enact all the prophets, or the major prophets, especially Ezekiel. And it might please you to know that Matty actually comes to Australia. He has some experience in Australia, and he actually enacts something like Ezekiel does in Darwin, outside the parliament there, whatever it's called in the territory. The play is on the book of Revelations, and number 7 of Ezekiel's chariot, the 3 young men in the fiery furnace. And all of these themes, this was written in 1979, all of these themes are actually used by Patrick White in his book, Riders in the Chariot. The Merkabah, the divine chariot, as I've said, is a theme in Ezekiel which is taken up later in Jewish mysticism and indeed certain aspects of Christian mysticism. It's a notion of the cosmic Holy of Holies and his fiery presence, and it's married to the idea of when Elijah is taken up in the fiery chariot. But it's also Ezekiel's vision in the first couple of chapters, and it has to do with entering into the fiery, all-consuming presence of God. And Patrick White's book, Riders in a Chariot, is likewise plays on that and precedes this. In fact, Jim Packer, the librarian at WEA, argues that he feels that Golding is sometimes having digs at Patrick White. Whether or not that's true or not, I'm not too sure. Matty constantly refers to his Bible. And in Darwin he does what Ezekiel did, acting out a kind of prophetic message. There he acts out the building of a tower out of matchboxes. All through, Matty is moving, searching, trying to find something. What? He doesn't know what. He goes through rituals, prophetic reenactments, and it's that sense of puzzlement, out of fire, formed by fire, to return to fire. He begins to meet with what seem to be angels, and they seem to be preparing him. But for what? Throughout the book, there is a must, a kind of command that propels him, that issues forth from the darkness incomprehensible, a darkness that also happens to be blindingly bright. A bit like the confusion, do you see or you don't see? One in which everything seems to fuse together, becomes golden, even translucent. To look into the fire, into this fire that is brought down from heaven, to look into the burning of a great city, here it's London, not Sodom, is to see something incomprehensible begin to form. To see darkness visible. This is actually from Darkness Visible when he's actually in Australia. He's journeying through the outback and in lagoons and so forth. And one night Matty turns his eye to the sky to see if he might find some help there. Then lo, high in the sky he saw a familiar constellation. It was Orion, the hunter, glittering, but with his dagger bursting fiery up. Matty's cry stirred the birds awake like a false dawn, and in the silence after they had settled again, he understood the roundness of the earth and the terror of things hung in emptiness. The sun moving the which way, the moon on its head. And when he added in the ease with which people lived in the midst of majesty and terror, then the rusty hinge creaked round, and the question which went with him always changed and became clearer. Not, who am I? What am I? How can I help until I know what I am? After that, when he woke up, he found that saying his portion aloud was not the thing to do. It was bad enough having to talk or listen to talk when you had the question there all the time. And because he could not answer the question or know what it meant or how to ask it, certain consequences began to come clear in much the way that the question itself had creaked into a new form. He saw that he must move. And he even had a time of wondering if this might not be the real reason why people moved or wandered the way Abraham did. Golding has picked up on something very, very important there. When we look at the Torah, when we look at the overarching narrative of the first 5 books of the Bible, and indeed you could argue that this is all through the Bible, what we find in the Torah is that theme, the expulsion from Eden and the journey to the promised new Eden, the promised land. So what we find is expulsion, and then the murder, and then Cain goes out and he begins to find the first cities. In other words, settlements. But that is wrong and is somehow tainted. And the scattering continues, but the cities grow, and then there's great evil, and the water comes down, and the flood wipes them out. And after the flood, a new beginning. And what happens in the new beginning? Well, they all scatter and journey out. But then Babel occurs, and Babel is again the attempt at building a city-state, a temple city, in which they will create a unity and a stability and stop the scattering. So what does God do? He comes down and scatters them. And over time they start to settle down, and in the great city, Ur of the Chaldees, one fellow, Terah, is told, you and your family, you must leave Ur and go into the wilderness to the land I will show you, out in the boondocks. So Terah takes his family with him, but alas, obviously cannot do it. So he settles down. So it falls to one member of Terah's family, one son, who is Abraham, later to be called Abraham. And Abraham is told, journey. And he journeys to the land, and he has to journey around the land, and with his son Isaac later, and Jacob, and of course Joseph and the rest of his brothers. There is journeying and then settlement in a strange land, in exile, and then of course the Exodus, and the Israelites are taken out, and they grumble and moan, and there they are, wandering for 40 years in the wilderness. And you would think the ending should be Joshua. They should go into the land, but that's not how it ends. In fact, it ends on the threshold. The journey is not complete. And Moses, a great figure, dies, but before he dies, God has some rather horribly displeasing things to tell him, which is, if you think it's going to be any better when they get into the land, think again, they're going to be really wicked, and I'm going to have to throw them out of the land, so they'll be wandering again in exile. And if you think of when Jesus says, the Son of Man has no place to rest his head. Or in Hebrews where it says, we are strangers in this world. Or the theme, I guess, in the Second Vatican Council of pilgrimage. It sounds all cute, but in fact, there's an essential element there of, kind of, to borrow Heinlein's phrase, strangers in a strange land. That is the theme through the Bible. A sense of wandering, a sense of journey, a sense of lostness, even when not literally wandering. And I guess that's the human condition. What are we? Such strange creatures we are. I'm sure the angels don't have doubts or puzzles. Animals certainly don't, but we do. We're strange creatures because angels aren't like us, but we are both intellectual and fleshly. We are the join of the heavens and the earth. And thus, in a way, we are always rather unsettled. And that's the theme of Matty. But here's the other point. You don't look back. And that's exactly what they did in the Exodus, of course. They kept looking back to Egypt and desiring to be back home in the safety of maybe slavery, but you had lots of good stuff to eat. As I said, as Jesus says, no one puts their hand to the plough and looks back as worthy of the kingdom of God. It doesn't mean, of course, that, as I said, there's no history or anything like that. I think what it means is get rid of nostalgia. Get rid of nostalgia. There's no going back to Eden. In fact, where we are going is far greater. But that requires faith. That requires transcendence. Whereas looking back to the beginning, to a great golden age, can be pleasing, but it's fundamentally a lie. And I suppose will destroy you ultimately. When one looks at a lot of modern contemporary art, modern art, from especially the 19th century onwards, more and more it's suffused with a sense of nostalgia. De Chirico's works of those long, empty boulevards, arcades. I think what haunts a modern period is nostalgia that really masks an empty space, is an empty void. But like Matty, I think William Golding is saying, Matty is like Abraham. There is that sense of the wandering, of a searching, of a seeking. I'll finish there for this hour. We'll be returning to it a bit in a second now. Finish it.
All these points are very challenging and interesting. Is it that if man keeps looking back, he can never accept the moment of the now, and therefore you're hindered on moving on?
But I think there probably is something like that. I think the hindering is when one keeps looking back. And I'm sure that, obviously there are lessons to be learned from history, but I think if one keeps looking back, it's just frustrating. It's impossible. To put it bluntly, you're never going to return to the womb. You're never going to be able to reclaim your childhood. That's not to say that one doesn't reflect and have nice thoughts, but I think so much of our culture is almost predicated on that idea of stopping the clock, be it Botox or what have you. It's, if we ban all cigarettes entirely and have people drink alcohol reasonably, maybe we'll all live forever. That kind of thought, I think. So I think, yes, I think it hinders. Yeah.
Thank you, Robert. Three short questions. Is that the same Golding that wrote Lord of the Flies?
That's right.
Right, okay.
The Nobel Prize winner.
The second question is, I was thinking of Lord of the Flies during your talk. To what degree would that Darkness Visible be a sequel, Lord of the Flies, which really challenges, I think, us? And the third question is, remember as young religious we were told we'd be trusted in the, what is it now? We'll be trusted like gold in the fiery furnace or something.
Yeah.
Something that scared the daylights out of us. None of us want to be trusted with gold. Where does that come from? Is it just a theme of fire?
Yeah, very much. It's well, you'll find it in, I don't know if it's 1 Peter or 2 Peter, but also St. Paul, when he says our works will be tested as if by fire to see what stands. And I guess it's a common enough theme throughout all cultures, the sense of fiery purging and such. I mean, that's a major theme, I guess, of grace, is that the cross turns retributive justice into purgative justice. So the punishment that would end in death now ends in life. So fire that might destroy, the fire of hell that might destroy, is now turned, you could say, into the fire of heaven that purges and saves from hell, that kind of stuff. I want to actually return to that theme in the second hour. So
Robert, there's just too much there. It's almost impossible. And I was thinking that the reason why we don't look at the incidentals is we never leave the passage. It's been so evocative. I was reflecting on the looking part, and there's so much of that, and you mentioned some of them. There was Eve, and she looked at the apple, and it was good for the eyes. There's a warning in the New Testament about watching the eyes and what you see. And David looked at Bathsheba, and things happened. You have to look too carefully.
Well, that's the point, yeah.
Yeah. But the other thing that concerns me too is that there's a sort of paradox here about moving and pressing forward, which is very clearly there. Paul said, I press forward, I press onward. But then you're asking a question like, who are we? And that requires looking back, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much.
Looking back is not just history, it's looking back at ourselves. Who are we? And we need to do a bit of looking back. I don't know, I'm confused. I'm not confused, it's just wonderful.
I think a good answer to that is what the prophets do. Many people misunderstand the prophets. I mean, clearly there is foretelling in the prophets, but that's not the major components of the biblical prophets. The major component of the biblical prophets is the use of history. The use of history. And they use history in a judicial sense, insofar as they say, who are you? You are a covenant people, elected for this purpose, to serve others. You're not doing it. You've broken the covenant, and this is what's going to happen to you, and look at past patterns and so on and so forth. Quite plainly, we only know the future through the past and through reflection. But it's more the way in which we use the past. Do we use the past, like I say, like those 19th century Victorian painters who, would paint these sort of the dying, setting sun of old ruins of Greece, that kind of stuff that just ends up kitsch? Or do you use the past to actually say, this is how the future should be? The city of God is coming. Consequently, we must now look at how we start to prepare and begin to build for the city of God. So I think it's a very different way of looking at things. So the Israelites in the Exodus, no, we should go back. Once you, look, I suppose anybody would know, if you're trying to lead a whole lot of people through awful circumstances, and you've got lots of them going, boy, wasn't it fantastic back there? You remember the cucumbers we had all of these, wasn't that fantastic? Well, you've got problems. You're not going to go forward if that's going on. And I think it has that sense. So that when we come to the New Testament, the major theme of the Holy Spirit is, as it were, the incarnation of the Holy Spirit, as it were, as the church. And the church is, of course, with the Spirit, is defined by going out. Going out. Evangelism and mission are an essential element of the church, because it means it's not static. It's going out into all the world. And that's what St. Paul says in Ephesians. The glory of the body of Christ, which is the church, is going out, filling all the world. All the world. And I think, going back to that hindering, I think that's what happens, is that when people start to dwell on nostalgia and all that, it cripples. Maybe, there's a similar thing with counselling. People who are too focused on some horrible thing that's happened in the past. And yes, they need justice to heal it. But if justice has come and so forth, and if they still continue, well, they're not doing themselves any favours. They're hindering, they're crippling themselves. And I guess, we all have a responsibility to others to help each other. So, look, and I'll just say, I forgot to answer one. When you said, do you think that this was a kind of sequel to Lord of the Flies? Look, I don't think so, because you see, in William Golding's works, he comes back again and again to many similar themes, and he said, he was very insistent on this, without a doctrine of original sin, if you don't treat original sin seriously, you can't write good literature. Golding was actually pretty eccentric. It's actually stressed. But that, like T.S. Eliot, he had that in common. Unless you treat sin seriously, you don't have good literature. And of course, Lord of the Flies, it's all about the kids. Is about a kind of new Eden almost that very quickly becomes poisoned. Remember, there's a kind of intimation of the serpent by one of the boys. He starts to say, I've seen the beast, and lurking, and of course the beast is in them, is them.
I'll be very quick. I've got a little reputation for talking. Now, during your lecture, there's a kind of a cloud in front of me. Do you realise, Robert, that many of us in the room here have never had a chance to study scripture or much at all? Because at school we were perhaps given Bible stories and things like that. Then when we left school we went to universities, or people married and we had work to do. So a lot of what you're doing today is very new to, I think, many of you. You're making very clear. Now, the second thing was, this gentleman mentioned the apple. Would you please give us the Greek or Hebrew etymology of what Eve did offer Adam? What did she actually offer him? Wasn't an apple, we know.
It was just a fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. I guess apples is just so interesting. It's a way that I suppose has become in iconography, as it were, of it. So it's got a life of its own. In the Hebrew, no, in the Hebrew it's not. As for the Septuagint Greek, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to go and look that up. So.
I think we knew it wasn't an apple.
Okay, well, maybe it was a banana, but they were too expensive. Temptation to riches, that's what it was. Bananas. Okay, we'll have a break.
When you talked about the nostalgia of the 19th, 20th century art, I mean, there's a fine line between what becomes nostalgic kitsch in the 19th century and what is looking back to the past of, say, Turner, using images from the past to illustrate their works. But that starts in the 17th century, with Poussin and, looking at the idyllic past of the Romans, the Greeks.
I think Poussin's a very, very good example of that. It's probably, thinking about it, the first one that I can think of at the moment in the kind of the modern age that really represents it. Yeah, I think very much so. Because when you look at, say, Renaissance, they might do similar themes of pagan, but they're not nostalgic.
No, but they only begin to use backgrounds, in the late Renaissance. They're not using background singing. That comes in very late.
They use background in later, but the background is clearly subordinate to the foreground.
Because it's right in the distance.
Oh, and because it's a theatre of the divine, whereas you're right, in the modern period, and this is very clearly expressed, say, in the Dutch painting of the 17th century, is when you get the landscape proper, as we know, where you have immense cloudscapes and just a few trees, and if there's any figures in it, that big. That, I would argue, is very much emblematic of what happens with the sundering of communion. Suddenly you're getting, it's not lonely, but it's like, it's starting to get empty nature. Humanity's dwarfed by it, and including, townscapes, the cathedral can be dwarfed, it's like, but I guess as the modern period goes on, that vastness of space becomes empty space. It becomes empty until, and that's why I think I did, as comparing certain of the kind of arcade vistas that you find in the pre-modern, They're not empty, but then you look at it, say with De Chirico, they're empty.
Well, terribly.
Yeah, terribly empty. Or like Edward Hopper later on in American Escape, you know. And I actually think pop art is really nostalgia. And the reason I said it, you probably won't, but have a look at Yellow Submarine. The thing. You look at psychedelia, and pop art had very much a lot to do with psychedelia. You look at it, it's Edwardian nostalgia. It's just Victorian Edwardian nostalgia all through, and it's like here's the LSD, the hallucinations, and all they can really do in their art is like a return to things like Victorian Edwardian, Art Nouveau, and stuff like that. It's like, gosh, it's really quite telling. And even Beatles, you know, dressing Sgt. Pepper's. What's that? That's Edwardian. It's like, honestly, have a look at psychedelic stuff. And that's why I'd argue with pop art. In a way, it's like kind of nostalgia becoming present.
Going back to what we finished on was the fruit of the tree of knowledge. Is that intended to be a full fruit of the tree of knowledge?
That's the Hebrew translation.
Yes.
Yeah, look, it is, I imagine it's pareed Hebrew, the fruit. Thank you.
You only have a little, so I won't bring, so nibble.
I want that one. Thank you.
Excuse me.
It's, I mean, obviously the accent is what makes a fruit, you know, knowledge of good and evil, that's the accent on it. But that's the interesting thing as well when you read Torah, because of course, as they go along, there's no returning to innocence before them, you know, so you only know good. There's no merit in the innocent abroad. In point of fact, the law is given to actually exacerbate and help you to distinguish more between good and evil, clean and unclean, impure. And in fact, that's the major theme now, is how do you actually distinguish? And you're going to have to distinguish not in outward acts, but the inwards. And that's why the Torah says, it's all very well and fine for them to be circumcised in the flesh, but there has to be a circumcision of the heart. And that's the major issue that goes through all the Bible is, well, no, you can't just judge on externals. It's about the heart, what the true intentions and motives are, and who knows the heart. As Jeremiah says, who can know the human heart so desperately wicked? And I think, so that's another part of this idea that you can go back to a kind of pre-lapsarian, pre-fall innocence and, everything's really lovely. Well, no. And that's why when Jesus says to the apostles, you be wise as serpents and as harmless as doves, meaning there's no merit in being naive. There's no merit. In fact, you could say there's a species of nostalgia, that sense of, the happy fool abroad. Well, you're a fool. And that's wrong. You shouldn't be.
Elaborate on the circumcision bit, because
in polite company, no.
Talking of that, actually, I've just had my grandson on 9 weeks, and his mother wants him circumcised. Do you know it's not custom? Isn't that right? And she was born in North Shore Hospital, and she wants, she made inquiries there. And the obstetrician said, no, it's not recommended, it's not, etc. And it's taken her, well, it's going to have to be done at a later date, because she's taken a long time to find somebody who will do it. Now that's over in Randwick, she's done something there, because, they're all Jews in this.
Or you could do it in Ashford, because Muslims get circumcised.
Yeah, right. So,
arrange it before the birth.
I know, well, we never knew there was that. mean, I don't understand until I came to my desk. Particularly when I'm looking at the institution, you know, they're promoting circumcision in Africa to prevent accidents. He said there's only been one study done on it and it's not good enough. So I thought, well, that's a good one. But circumcision is not only practiced in the Middle East by the Jews.
It's by the Egyptians.
Yes, but it's practiced by people who don't have a lot of water. But also you have sand and bricks and things like that to make it.
That's right.
Well, as one priest said, you live in the desert and you know what they do it.
Yeah, well, that's right, yes. So it's not necessary in a country like this. But what are the references through the Old Testament? I mean, you touched on
Side to darkness visible. There's another side to darkness visible. And in a way this shows something of an ambiguity that is like in the Emily Dickinson looking at things aslant, or the Derrida on Hermes whom Plato never mentions, and so forth. It's this. This is from the book The Masonic Ritual Ceremony of Raising to the Third Degree. Quote, "The light of a master mason is darkness visible. The light of a master mason is darkness visible." I should stress this isn't a kind of conspiracy made up. This is from a proper book. The light of a master mason is darkness visible. It also has references elsewhere. This is from Milton's Paradise Lost, Book 1. "A dungeon horrible on all sides round, as one great furnace flamed, yet from those flames no light, but rather darkness visible, served only to discover sights of woe." A dungeon horrible on all sides round, as one great furnace flamed, yet from those flames no light, but rather darkness visible, served only to discover sights of woe. Or Pope, this is from Pope's The Dunciad, Book 4. "Of darkness visible so much be lent, as half to show, half veil the deep intent. Of darkness visible so much be lent, as half to show, half veil the deep intent." These references are given by Walter Hanna in his book The Darkness Visible, A Revelation Interpretation of Freemasonry. It came out in 1952. Walter Hanna was, I think, not a Mason. He may well have been, but he had an academic interest in the subject, and also I tend to think that he wanted to reveal its influence in the Anglican Church. Of course, I don't think it's any secret that in England, from at least the 20s onwards, Masonry was, well, part and parcel of the Anglican establishment. I guess certain areas to this day, I guess one thinks of Prince Philip, I suppose, being Grand Master Mason. In Australia, I suppose, Masonic influence tended to be more in Presbyterianism. I know when I was a Presbyterian, a friend of mine was a student minister back in the 80s and out at a country parish, which I won't name, and it was a very big issue even then, the role of Masons as elders. Whether or not it's now, I doubt it. I think Masonry's rather had its day and has died somewhat of a slow, lingering death. Maybe I'm wrong, but be that as it may. The point is, of all these quotes, is that darkness visible is, of course, a paradox. Darkness, yet visible. And that's obviously played on within the Masonic ritual, as it is in any esoteric group. For Milton, the paradox is there, and the paradox only reveals sights of woes. But clearly Golding has had that in mind as one great furnace flame, yet from those flames darkness visible. Pope brings out the ambiguity, the sense in which you can play on dissimulation. You know, darkness visible lends you ability to show, yet veil, the deep intent behind an action. In the break, we were talking about the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And one of the things that is brought out in the Torah, and this, I guess, has relevance to what we were saying in the first hour, is this. With the fall comes knowledge of good and evil. There is no going back. There's no going back. You cannot get to a pre-lapsarian, that is a pre-fall state of innocence. You can't. And people who claim to be innocents abroad, or kind of fools, tend to be passive aggressives who use it in a rather manipulative fashion. Oh look, gee, I didn't mean to do that. Oh gee, aren't I innocent abroad? And they're not. They're actually just really manipulative people. In fact, the Torah exacerbates it. As St. Paul points out, the law actually increases your ability to distinguish between good and evil. It tells you, choose the good, reject the evil, here's what good looks like, here's what evil looks like, and so on and so forth. It multiplies. But that was the point about circumcision, is you cannot actually tell solely from exterior marks. Someone's got the mark of circumcision on their flesh, does not mean, therefore, they're holy people. It can mean that they're using that mark as a means, like Pope says, to half show, half veil a deeper malicious intent. And that's the theme of the prophets, of course, is to circumcise the heart. The new covenant has needed to circumcise the heart, and of course, I shouldn't have to say, that's the theme in the New Testament, that is, of the giving of the Holy Spirit in order to begin the inner purging that we are called to cooperate with. So, the major theme is to have a continuity between outside and inside. It is not to get rid of the outside, it's so that they're in continuity, so you're not lying to dissimulate and manipulate others. Consequently, there's no going back to an innocence. In fact, you have to actually know good and evil now in very deep, profound ways. Not, as many would argue, well, you can only know evil if you do it. That's nonsense. But, as Jesus said, be you wise as serpents, but as harmless as doves. As I say, there's no merit in being a fool, in being naive or innocent. In point of fact, especially for clergy, there's a command. You must know something of the intricacies of the wickedness of the heart. In fact, that's really what moral theology is about, I guess. Darkness visible. It's that play on the ambiguity such that what seems to be present isn't, and what is absent is what is really present. Hannah, in his book on Darkness Visible and the Masonic Rites, notes that many of the rites of initiation and the aims of those rites, or the ostensible aims, allude to a deity, quote, by whom the gloomy, horrific and unshapen chaos was changed into a regular form and peaceful existence. It's the grand architect of Masonry, of course. It's a bit of a Platonic idea, the idea there's a chaos and a pre-creation chaos, and a God comes down and orders it. And I guess there's nothing particularly wrong in that. One might disagree with it, and that's the idea, is that the God orders the unshapen chaos and makes of it a peaceful form and existence. And that's what mirrors Matty's story in Darkness Visible. I don't know if William Golding was a Mason. It could well have been, certainly of that milieu. But it certainly is Matty's story, that working itself out. Only there's good faith on Matty's part. There's an honesty, and that honesty shows itself in that sense of, what am I? That searching, that wandering, that searching. Thus, Matty not only recapitulates the Bible in a kind of prophetic way, but in a way the book of Revelation as well. And William Golding does this far better and far more profoundly, I would argue, than William Blake or D.H. Lawrence does in their works on the book of Revelation that we explored in the first week. And I think William Golding's work may not be such great language as Blake's, but I think in terms of profundity it far, far outstrips William Blake. Matty undergoes something of an apotheosis, a kind of divinization. He becomes a god, or a god we might say. And that, I guess, is a rather common theme in esoteric, occult and other rituals. And in New Age it's a commonplace, but in point of fact it's also a point of Christian theology. That is, through the flesh of Jesus we become joined to the deity, the divinity of Jesus, and thereby, as the Orthodox would say, we become deified, divinized. Not that we become God, but as Peter puts it, I think in the second letter of Peter, we are made participators in the divine essence. We are made to participate in a divine essence. I think that's what Golding is doing, that he's not doing a kind of occult, esoteric transformation into a god, but rather the Christian theme of the divinization through Jesus. But that's the point about Golding. And I really would look at Golding wrote a lot of very, very good novels. He deserved, and he got the Nobel Prize for Literature, and he deserved it. He was an amazing writer. And yes, he wrote some duds, but he wrote a lot, but he wrote a lot of great works. What Golding is doing, ultimately, I suppose I can only guess at, and many of his great works have an obscurity about them, but not a kind of facile obscurity that I think at times Emily Dickinson tends towards. I don't mean all the time, but I do think that Emily Dickinson shows a certain facile love of secrets for their own sake, whereas William Golding, I think, doesn't. I think there's a true sense of the mystery of being that comes out in this. A bit like William Faulkner. If you read Faulkner, there's a lot of obscurity and strangeness in Faulkner's writings, but with Faulkner the fog lifts, as it were, and it becomes clear. With Golding, in a way, often the fog doesn't really lift. And I'll be coming back, I think next week, to another book of his called The Spire, which I mentioned last week. But in this way, of this kind of obscurity, again, Golding actually mirrors the Bible. If you read the prophets, especially Isaiah, it's incredibly obscure. Very obscure. Now you might think, well, that's just the prophetic genre. But in point of fact, when you actually read extra-biblical prophecy from the ancient Near East, that is, prophecy that came from maybe the Assyrians, Babylonians, Hittites and what have you, there's a great difference. First, that prophecy, or what can be called prophecy, is largely concerned with foretelling. They don't really have much of a concern for history. Secondly, it's pretty straightforward. It's basically saying to a king, go up and you'll destroy them because of God's with you. It's that clear. Now later on, of course, with things like the Sibylline oracles and the Delphic oracle, we'll see there's that sense of obscurity. But in the biblical world, a lot of these cultures, it's pretty plain. You come to Isaiah, for example, and it's incredibly strange. And it would have been to the original hearers or readers. There's an obscurity. Why? Well, one of the arguments I did in last semester at the Catholic Institute of Sydney, where I lecture, where I did a whole semester on it, was I pointed out, what is the prophet doing? He's using the language that in a way they use, the people they want to obscure the Word of God so they don't have to answer to it. So what the Word of God speaks to them is through obscure ways. It mirrors their obscurity, but it does so in order to undermine it. So there's a lot of craft, a lot of ability, a lot of sophistication, a lot of architecture, a lot of wonderment about the way the prophets write. And in that sense, I think Golding has picked up on the prophetic use of obscurity as well. I think there is a meaning in Golding. I think a lot of it evades me. I'm sure it doesn't evade others, but it certainly evades me. But that sense of obscurity is absolutely necessary. Why? Because it's about that journeying. Like Matty, we as a reader are meant to ask, what am I? What is this wandering? What is this lostness? What is this confusion of the heart that I am seeking? I remember in the Gospels when Jesus says, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened to you. What that implies, what that assumes is you are seeking, you are knocking, you are saying, I need to know, I need to find, I need the door opened. And the problem is throughout the Bible, as we saw with the Torah, from Bible and Litera and others, people want to stop. People want to stop. They want to say, be entertained, and forget the seeking, the necessity of knocking. They don't want to knock. They don't want to seek. They want to stop, because that's a point that Golding captures well. Do you know what it is you're seeking? Do you know what it is you're looking for? Because in order to know that, you have to know what it is you are. What is it to be human? I'd argue that's what Golding is bringing out through the figure of Matty, but really in that sense as an emblem for all of us. What? There's a book Golding also wrote. It's a thin book called Pincher Martin. I shouldn't say too much about it. It's a thin book, and again it's rather confusing reading. But the fog lifts, as it were, at the end, and I won't say anything about it. But again, it works on that theme of a searching, of a trying to understand, what is it? Where am I? What am I?
Is that Golding?
Yeah, when we go at Pincher Martin. In Ezekiel, in the first chapters, as I've often said before, if we actually try to kind of literalize the vision that is presented, we'll be frustrated. Because everything in Ezekiel of the vision of the divine chariot that meets him in the exile in Babylon, everything in it is only like something, only appears like something. And I think, as I mentioned before, as he describes the vision, he goes up, and at the top you see one that was like the appearance of a son of man. In other words, it's like one is like something, like the appearance of something. The chariot, the divine chariot, defies clear and precise depiction. Things wheel in and out. As I say, that's where we get our phrase, wheels within wheels. Only these wheels are covered with eyes as well on their rim. Things wheel in and out, and the entire picture is painted by a liberal use of like and likeness. And here's a telling point in many modern translations. Thankfully, things are changing a bit, and I actually think this is the good part of the change. in, I guess, the modern mass. Probably like most, there's things that I would rather not be there, but be that as it may, I think it's one of the good things of it, is that it's a bit more difficult. You see, modern translation in the 1960s fell under the spell of things like dynamic equivalence. The idea that things should be made clear. Why? Why should they? You might as well have a William Golding book translated into the kind of equivalent of the Good News Golding, let's say. The Living Golding. It would no longer be William Golding, or you might as well put Faulkner in a kind of Good News Bible version. It'd no longer be Faulkner. Stephen Prickett, an Australian academic who used to be at ANU, in his book Words and the Word, Cambridge University Press, 1986, Words and the Word, Language, Poetics and Biblical Interpretation, points out that the dominant idea in biblical translation, this is back in 86, was the idea that you clean things up. And as he says, this led to the abominations such as Good News Bible. The guiding idea was to render all obscurity totally clear. But, as Prickett points out, that is to nullify the word. And it's to actually nullify the word as it has an influence on our language. Because if you think about it, that's why the King James Version, that's why Shakespeare and all that last. Because they're not just passive. They get into the language and they change our language. And that's the same, as I say, with the Bible. For, as Prickett notes, contrary to finding appropriate equivalences, it has been precisely in those cases where there was no appropriate equivalent that the greatest impact on the host language has resulted. The greatest impact on the host language has resulted. Quote, in short, translation where there is no effective equivalent is one of the major sources of change and enrichment in a living language. It is not equivalences, but dissimilarities that force the modification and change necessary to accommodate new associative patterns of thought. It is not equivalences but dissimilarities that force the modification and the change that is necessary to accommodate new associative patterns of thought. What he's talking about there is this. The more you introduce into a language and get people to actually have to challenge and think, the more you're going to build up associative relations in your brain. And as chance luck has it, I was reading a book by a female professor in neurolinguistics that came out a few years ago called Proust and the Octopus, which is about the history of reading. And one of the major critiques of modern use of computer learning is the fact that it destroys the accent on associative learning. It narrows the frame far too much. A number of others have put that point out. And in a way, that levelling logic informed translations from the probably before the 1960s, but generally, and I guess this is what many of us don't understand, is not just in Catholic sphere, not just in the religious sphere, but the secular, like Stephen Prickett back in the 80s. This is reflective of a large change in the philosophy of translation across the board. So, one good example Prickett gives is Elijah on Mount Horeb in the Book of Kings. That's where, if you remember, Elijah goes up on Mount Horeb. His life is being hunted. Goes up there. He's in a cave. God says, the word brings him out, and he sees fire and breaking rocks and wind. And it says, but God was not in the wind, not in the fire. And then it culminates in strange Hebrew. I have a bit of a bone to pick this Father Stenhouse about this. I write a column for Annals, and I actually wrote a bit on Elijah and Horeb and actually translated it as a silent whisper, or a thin silent whisper. And he said, oh, well, no, we should do this, a still small voice, which is good, the King James, but in point of fact, it's ambiguous. There's a strange play in that Hebrew. And probably the King James Version tries best to capture that. Elijah's, as Prickett points out, original assumptions are disconfirmed by a revelation so ambiguous as to resist any modern attempt to reduce it to a direct, simple statement. So that when God speaks to Elijah, we don't know the content, we're just told something like a still small whisper, a small silent voice, a thin silence, something. All those translations are trying to bring out the strangeness and ambiguity of the Hebrew, which is there in the Hebrew. Golding with Matty's apotheosis, I think, plays upon some of this. I think the whole story of Matty is playing upon this kind of ambiguousness that means that we have to journey, that we have to wander, that we have to seek. There is a distance that the prophets have, and this is what I brought out in the last series. Often for intimacy there must be distance. And that can be the good use of obscurity. That can be the good use of coming at things at a slant. It creates an intimacy because it makes you stop and think, what is this about? And I think that's what poets like Akhmatova and Gwen Harwood and others have. I think as a poet or writer's eye, they see the illusions, the absences, the strangeness, and they go, what does this mean? And as I say, modern biblical criticism was severely critiqued from the 60s onwards, and has. And many of its ideas have been thrown out. But contemporary biblical criticism has been far more focused on narrative subtleties and structures. And that's one of the reasons old-style modern biblical criticism was shown the door in many places. But that's my point. A lot of these contemporary criticism came from secular literary scholars, because they looked at the Bible, people like Prickett, and they said, look, you don't understand what's going on here. So sometimes often we need that poet or writer's eye to see the anomalous, the ambiguous, that often, because we're too much standing still, we don't see. Analogy, I guess, is at the core of a lot of theology, and it's certainly of St. Thomas. Analogy means that we only ever really see at a distance, and our words only ever are like the word, and yet they lead us to it. It's a distance that lures us, that calls us to cross it. But in order to do that, we actually have to see it. In the Bible, and this is a return to a theme about the judgment and burning, as it were. In the Bible, there's something of a sequence. St. Paul says, in two places, work out your salvation with fear and trembling. Work out your salvation with fear and trembling. In the Proverbs, fear is the beginning of wisdom. In Proverbs, fear is the beginning of wisdom. And yet, in 1 John, perfect love casts out all fear. Perfect love casts out all fear. So, there's something of our journey, really. Work out your salvation with fear and trembling. In other words, if you don't have a fear and trembling, if you don't have a fear of God, which is the beginning of wisdom, what do you have? An idol, a cushion, something comfortable to sit with. Your God is, I suppose, a hand puppet or something like the beaver in Mel Gibson's latest film. It's nothing, it's just your voice, a comfortable voice. But when there's a sense of fear and trembling, then you have a very real sense of the otherness of God. But it doesn't finish there, of course. This side of the fall, that is necessary. And thus the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. And yet the end of wisdom, the perfection of wisdom, as 1 John says, is perfect love. It casts out all fear. How that journey operates, I think, is something that we see through all the Bible. I think this is a journey not just in the Torah, but it's through the prophets, through the rest of the writings, up through to the New Testament. It's that sense in which you look at Jesus and he uses the most explicit language about hell and punishment. But it's interesting to see with whom he uses it. He uses it to those in positions of religious and basically political power. Not because the power is wrong, but because they're not properly exercising that power of oversight. They have disciplinary authority, so Jesus says, you obey them because they sit in the seat of Moses. That it is a legitimate power of disciplinary authority, just as a church has. But the aim of that disciplinary authority is quite plainly designed to the salvation of souls, not to have others serve you. It's there for you to serve them through it, like a parent, as the author of Hebrews says, who disciplines their child. In other words, the fear that Jesus speaks of about hell has to do with those who are given the responsibility and a lot of authority in order to have the power to have that discipline and to serve others. Consequently, if the intent is in their hearts to destroy others and to corrupt it, then as Jesus says, it was better for them never to have been born. And I stress, he uses that same kind of language against the apostles, to the apostles themselves, as representative of the church. To whom much is given, much is expected. So in other words, yes, it certainly definitely applies with greatest force to those who are in positions of religious and political authority and judicial authority. But it applies to all of us to some degree. And consequently, I think that is our journey. To each and every soul, work out your salvation with fear and trembling. For the beginning of wisdom is the fear of God, and yet perfect love casts out all fear. It's a progress, as I say, that when we look at the narrative structure of Torah, we can see. I think I mentioned the fact, at the beginning of the Torah in Eden, God is presented as someone walking around in the cool of the shade of the garden. And even after the fall, Cain can be out walking after he's killed his brother and run into God. God is clearly approachable. And at other certain parts of Genesis as well. And yet then things start to become strange. And so with Abraham, where at one stage when the covenant is made, God appears as a fiery burning pot and a torch, fiery torch. And of course at the Exodus, God appears as a pillar of fire and smoke. And of course later on Mount Sinai, God appears in a fiery theophany, and most of the laity are not even to touch the mountain. And of course by the Torah's end, God is hidden away in the depth of the tabernacle. There's a progress that's gone on, and it reflects the progress not just of the violence of humanity after the fall, from the first murder on, but it also reflects something else that I mentioned at the beginning of this second hour. It reflects our growth and their growth in the knowledge of good and evil. And there's a problem. As we grow to know good and evil, I think we grow to know it more and more in ourselves. I think we start to find the hidden motives and intents and realize that we too have been passive aggressives or nasty people, and that in fact there are habits within each of us that work subtle destruction of others, especially those closest to us. I think that applies to all of us to some degree. Some are obviously worse than others, but to some degree. Consequently, if the knowledge of God is deep, is inherent within us, which it is, if we all, pagan and Christian and Jew and Muslim and atheist otherwise, if we all truly do know the witness of God within in some way, which we do, it would seem therefore that each of us is going to replicate what happened in the Garden of Eden. As soon as we begin to know good and evil within us, we begin to hide behind the trees, to hide away from God. And consequently, I guess, as it progresses, God becomes more and more fearsome. The question is why? Why does God appear as fearsome, more and more fearsome in the Torah? Why? For what purpose? Oh, we'll come back to that. Whatever the case is, fear and even terror tests our seriousness, our mettle, our discipline. In a way, it tells us not to look back. It warns us not to look back. And I guess Akhmatova has Lot's wife being tempted to look back. Well, in a way, the fear should tell us, don't look back. Don't succumb to nostalgia. And in a way, there's a very good political message in that, because, in point of fact, quite a few horrible sort of political movements tend to look back, not least the National Socialists and the whole idea of going back to a purity of land and blood, which I suppose, in a way, the Greens, I would argue, exemplify something of that today, as do many of those who, I would argue, oppose refugees. In a sense, we can look back to some mythical past of Australian history and regain it. Maybe I'm being unkind to them, but there you are. So, with fear and trembling. And here, I want to finish, if I can find it, on the poem. And I've got a whole jumble of papers. Everything's mixed up. Jonathan Edwards and the Spider. I might have to borrow something. Oh, there it is. Sorry, but thank you. No, maybe I will have that. I'll get it. They'll say.
I haven't found it.
It's the last one. The background is this. Jonathan Edwards was an early 19th century American divine, Presbyterian and Calvinist, who gave a very famous sermon called, if I remember correctly, Sinners in the Hand of an Angry God, which is all about hell, and it's a classic. And Robert Lowell is writing on this theme, Mr. Edwards and the Spider. I saw the spiders marching through the air, swimming from tree to tree that mildewed day, in latter August when the hay came creaking to the barn, but where the wind is westerly, where gnarled November makes the spiders fly into the apparitions of the sky. They purpose nothing but their ease and die, urgently beating east to sunrise and the sea. What are we in the hands of the great God? It was in vain you set up thorn and briar in battle array against the fire, and treason crackling in your blood. For the wild thorns grow tame and will do nothing to oppose the flame. Your lacerations tell a losing game. You play against a sickness past your cure. How will the hands be strong? How will the heart endure? A very little thing, a little worm, or hourglass blazoned spider, it is said, can kill a tiger. Will the dead hold up his mirror and affirm to the four winds the smell and flash of his authority? It's well if God, who holds you to the pit of hell, much as one holds a spider, will destroy, baffle, and dissipate your soul. As a small boy on Windsor March, I saw the spiders die. When thrown into the bowels of fierce fire, there's no longer struggle, no desire to get up on its feet and fly. It stretches out its feet and dies. This is the sinner's last retreat. Yes, and no strength exerted on the heat. Then sinews the abolished will. When sick and full of burning, it will whistle on a brick. But who can plumb the sinking of that soul? Josiah Hawley, picture yourself cast into a brick kiln where the blast fans your quick vitals to a coal. If measured by a glass, how long would it seem burning? Let there pass a minute, 10 trillion, but the blaze is infinite, eternal. This is death, to die and know it. This is Black Widow death. Robert Lowell doesn't particularly like Jonathan Edwards. But the point is that Lowell has actually seriously engaged with Edwards' sermon. And the point is, he's engaged with Edwards' sermon because whatever you think of Edwards' sermons, it's quite a literary masterpiece. That's why it's often in all the great anthologies. And Jonathan Edwards also, I should say, is one of the major names in American philosophy and Calvinist theology. In other words, there's a seriousness about Edwards that is taken up by Lowell. But that's when we have to go from the seriousness and fear and trembling to the love of God that casts out all fear. That will be for next week or following week. Finish here. Some of you probably want to get to Mass, but if there's any comments or questions before we go. No. Well, see you then next week. Okay, I'll read first of all from Macaulay's 6 Days of Creation from the 5th day. Tomorrow is the time of the paradisal man. In first darkness he began a soup of slime. Tomorrow will emerge from every living form, from another tendril, bud and corm, this strident urge. In him will be comprised the world as animal, organs in their dim cabal, in paradise, eye, membrane, genital, the flesh of Christ. T.S. Eliot said that the most important thing to remember and the theme that ought to inform all good literature was original sin, the doctrine of original sin. And in fact, when you look at T.S. Eliot's life, he began, of course, in the sort of upper bourgeoisie of Boston, Unitarian liberalism. Liberalism, theological and otherwise, has always been largely upper middle class, and that no more so than Unitarianism in America. And Eliot had been brought up in that. He found it very much wanting, and of course in 27 became an Anglican, became a very serious Anglican, and later on wrote in his critical essays on literature, the most important theme was the doctrine of original sin, a doctrine that Unitarianism tended to deny. W.H. Auden as well, I think one of the other great English poets of the 20th century, W.H. Auden wrote this in his book of essays, A Dyer's Hand. These are sort of taken from various essays. In the real world, no hatred is totally without justification, no love totally innocent. No hatred is totally without justification, no love totally innocent. And elsewhere, the historical world is a fallen world. That is, though it is good that it exists, the way in which it exists is evil, being full of unfreedom and disorder. And elsewhere, but every good poem is very nearly a utopia, and every beautiful poem presents an analogy to the forgiveness of sins. Every good poem is very nearly a utopia, and every beautiful poem presents an analogy to the forgiveness of sins. What Auden meant was, of course, we live in a fallen world, and thus when people hate, often it is out of quite a sense of injustice. It is often a very real injustice. And I guess that's questions arising today, I guess, in London and other cities of England. And of course, no love is totally innocent. We all know how it can be self-serving. And yet every good poem is very nearly a utopia. It has hope. And every beautiful poem presents an analogy to the forgiveness of sins, for there can be no utopia without the forgiveness of sins. And that's W.H. Auden's point. William Golding was the same. William Golding said that the only interesting subject for literature was original sin, was the fall. Three giants, and I imagine if you look closely at any of the other great writers, you will find similar sentiments. It's what I did last year when we were looking at, some of us were looking at Bret Easton Ellis, at some of his literature and other more contemporary literature as well that is really graphic. It's not gratuitously graphic. It's really telling you what it is and how it is beneath the shiny surface of things. When a culture or a people just focus on the shining surface of things, when they can't focus on sentiment, then it's all kind of cute puppy dog things. And with that in mind, I thought I'd read you a poem that's pretty appalling. That's called Puppy Dog Be My Friend. Puppy dog, be my friend. I know that you are loyal and will stay with me to the end. I know I cannot ask for a better friend. Though you cannot speak, your eyes tell a story that makes me happy. Your soft paw makes me love you all the more. I see the way you watch me move, your loyalty all the time you prove. Puppy dog, you are my best friend. This is clear to me. Let me give you a hug and a pat. You make me so happy, my puppy dog friend. You do not ask me for a loan, you're content with a bone. You are there early in the morning when the rest are yawning, and so on and so forth. And there's a lot more poems in this book along similar lines. Of course, it's easy to sort of make fun of doggerel. The reason why I read that one particularly was because the poet's name is Ron Cray. It was Ron Cray, one of the Cray twins. Cray twins, of course, were the most notorious, vicious, nasty gangsters that ruled the roost in London, East London, in the 1960s. They were a vicious pair of twins, and very, very nasty. Very nasty. It's interesting. This isn't my book, by the way. It was by a friend who lived in London in the 90s, and actually got to know one of the Cray twins when he was in prison, and it's actually an autographed copy. I've got to give it back, which is a shame. But it's by both the Cray twins, Reg's philosophy and the poetry of Ron Cray, and it's all that horrible, sickly sentiment. As I've noted, citing Jung, the obverse of sentiment of the surface is viciousness, and I guess the poetry of puppy dogs and elsewhere in very New Age sentiments by the Cray twins fits that perfectly. Our desire is for immediacy, and yet it is a desire that too often serves a conceit. We desire an immediacy with the biblical text, with God, but that immediacy is often, as I say, a conceit, and often displays itself in a kind of sentimental mysticism, New Ageism, and puppy dogs. There is a discipline in keeping distance, one that our modern world has little patience for, and that we see in the reading of the biblical text as well. You need a discipline to have patience to keep a distance. Too close, we do not see the gift. In fact, we only begin to feel ingratitude because we don't get the continual thrill of the mystical feeling. Well, this is a kind of introduction to another William Golding book called The Spire. It's an age at the Dean of the Cathedral. This is set in a medieval period. I think it's either the building of Norwich or Lincoln Cathedral Spire, which was quite a wonder of the time because it was so tall. And this is what it's about. Jocelyn, the Dean of the Cathedral, he wants to build a spire, a monumental spire, 400 feet high. But he doesn't really want to build it with any real foundation. And he's had a vision. He's had this vision that's guiding him. And up it goes, level by level. It's a great book by William Golding. You take it as it goes up, level by level. And the book is an allegory of sorts, in that the spire, we learn, is, as I said, from a vision, but in a way it is the vision. It's a vision growing concrete. It's a concrete stone mystical prayer that pierces upwards. That's the theme of the book. Jocelyn, the Dean of the Cathedral, he's had a vision, and this vision is also a prayer, and this prayer is one in which finds itself working out level by level in this concrete way that's going to pierce the heavens. And thus, in the beginning pages of the spire, Jocelyn looks at a model of the cathedral it is built, and I quote, "The model was like a man lying on his back. The nave was his legs placed together. The transepts on either side were his arms outspread. The choir was his body, and the lady chapel, where now the services would be held, was his head. And now also, springing, projecting, bursting, erupting from the heart of the building, there was its crown and majesty, the new spire." They don't know, he thought. They can't know until I tell them of my vision. Springing, projecting, bursting, erupting from the heart of the building, there was its crown and majesty, the new spire. As the story goes on, we learn that most count Jocelyn mad or madly conceited. But as the spire grows, it seems miraculously to stand. Even though it groans and it creaks, it shudders, and the pillars even seem to bend and melt. And the way William Golding describes it is nothing short of amazing. There is throughout the book a play on light and dark, on the mystical themes, on the architecture of the cathedral, and of course the way in which the cathedral mirrors is allegorized, not just in the shape of a man, of course, but the person of Christ, and then, unfortunately, in the person of Jocelyn himself. He sees the cathedral really not as an image of man and thus of the man, namely Jesus and him crucified, but he sees it as an image of himself. In other words, his mystical prayer is one in which really it has to do with him. He is the prayer. He's immediate to the prayer, and it's he that's going to pierce the heavens. Early on in the book, as it's growing, as temple grows, Jocelyn goes out. Quote, "There had been sun before, but not like this. The most seeming solid thing in the nave was not the barricade of wood and canvas that cut the cathedral in two at the choir steps, was not the two arcades of the nave, nor the chantries and painted tomb slabs between them. The most solid thing was the light. The most solid thing was the light." Now at the book's end, and here's a spoiler alert, sorry, Jocelyn, through the work of the bishop and others, is slowly becoming disabused of his vision. He's slowly becoming disabused of his vision. And with the aid of others, is trying to go over what it was that started it all. What was it that set him on the road of his conceit? He has Father Adam, who's working to help try to find out and get to the root of all of this. He has Father Adam read from his notebook. So Jocelyn's notebook is read out to him. And in this notebook we read how Jocelyn's gaze was lifted up. Quote, "Say that a feeling rose from my heart. It grew stronger, reached up until at the utmost tip it burst into living fire. Say that a feeling rose from my heart. It grew stronger, reached up until at the utmost tip it burst into living fire." The cathedral, he goes on to write, "the exact image of my prayer in stone. There was the uprush, the ornamentation of side thoughts for others. Then the rush of the heart, rising, narrowing, piercing, and at the top, still carved in stone, the thing I had felt as a flame of fire." The cathedral was the exact image of my prayer in stone. There was the uprush, the ornamentation, the side thoughts for others. Then the rush of the heart, rising, narrowing, piercing, and at the top, still carved in stone, the thing I had felt as a flame of fire. The exact image of my prayer in stone. It's here that Father Adam realizes something about Jocelyn. It's here that Father Adam realizes something about Jocelyn that, in fact, you could say one realizes whenever you read a lot of New Age books, or oftentimes so-called Christian spiritual books, or any claim to mysticism books. And what Father Adam realized was this: Jocelyn had never learned to pray. Suddenly, Father Adam realized with all of that, Jocelyn had never learned to pray. You see, in order to reach high, one has to dig deep. And Jocelyn had not done that. After all, he had not bothered about the foundations. He had merely thought with his vision to build this 400-foot spire. And as for the foundations, which had to be dug nearly just as deep, he hadn't bothered. Jocelyn had not done that. He thought that light was solid enough to build on. He thought that the light of this mystic vision was solid enough to build on. I'm going to he goes on to describe this, and I'm going to read a fair section from the Spa. This is quoting from his notebooks and so forth. If this seems strange to my ignorance, my children, how shall I describe the wonder of what happened next? For as I looked, my understanding spread. It was as if the pinnacle had been a key to unlock a vast book. It was as if the spire was a key to unlock a vast book. It was as if I had acquired a new ear for hearing, a new eye to look with. For the whole building, and I in my youthful folly had made mouths at it. The whole building revealed itself to me. The whole building spoke. We are labour, said the walls. The ogival windows clasped their hands and sang, we are prayer, and the trinity of the triangular roof. But how shall I say it? I had tried to give away my house, and it had returned to me 1,000-fold. I rushed across to the west door and bounded inside. Now let me be precise. I had seen the whole building as an image of a living, praying man, but inside it was a richly written book to instruct that man. It was a winter's evening, I remember, and by then the nave was darkling. Those patriarchs up there glowed in the windows, and the saints below them, and at every altar in the side aisles there were nests of the candles that you all had given. There was a memory of incense and a mutter of mass priests from the chantries. But you have seen, I went forward, nay, was carried forward by spiritual delight that grew with every step I took in certainty and abnegation. By the time I was here at the crossways, there was nothing for it but to cast myself headlong on those stones. For in some way I was made one with the wise and the saintly. No, the saintly and wise builders. The pillars were bending. I was initiated into their secret language, so plain, so visible for all men who can see to see. His manual of heaven and hell lay open before me, and I could perceive my nothingness in this scheme. A new movement of my heart seemed to be building the church in me. Walls, pinnacles, sloping roof, with a complete naturalness and inevitability of consent, so that in my newfound humility and newfound knowledge, a fountain burst up from me, up, out, through, up with flame and light, up through the not space, filling with ultimate urgency and not to be denied. But who could deny? Who would? An implacable, unstoppable, glorious fountain of the Spirit, a wild burning of me for thee. And at the top, if top is the word, some mode, some gift that brought no pride of having. My body lay on the soft stones, changed in a moment, the twinkling of an eye, resurrected from daily life. The vision left me at last, and the memory of it, which I savoured as manna, shaped itself to the spar, fitted into a shape, the centre of the book, the crown, the ultimate prayer. The cathedral was a book, a kind of word, and it's a book and a word and a prayer that is Jocelyn's own, and that he himself can say, my newfound humility, and be so transported. Jocelyn identified himself with Christ, yet the point of a cathedral in the shape of a man, in the shape of the man Jesus, is obviously the shape of Jesus on the cross, crucified. Jocelyn identified himself with Christ, and yet without the humility. He had not seen fit to dig deep the foundations. Often in medieval and late medieval and Renaissance art, when you see depictions of the cross, you will sometimes see in the lower register how you'll see a skull at the base, and oftentimes scenes of the underworld or hell, meaning that the cross goes all the way down. It's like he descended into hell. Also in the Bible, when we read the Bible and we read things like when Jesus says to Nicodemus in John chapter 3, no one has ascended to God, to heaven, except he who has descended, the Son of Man. And then goes on to say, and he must be lifted up, that is ascended, and the means of that ascension is the cross. That's a reversal of a common theme at the time of the New Testament. A very common theme, both in Jewish and Gentile views, and to this day, was the idea of mystical ascent up through the heavens. What we see Jesus does, and that Paul does following him, is reverses that. He says, it is not that man ascends to God, but as in Philippians 2, it is that God descends to man, and indeed descends all the way down into hell. Thus, to ascend, we must descend, but that's not what Jocelyn has done. He's building a 400-foot concrete stone prayer to pierce the heavens without the necessary foundations. Again, in Hebrews chapter 4:12, as we saw, the Word of God is a living and active, sharper than a two-edged sword, that pierces to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. In other words, the Word of God is like the word of good literature. It's like the words of people like T.S. Eliot or Auden, or for that matter with Golding. Why? Because they treat seriously original sin. They treat seriously our skullduggery, our darkness, our mire. And the Word of God there pierces us, reveals us. And that is why great literature lasts. It reveals us. The problem with the religious life, with the philosophical life, indeed with any life worth living, is the temptation to always ascend. One must go down in order to go up, descend in order to ascend. That's the whole theme of Dante's Divine Comedy. You have to descend. To read the Word, we must be read by the Word, cut by the Word. We must learn how to read, and that's what good literature teaches us. It teaches us how to read. Jocelyn read the cathedral as a book. He saw it as a book, but a book like Scripture that he knew fully and totally all about. I guess in a way, like so many people read it. Golding's theme of the cathedral as a man, as a book in which man is reflected, is of course a common theme through pre-modern Christianity, and to this day really. Origen, St. Gregory the Great, the Venerable Bede and others all see a structural correspondence between the text, the reader of the text, and the cathedral and or temple. All of them structurally correspond. There are grades and hierarchies that are necessarily mediated to us. How does the Bible mirror us in our ugly depths? How does the Bible mirror us in our ugly depths? Possibly, that's probably one of the most important questions in biblical exegesis. And as I say, it's the most important question that good literature helps us to answer. When we read the orders of God to kill men, women, children of the Canaanites, or when we read the psalm that blesses those who dash open the heads of the little ones that are Israel's enemies, how are you to read that? Are you to read it as justifying a genocide, for example? After all, they're not gods. That land belongs to God. We can take it from them and destroy them. After all, they oppose the people, the children of God, so we better kill them and wipe them off the planet. Because, of course, those texts have been used, especially in the modern period, from the 17th century onwards, which is to say, in modernity proper. And that's my point, is fundamentalism, along with liberal biblical criticism, are modern phenomena that have justified just about every crime. In point of fact, in the pre-modern world, that was quite not so. Certainly not to the same degree at all. Why was that? Well, not least because of the communion of the church that had the authority over scriptural reading and thus could check it. But I think because modernity has an impatience with mediation. Modernity has an impatience with mediation. It's Jocelyn. Jocelyn's modern, in a way. Do we read those texts in the Bible straight on? Or do we read them at a tangent? And if so, what kind? What if these passages, such as the Psalms, and this was C.S. Lewis's argument on his meditations on the Psalms, what if those passages are inspired to reveal to us a problem that lies at the heart of things holy? A problem that lies at the heart of things holy. That crimes might be committed in the name of God. If the Bible is principally aimed at revealing us, and of course through that revealing God, if the necessity of the Word of God is to reveal us in all our darkness and trickery, then how would it go about it? It is not enough that it reveals God, because of course any revelation of God can, by us who through original sin and our corruption can corrupt anything to an evil end. It's not enough to have that. The Bible reveals us, and it reveals our manipulation of things divine. If we read on our own, the passages can justify all crimes. But when read in authoritative communion in the church proper, well, they have been reread and transformed through the work of the Holy Spirit in tradition for the last 2,000 years. You might say in political sense, there are checks and balances. For example, in the Philokalia, it's one I often give, but there are many examples from the Western Fathers as well. In the Philokalia, which is a collection of the desert saints, both in the Western and Eastern churches, in the Philokalia we read that the enemies that we read about in the Psalms, or that are to be destroyed and wiped out, the Canaanites, really those enemies are our passions and or demons. Thus, in order for us to enter into the promised land, which is that kind of scarified, that kind of cleansed and purged soul in which God can find a true dwelling, in order for us to get in there, yes, we must go in and slaughter the Canaanites, which are our passions, or the demons that play upon our passions. Thus, gushing out the brains of demons does not seem really all that harsh. But you see, to read like that necessitates that you read yourself deep down. You must read about your passions, about your demonic suasions. For in the Philokalia, it quite points out again and again that with demonic influence, it's not about possession and, as I say, green spinning heads, vomiting out bile and every other kind of Hollywood cliche. They argue that the demons primarily work by persuading you, just as someone wicked in the flesh and blood would do it. We must read and descend down and be guided in order to see where our self-deceptions are. For if we do not have that necessary descent, then any mystic exaltation that we have will destroy our lives, those around us, and bring schism to the church. A kind of mist often falls upon us, and this, I think, is the greatness of the book The Spa. It's trying to understand, what does it feel like when you are conceited? What does it feel like when you are conceited? A mist often falls upon us, but strangest of all is we don't know it. And what does it feel like? This not knowing we are in a kind of mist of conceit. I guess we all know what it feels like. And maybe sounds a bit circuitous and paradoxical. It's just that we do not know what it is we know. I'll explain that. The mist of conceit is something we all know because we've all experienced it at some time or another, and will probably sometime in the future. But certainly we all know it. It's just that we don't know what it is we know. Because oftentimes we don't seriously reflect upon those times when we thought we were absolutely right, and later on we came to realize we were absolutely wrong. That's my point. How many times have you had intuitions or thoughts of, I've got this feeling this bus is going to crash? And of course it doesn't. I think probably millions of times a week. And yet, of course, statistically at one time or another, the bus might have a crash and go, I knew that, I had this premonition. Well, in those circumstances, yeah, it's a bit laughable. But what about all the other times? No, I know they're wrong. I know they're wicked. I know they're evil. And then later you learn, they had a point. That's when you should stop. And you should think, I was really, really wrong then. I was really wrong then. And I've got to start to reflect and think, what did it feel like when I was really wrong? And you know what it felt like when you were really wrong? It felt like you were really right. So this idea that I feel it in my heart, that it's right, is an absolute recipe for disaster. Absolute recipe for disaster. And you know where that idea of feeling things, I have this numinous feeling in my heart, and thus that is true religion, you know where it came from? Well, it came from German pietism and fideism in the 18th century, and it later got mainstream approval through people like Schleiermacher, who was one of the major progenitors of liberal theology and the idea of feelings and experience. And Schleiermacher represented very much the Germanic idea that Germans were the destiny of Europe. And we know where that led to. Just as I'm sure Ron Cray, when he writes that doggerel poetry, and when Reg Cray writes his New Ages type rubbish, I'm sure they thought, I'm a really nice person. I'm really good. This is the mystery of pride as blindness and affliction. And when T.S. Eliot and Auden and Golding write about original sin, they're not just saying about others. They're saying it about themselves as well. That's how they knew about it. That's what made them great writers and poets. They knew about their own wickedness and deceits. And they knew that they had to dig in order to ascend. The mystery of pride is a self-blindness, an affliction that Golding captures better than any other novelist I've ever come across. But it's something that is shot through in the Bible, and it is spoken of in the Bible again and again and again, about the deceit and duplicity. Hypocrisy is too much of an abused word, but about the doubleness that plays itself out in all of us and in others in order to work injustice. And you might think, okay, I'm not defending what's happening in England, but you think about it. What happened a couple of years ago when the parliamentarians in England were abusing their benefits to thousands, tens of thousands of pounds? How very few of them were actually sent to jail, but most of them were allowed to pay it back. Or how David Cameron, for example, even when The Guardian and Private Eye made it quite clear the last few years of the Murdoch scandals, and yet Cameron got Andy Coulson on side and had regular meetings with Rebecca Brooke. And he knew these. What about all the other abuses and so forth? What about the way in which there's incredible cuts to education, to the libraries in England, to social services, to job placements? And yet, those who brought the global financial crisis on, who were bailed out by the people, are allowed to still give themselves great bonuses. And you can multiply that. At the same time, these youths who are doing it were sold and able to be sold pornography, violent videos, violent crimes. They're pumped full of the idea that you should go out and consume, but bad luck, you don't have the money, but look at all these great things that you could have if you did, but you can't have the money because we're cutting back on social services. And then, again and again, even middle class people have been harassed by the police in Britain, in London. And then this happens. Well, who has a responsibility? And as I say, I'd argue, at the same time we say life is valuable and we kill it in abortion and experiment on it. What is the doubleness and what happens to people in such a situation? Well, that's what the Bible actually presents to you in incredible clarity. And it's what people like Eliot and Auden and Golding take up. It's what Dostoevsky took up to show. In fact, to his credit, it's what Nietzsche tried to show in this incredible doubleness in Western liberalism. In John chapter 9 verse 41, after the healing of a man born blind, the Pharisees cannot comprehend it. Indeed, they oppose it. And they say to Jesus, "Are we also blind?" And Jesus says, "If you were blind, you would have no sin. But now that you say, 'we see,' your sin remains." It's a strange and paradoxical passage. But it would seem to say that insofar as that you do not see that you are blind, and in fact refuse what should be obvious to you, your sin remains. There is a denial even to oneself of blindness. And after all, to acknowledge that one is perhaps blind would be to open oneself up to grace. A grace that has to often come from a slant, from the margins, from the least expected places. Why does grace operate in Scripture in ways that are so unexpected, so strange? I think in order to get under our radar. But a grace that lifts the fog, the veil, and one that sees where it helps one to see where it is one is at, who one is, what one is. And in that sense, one then sees all one's life as if for the first time. Jocelyn wanted pure light. He wanted pure light. And he felt that all matter could be transformed into light, into a form that is not bound by particulars, that is purely of angelic intelligence, as it were, the value and meaning of which is devoid of all concrete restraints. That's what Jocelyn was looking for. It's what the Gnostics look for. It's what so many pseudo-mystics look for. The idea of this kind of pure ethereal light in which one is freed of all material or bodily restraints, and that one blends into the one and whole, and all value and meaning is totally freed of anything concrete and material. And you know, there's something, in a way we all, even if we don't play it, all have to do with, that encapsulates that to a T. The stock market, our modern economy. It's a whole sense, the fact that we can have $30 to $60 billion of value gone from the stock market because it's a value that is not necessarily tied to anything material or concrete, though it has very real effects. As I often say, that's what Marx's point in the Communist Manifesto was, at Engels, so it probably comes from Marx's hand, when he said, all that is solid melts into the air. Everything that is sacred is profaned. What he was saying was, such is the logic of capitalism, such is the logic of usury, of unbounded ability to be able to create debt or whatever, such is the power of it, that all value and meaning of everything becomes an ethereal abstraction. Everything solid melts into the air. In a way, that explains Golding's The Spire. That's what explains Jocelyn's mystic vision. A desire that nothing should be limited by anything particular, and that everything can become a manipulable meaning. What Golding has done, as I said, is to take the issue of original sin, the fact that we are born, we are conceived in sin, and we voluntarily, I guess, assent to it. But at the same time, of course, being creatures of God, we are good by reason of having been created. And we are called through grace, I suppose, to the redemption and the perfection of that good. But that's the point of Christianity, that only comes through sacrifice and renunciation, through a descent into hell, as it were. As with Dante, we can only begin to ascend to heaven after we've descended down into the deepest, most pits of hell, up through purgatory and into heaven. And we can only do that, of course, through Christ. It's what Jocelyn didn't realise. It's what, I guess, probably the vast bulk of material doesn't realise. I'll just say here, it's a kind of plug, not for a book by mine, but a friend of mine, she's just finished a book on the spirituality of Eileen O'Connor. Eileen O'Connor was a founder of the Brown Nurses of the Poor, based out at Coogee. She was a very crippled young woman, I think at a very early age, and died in her 20s. She grew only about that high, I think. It was very deformed and bent over and in extreme agony. She had a lot of operations on her back, and so none of which sufficed her. And yet she had an incredible mysticism of suffering and an identification with Our Lady and with Jesus, and went on to found the Brown Nurses of the Poor, that went about to look after the poor and ill in their homes in what were then very working class suburbs of Randwick, Surrey Hills and all those areas. And the point of the book on the spirituality of Eileen O'Connor is to actually bring out this fact of the absolute necessity of sacrifice and suffering and renunciation for any kind of mystical ascent. And though it's not in the book, I'd say it forms a perfect complement to this, because it says if there isn't the going down, the corresponding going down into the mire and the foundations, then anything you build on top will collapse and destroy not just yourself, but others around you as well. Finish there, and we can have any questions.
Could you repeat your last sentence?
Unless we descend through sacrifice, suffering and renunciation, anything that we ascend and build up through an ascent will ultimately come down, destroy us, and destroy those around us.
But I was thinking as you were making biblical references about like killing the Canaanites and walking through the desert to be purged and all that, which are really deep psychological insights, I think. And I'm wondering if you think the primitive strands, the earliest traditions of the Bible, do you think they had those really deep psychological insights about, like in the Psalms where killing others, we need to kill the demons of ourselves? Or do you think that has come through the deep reflection, a couple of thousands of years?
It's difficult to tell. It's interesting that the Psalms come from a liturgical background, obviously, and probably from within the temple. Following C.S. Lewis, I tend to think too that there's a cathartic element in them, insofar as you have, for example, in certain of the Psalms that came out of the exile, the sense in which you've seen the savagery of the Babylonians, the savagery and awfulness of exile, and there's a plaintive cry for vengeance. And that cry for vengeance is a just cry often. I think it's what Auden's point was, that hatred and violence do often have a certain justification, and that's some of the guilt of sin of the perpetrators of injustice, because of course what they do is create a hatred, create a violence in those who are subjugated or exploited, so that the hatred and violence that comes out of those people, well, the moral responsibility for that by and large goes to the oppressors. And C.S. Lewis's argument was something of the Psalms in that way, so that may well be. But it could also be, look, I do think there's a question in which over time the reflection on these texts, and yet when we look at the prophets, and this is from the 8th century BC onwards, from people like Isaiah, we do see is an understanding of something like that, of saying, well, hold on, this is something, rather than going on about the others, what about you? What about your injustice? And what is this that is happening to you? And this is what must be addressed. So I guess one can only say that there surely must have been over time a development and understanding, but I guess as to the pace and such, I'm not, that I'd be able to say.
Well, it's interesting that the official prayer of the church for divine office is almost completely silent. Yeah. And that's said every day, isn't it? A lot of people.
Well, look, a lot of the Psalms are very lovely and very nice and good sentiments, of course. So, but I suppose most are awful. But they're called the imprecatory Psalms. I guess they wouldn't tend to sort of fit very well within the divine office. But okay, well, maybe you know it better than I.
Robert, you mentioned C.S. Lewis. I'm just thinking about the Screwtape letters. That really has this same theme, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The Screwtape is sort of getting people to feel comfortable, etc. That's where we can really get them.
So do you think that original sin, it was a theme with him too?
Oh, look, it was very big in C.S. Lewis. And it was interesting, though, what he said about writing Screwtape letters and subsequent Screwtape proposals of toast was he felt it was probably the hardest thing and the darkest thing that he'd written, because in a way he found himself starting to think like the devil, as it were, and consequently he didn't like to revisit them. But they're obviously very insightful, and I think they're something I guess everyone could read to good instruction, as it were, though some might read it in the wrong way. Think, oh, this is a really good how-to manual.
Thanks, Robert. To go back to the first question again, it was a vicious and a violent world, a terrible world. But it is that today. So it hasn't changed all that much. I just wonder what the authors or the redactors had in mind, say in the book of Samuel, when he turns up and the king hasn't done as he's told, and Samuel grabs a sword and wipes them all out. And your reading of it is delightful for us here today, but what was the author saying back then?
Think of it. It's a problem where most people have, isn't it? It's they'll read the things, not just like there's 1 Samuel when Saul doesn't do and slay those who are under the harem, the ban, but I guess Abraham sacrificing Isaac, or Lot and his daughters, and I guess you can multiply examples. The point of those texts is to ask yourself, well, what is the author saying? Is the author saying, oh look, this is really, really good, look at it? That's the point of the last 40, 50 years, that when we actually look at the narrative structures and subtleties, what we see is sometimes something rather different that appears. So that's why we have to pay attention to, I think, the great writers, to actually see how subtleties work within narrative. People read the Bible, I think, and that's a problem. As soon as they start to read the Bible outside the context of the church, they start to read it in a simplistic fashion. The church always had the sense of this incredible broadness and inclusivity of actual interpretation and exegesis. It was modernity that not narrowed it, and therefore people start to think, oh, that must be right. Okay, that's right, we'll kill all these people. So when we think about how they wrote it, we should never assume they're primitives. They're not. What we've found is quite the reverse. There's an incredible narrative ability and subtlety to them. So, just one last question.
Could you just spell out for me the word that you mentioned earlier? I think it was philocardiac.
The philocardia.
Yes. And you mentioned that belief, this is the demons, slaying the demons within us, and blah blah blah. It was a common thing for East and West, and my interpretation is that this metaphysical slant on it has been heavily downplayed over the years. Is that equally the case, or do you not subscribe to that at all for the East and the Western Church, or is there some difference there?
I actually tend to think, in terms of modern Eastern Orthodoxy, I'll be a bit out of my depth to tell you what's been going on there. You'd probably have to ask them a bit more. But certainly in the West, and unfortunately even within the Church, a kind of modernist reading that narrows the frame of reference has tended to dominate, and unfortunately that especially so by Catholic modernists, because Catholic modernists tend to sort of take of the Protestant modernism, liberalism, and unfortunately they have a baneful effect on the reading of Scripture, but certainly within the Western and Eastern churches in the pre-modern period. So, but this is something that I guess scholarship is rediscovering and reclaiming. So, but okay, look,
Can I just say one last
well,
short
okay,
thing? I was thinking of St. Teresa when you were talking about Irene O'Connor, and she's a good example of that too, isn't she? Because it's a great mystic. She had dreadful health, didn't she?
Yeah.
And I think either she, or maybe it was the Lord, who once said this was almost that was a part of, you know, her role as a mystic to an extent.
Yeah, very much so. Look at, and for her, of course, you know, the interior castle is the way in which one goes within and fights the lizards within, you know, the kind of demonic passions and so forth. So yeah, very, very strongly for her. And also ought to remember too that in that kind of sacrificial mysticism, she was under guidance, authoritative guidance, which was incredibly important because, of course, back then, like now, you'll get lunatics who are conceited who will starve themselves to death or do things over and above that is normal and ruin and wreck their health for no good reason. So we'll finish here. And
what's that root of Kalia?
the philokalia. The philokalia has to do with So it's you've got me there. I'll have to have a look at it. But it's a collection. It's a collection of the Orthodox, the ascetic desert fathers from the early centuries through to the medieval period. So it's a collection, 4 volumes of them. But I'll come back to that in a second now because it actually has something to do with the course I'll be giving next year. But like you will have a break. So Roberto Bolaño said, form seeks an artifice, a story seeks a precipice. And thus he wants to tell the secret story, the one we'll never know, the one that is hinted at, the one that comes at us from a slant, as it were. And often that means, therefore, we really have to pay attention to the narrative structure. And an example of this is, say, when we read Isaiah chapter 6 and chapter 7. It's a very interesting juxtaposition. In Isaiah chapter 6, a very important verse is when Isaiah is taken up into the cosmic temple, the Holy of Holies, and he sees the 2 cherubim crying, holy, 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 and he sees the very presence of God, the train of which fills the temple. He throws himself on the floor, says, have mercy, I'm a sinful man among sinful people, and so on and so forth. It's an incredible, glorious, majestic scene of the presence of God. And he's told to go and preach to the people so that hearing they won't hear, seeing they won't see. And then straight away in the next chapter, in chapter 7, is when he goes to the king Ahaz, and he says, God will give you a sign. And Ahaz says, far be it from me to put the Lord God to the test, in this sort of pious way that is clearly a duplicitous way. And Isaiah says, is it not enough that you weary man, but you must weary my God as well? Consequently, God himself will give you a sign. A virgin or young maid will conceive and give birth. And his name, as we later learn, is Emmanuel, God with us. And of course that has no bearing whatsoever for King Ahaz, because all he's concerned is about these incredible treaties, whether or not with northern Israel kingdom and Syria, and what are they going to do about Assyria, and so on and so forth. In other words, the juxtaposition is here, the presence of God in this incredible bright glory, and the presence of God here in a nondescript young woman, a virgin perhaps, a young maid. But the point is, the presence of God in one is this great glory, the presence of other is merely something within a pregnant young woman, something easily overlooked. And there's a theme that goes throughout the Bible. The theme, for want of a better term, let's say it's the improbable pregnancy, the barren woman. Obviously Sarah, Abraham's wife, being the chief example, but of course Hannah, the mother of Samuel. Isaiah, in the third part of Isaiah as well, we hear that the children of the barren woman will be far more, I guess, not numerous than those who were married and were fertile. And of course all of this is perfected in Our Lady and Mary, the nondescript peasant girl, the virgin, who has not known a man. In all of this, the themes throughout the Bible is that the presence of God, the sign of God's presence, is a sign that is incomprehensible to the world. The sign of God, in a way we could say, is a sign of the world's incomprehension. If you thought back to Isaiah 7 and the historical circumstance in the 8th century, of course, if you were there, you would have thought, what's this, a sign of God from a young woman or a virgin? So what? Okay, it's pretty amazing. But we're really about important things, because there's this great empire, Assyria, and we're thinking about making treaties with northern Israel, which was separated at the time, and Syria, and maybe calling in Egypt. That's what's important. All the kings and princes and all the powerful people and all. But that's the point, is I'm sure the vast majority of you would not be able to name any of the kings of Syria at the time, or Assyria, or Egypt, and probably even King Ahaz you've probably never heard of before. And yet, I imagine all of us have heard of that prophecy. We have an inability to see the unspectacular and yet the wondrous. We have an inability often to see the particular sign of God's presence. But I think again that's what great literature does. It helps to open our eyes. I often tell this anecdote because I think it says quite a bit. Since a teenager I've been a great fan of the writings of Tom Wolfe, the modern writer Tom Wolfe. The one who wrote things like Electric Kool-Aid, Acid Test, and Mau Mau and the Flat Catchers. A very, very good writer and a very witty essayist. And he also wrote on the moon, on the whole space program, The Right Stuff, which was of course made into a movie. I read everything by Tom Wolfe. And thus, when his first novel came out, Bonfire of the Vanities, when his first novel, Bonfire of the Vanities, came out, I was looking forward to it with incredible expectation and enthusiasm. I could only read 80 to 100 pages of it. I really disliked it. And it often puzzled me why that was so. After all, I was a great fan of Tom Wolfe's. And the answer came many, many years later when I read G.K. Chesterton on Dickens. Chesterton was a great Dickens fan, of course. And Chesterton made this point that no matter how bad the characters are in a Dickens novel, you know that Dickens really loves his characters. He loves his characters. He wants the bad ones to repent. Wants them. But because he loves his characters, they live. And they don't do really what he wants them to do in a way. But that's a greatness often of great writers, is that they find that what they're writing is in a way writing itself, and they're a means of it. But the point I want to stress there is that no matter how bad, as Chesterton pointed out, Dickens loves his characters. Wolfe doesn't. Tom Wolfe does not love his characters. He doesn't love them. Bonfire of the Vanities, you can see a nastiness, a sneeringness, a hatred for the characters. They're mere ciphers to a point he's making. Now maybe in his subsequent novels he's gotten better. I don't know. I can't pick up his novels. Wolfe sneers at his characters, at least in his novels. In his essays, I think he's checked by the reality of the circumstances. Wolfe's fictional characters become so many easy ciphers, mocking allegories. They become codes. They're figures of sort. They're not living characters. there's sort of ways in which the author is a kind of nasty, savage God who's created these characters in order to sort of make some kind of moral point that makes Tom Wolfe himself look better. And I stress, I still really like his essays, and I think he's a very insightful essay writer. Maybe I don't share his politics, but I certainly do think he has a lot of insights to make. Dickens has many bad characters, and yet Dickens, in a way, as Chesterton pointed out, would much rather have had them be good. But that's not the way of the world, this side of the fall. There's a gentleness, I think, in Dickens at times, though it's a gentleness that has steel in it. It's not a cute gentleness. There's a biblical gentleness, I think, and that to a good writer in their relationship to all their characters. It doesn't rule out justice or punishment, but there's a sense of a good gentleness that really, I think, oftentimes one sees in the Bible. And I think one writer who very much exhibits this, and I think this is his greatness, is Patrick White. And I think one of his great novels is The Tree of Man. Probably the slowest of his novels. It's written in 1956, and it's probably one, maybe is the least read. I'm not too sure, and I'm not. Maybe it could be made. Maybe it has been made into a film. I don't know, but it wouldn't be a really spectacular film, in a way. What is Tree of Man about? It's about a particular people. Stan, and later his wife Amy. Stan and Amy Parker. And later their children Ray and Thelma. It's a particular story about a particular person and that particular family. And yet, at the same time, hence Tree of Man, it's a recapitulation of all humanity. So we begin with one, Stan Parker, who in a way has just been flung out of Eden. And he's in the scrub, and he's clearing up space to build a shed for him to live on. It's a piece of land deep in the scrub, way out of Sydney then, and he has to clear space out to build a shack. He's a young man. Later, after having built and cleared some land, he meets Amy in town and they marry. And over the course of a long book, 500 pages, and it's in this edition it's quite close print, slowly the world builds up around them. There's the flood, a mighty flood that one might expect. It's Australia after all. And there's bushfire, of course, as also one might expect. There's death, as one might expect, and betrayal, likewise as one might expect. Child gone wrong, child who becomes too good for her parents. And through all of what is really, in a way, the stuff of the mundane, of the everyday, in a country like Australia, through it all, something mystifying. Stan and Amy are not philosophers or theologians or even literate people. They're ordinary people, and because of that, and yet because they're profound. And because of that, they don't really understand the profundity of what it is they experience and what it is they think about. There's a searching out, both of themselves, by themselves, and yet it's a searching out with subtleness and gentleness. And yet all the time, Patrick White has in the background, at a distance and yet therefore very close to, God. I'll just read. But it's of God that all through the book really both Stan and Amy are trying to grapple with and understand at tangents. His father did not deny God. Stan, this is Stan. On the contrary, he was the blacksmith and had looked into the fire. He smote the anvil and the sparks flew. All fiery in his own strength, death with the music of metal, and superior to the stench of burned hoof. There was no question. Once, from the bottom of a ditch on his way home after rum, he had even spoken to God and caught at the wing of a protesting angel before passing out. The God of Parker, the father the boy saw, was essentially a fiery God, a gusty God, who appeared between belches, accusing with a horny finger. He was a God of the prophets, and if anything, this was a God that the boy himself suspected and feared, rather than his mother's gentleness. Anyway, in the beginning, at Willow Creek, God bent the trees till they streamed in the wind like beards. He rained upon the tin roofs till even elders grew thoughtful and smaller and yellower by the light of smoking lamps. And he cut the throat of old Joe Skinner, who was nothing to deserve it, not that anyone knew of. He was a decent old cuss who liked to feed birds with crusts of bread. Always a sense of questioning and a sense of mystery when Stan thinks upon these things, and later Amy as well. A mystery, but it's a mystery of distance, not an overt, obvious mystery spelt out of the kind of an esoteric or cult nature. It's not a mystery about the like of those who bang on about the numinous and apophatism. This is an incarnated, embodied bush, dust, and even suburbs mystery. I think that's the greatness about Patrick White. I remember reading in Quadrant some years ago a fatuous comment about Patrick White that they felt that he, in his books, exhibited a kind of sneering at the suburbs. And I thought, I don't think that person's ever read Patrick White. The very mystery that ordinary people, not in a pejorative put down sense, but the ordinary everyday that we embody and are thus, because of that, are a confusion to ourselves. Stan's mother, she read and she practiced neatness as if she might tidy things up that way. Only time and moth destroyed her efforts, and the souls of human beings which will burst out of any box they are put inside. Amy Parker, too, experiences the wonder at the ordinary, and this early on. Sometimes, this is Amy, this is very much in the bush, in the scrub. Sometimes she mumbled the words she had been taught to say to God. She would beg the sad, pale Christ for some sign of recognition. On the scratched mahogany table, which the man had bought at auction, she had put the Bible from the parson's wife. She turned the pages respectfully. She said or read the words, and she waited for the warmth, the completeness, the safety of religion. But to achieve this, there was something perhaps that she had to do. Something that she had not been taught. And in its absence, she would get up in a desperation of activity, as if she might acquire the secret in performing a ritual of household acts, or merely by walking about, suspecting that she might find grace in her hands suddenly like a plaster dove. Stan, too, in his ordinary, specific way, searches out. The darkness was full of wonder. Standing there somewhat meekly, the man, that is Stan, could have loved something, someone, if he could have penetrated beyond the wood, beyond the moving darkness. But he could not. And in his confusion he prayed to God, not in specific petition, wordlessly almost, for the sake of company, till he began to know every corner of the darkness as if it were daylight. And he were in love with the heaving world down to the last blade of wet grass. near the book's end, and this we might think contra to Jocelyn and the Spa, they're on their way to church. The old man, that's now Stan, and he's driving his wife Amy, who's obviously very old, and Thelma, their child, who's too good for them, but who's come out from the city to meet them. And by this time, really in a way, the suburbs have enveloped Stan and Amy's shed and shack. The old man drove them very soberly between the silver trees towards the one bell that lolled in the steeple. The church at Durgai was the same straight church in which souls had drowsed and birds had died and sin had escaped from the children in sharp cries at the touch of water always. The church stood amongst docks and milk thistles. Some of the stones of the dead had crumbled, but it was the new strong ones in black granite and washed down marble that exalted their terrible incapacity. They go to church. And in a way, though this is not where the book ends, though it's close to, there's something of the culmination of the story. Because Amy, throughout the book, has been trying to understand Stan. And Stan trying to understand himself vis-a-vis God. They go to church, and each at the Eucharist, somehow at a tangent, strangely, gently wonder. And as they do, there's something in which they begin to know each other, even in their shutness, in their, as it were, shut off from each other. There's a closeness in their closedness. Then Amy realized it was finally between herself and God, and that it was quite possible she would never succeed in opening her husband and looking inside, that he was being kept shut for other purposes. It's this slowly learned respect for the silence and the background of others, for the distance of others, for that which does not appear, that in a way brings about the intimacy of Stan and Amy. I won't say about some of the things that had happened earlier, but clearly, like any life and any marriage and I guess any friendship, there are betrayals and problems. There's things only hinted at, intimated in asides, off beyond the margins, far away. A bit like Moses, only able to see God departing, to only see the promised land at a distance. Some months ago, I went to a wedding down at Jamboree, not at the monastery or whatever, but it was a secular wedding, and I guess I've been to a few, and I'm sure you have too. And the vows, I found for us, suddenly, I guess one had an insight a little bit. The vows were mad. The vows were absolutely mad. We vowed to love and absolutely love each other all through the life. I vow to be your absolutely best friend all the life. I vow to be always there to share everything with you.
So much.
Absolute madness. How on earth can you expect of anyone that? You're expecting of them to be your saviour? There is no respect for the otherness of the person. That's why the Christian vows are far better. To love, cherish, and I think honour and obey. They have something in sickness and in health. I think there's something sensible in that, in the sense that it's not a sentimental love, but is defined by what comes after. Those demands put upon others, oh, you don't fully love me. Now, how many relationships in this modern era go awry because people do think their partner must be God, must be their absolute soul. In other words, must be the fulfillment and culmination of the sameness of you. And I think that's what comes out in the Tree of Man. I think that's a revelation at the Eucharist that Amy finally has. And that's what creates the intimacy of understanding and respecting the closedness, the distance of another. All through the Tree of Man, the feeling is of a sense of a secret, one that not even the possessor, that is Stan, understands or knows. It is therefore a sense of the sacred because it is hidden, because it is at a distance. It is seen yet glimpsed and longed for, and yet all the time not knowing what it is one is longing for. These are all at the Eucharist when she and Stan are thinking, and she's thinking, she would have embraced a religion of her own needs and mounted quite high, but her husband would not let her. What is God to Stan? She wondered at his shoulder. I do not know God. Stan will not let me. She liked to blame other people for herself and was almost persuaded. Stan Parker, though, had not thought about his wife that morning after entering the car. Standing there, he was, in fact, empty of all thought, which can be a state of failure or else of dedication. I cannot pray, he said, not trying, as he knew the hopelessness of it. So he stood or knelt, a prisoner in his own ribs. Finally, Amy, then she realised, it was she's taking the Eucharist. Amy Parker, whom the moment of forgiveness had arrived, took the cup, holding it rather high, tilting it only just so that she should feel on her lips the infinitesimal drop. More she dared not, and as it was, the blood began to flow electrically down from her neck with poison of all thoughts. So the Queen had held the other cup, the wooden one, or that was how it sounded before she left dead upon the stage. She's talking about Hamlet. They poisoned the Queen, who had her conscience as well, working in her for some time. The wine worked. I have hated, said the old woman, Amy. Do I love or hate? She was confused under her best hat, Avella's. It was the wine. It is Stan, she said, again with love or hatred. Ah, look at me, Stan. But he cannot, of course, now. Then she realised it was finally between herself and God, and that it was quite possible she would never succeed in opening up her husband and looking inside, that he was being kept shut for other purposes. As I say, it's then really where there's a kind of coming together, a sense of a feeling of a true intimacy. It's not as if the mystery of their being has been solved or open and Stan doesn't, as it were, have an epiphany, but in a way there is a true epiphany, because the epiphany is an understanding of the true mysticism of distance, of that respect for the other, especially when they are closest to you. Jocelyn in the spa is far too close. It's far too close. And in a way, to have dug down into the depths would have been to learn a distance, to have learned a distance. Jocelyn is too close. Mattie, that we saw in Golding's Darkness Visible last week, that whole book in a way is the same kind of thing in a way as the Tree of Man. It's about a person born afar, mysteriously, if you remember, who spends a whole journey trying to understand, what am I? To what am I called? What is this journey? Patrick White, I think, his greatness and his great novels keeps us at a distance. Because the people ourselves, we are at a distance to ourselves, or should be. We do not own ourselves. We are, in a way, other to ourselves. Our very beingness is to be other to ourselves. And oftentimes a great sin of mysticism is that we think that we have mastered ourselves. But in fact, that is just a height of pride. For pride is that idea that you can sum yourself up. Patrick White, even when, as he does, and I think in his other great book, Riders in a Chariot, Riders in a Chariot plays upon the whole Jewish Kabbalistic and Christian Kabbalistic mysticism of what's called Merkabah mysticism, or that's a chariot. Hence it's a kind of very mystical orientated book, and yet, because it's set in Sarsaparilla, the place that he set many other places, it's kept into the ordinary, the suburban, into the particular. Scripture is to the fore in Patrick White. It's interweaved with a lot of his books, and yet it doesn't come out and strike you in the head and see, look what a clever person I am. As I say, I think Patrick White, like Golding and like any great author, has a distance, and that distance shows a love, because it shows a respect for the characters in a way. As I stress, if we think about it, and I've come back to this a few times, there is a correspondence, a mirroring between the structure of the human soul, of who we are, of the Bible, and indeed of all creation. So I've said, when we look at Origen or any of the church fathers, the argument is this, that we are comprised of levels. The literal, the moral, the anagogical, the allegorical, spiritual, or however many levels, but they are levels. Just as the Bible is comprised of 4 levels or more levels, and just as St. Gregory the Great will say, our reading must be comprised of those levels. And they also said all creation is likewise a text comprised of those levels. Now, if we think about it, what do those levels implicitly signify? But a distance, a continuity that is a distance. It's not just one flat, literal, so-called historical level. What it is, we enter through the historical or literal, whatever that might mean, into the very depth. And thus, as Jung fully understood, we see the otherness to ourselves, and we have to deal and do with ourselves. Albeit, as St. Augustine pointed out a long time before, through that journey within, Christ accompanies us. We find God within, not because we are God, but because within we find that we open out onto that which we are not, namely God. Our very otherness to ourselves mirrors, in an analogical sort of way, mirrors the otherness to God. So to the degree that we do not understand and preserve the distance to God is a degree this side of the fall, we're not going to preserve the distance to ourselves, which distance is intimacy. And it's intimacy, why, as I was pointing out there, it's an intimacy because it means you truly respect and see the other. By drawing the Bible or others or God too close, by drawing them too close this side of the fall, what inevitably happens is you mould it into your features. You mould it into your features. And not that I've ever been married, but I suppose in relationships, I suppose a little bit of an intimation. It would strike me that possibly what is most destructive of relationships is, of course, that incredible bringing close that people demand of others. Tell me everything about you. I must be everything to you. Everything. And in order to do that, really, inevitably, you shape the other into your own image. And the worst of all of that is the idolatry in which we shape God into our image and the Bible. So just to conclude, to go back to the beginning, that's why Eliot, Auden and Golding, just to name a few, understand original sin to be so incredibly important a doctrine, because it means you have to be suspicious of yourself, primarily so that you are not just constructing an idol by which you will hurt and damage others. And that, I think, is the great gift that great writing gives to theology and, in fact, philosophy, because it helps us to understand, I guess, the depth of distance and intimacy that is required for us. I'll finish there and we can...
Just particularly the last bit there, I was wondering what's your idea of the whole idea of unconscious and the subconscious, in the sense that if we're just looking at ourselves at the external level, then we don't really know ourselves, and there can be hidden factors in us that come through and make us demand from others what we would really like from ourselves.
Look, the first thing is that Jung, nor Freud for that matter, invented the idea of the unconscious or subconscious. Of course, it was actually very much a commonplace in 19th century and indeed 18th century romanticism. And in fact, it goes way, way back, all the way back to Jeremiah when he says, the human heart is desperately wicked. Who can understand it? So, but it is, thus, whatever one thinks of people like Freud or Jung, I think there are oftentimes, at times, very good insights that can be taken from their work. And I think Jung, especially so, I don't agree with his cosmology and a lot of other things, but I certainly do think, his stuff on the shadow and projection out of the shadow in which we hate in others, that which we dislike in ourselves and deny about ourselves, and so on and so, I think are very important things. And so I think, they've definitely got a lot to, I guess, give to us.
I'm a little bit confused, Rob, with your conclusion today, although I found it very beautiful. But I'm just wondering, when you say that we must maintain our distance with ourselves, or within ourselves, I'm not quite sure. And yet at the same time, our journey is meant to be a search for the true self, whatever the true self is. Are you saying the true self, through all the levels that we may go to, through the true self actually becomes something that allows us to distance ourselves?
I think, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, that's where I can't quite see.
Yeah, sure. I think very much. I think as we do go down, and I think this is the experience of the mystics, is that one of the things they see is something that when we read it is really glorious, and yet they experience themselves, like Isaiah, for example, in here, as being incredibly sinful. And I think there's something very much within us that oftentimes we can catch a sight of that which is good and given to us to be, but we are not. And consequently, I think a bit shamefaced about the way we are, and that's good and proper. The problem I'm talking about is when we say, so I've met this quite a bit, and myself as well, when we think, I've got it. Yeah, I've got it. This is a true self, I've got it. And I would argue that this side of the beatific vision, you're always going to be travelling towards it. You always have to be, because, and through the grace of God, we might come and draw closer. But I think such is our experience of the grace of God, that the closer we get, I think we're going to experience it at a greater distance, because we become far more aware of the kind of things we have done and all. So.
Thank you, Robert. That's given us a lot to meditate upon. One of the things that has struck me recently is, and I suppose this comes back to original sin and sinfulness, but it's unconsciously so, how much we see the world through our own lenses. Like, I suppose that would be projection. So that my expectations or my feelings or reactions are coloured by how I see the world and how I expect people to be. And in a way that's unconsciously sinful. It's having expectations or projections that aren't respecting the other person. It's seeing the world through my lenses.
Yeah,
Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I actually, look, it's a very important point, because it's a question of what is the unconscious. I would actually argue a lot of times that a lot of what we might call the unconscious is not a kind of stratigraphic level, but is oftentimes a creation of the consciousness, insofar as we start to do things habitually, and it's necessary that we forget we're doing things in order to do them, like walking or reading and so forth, but we can do that morally as well. This is what's called, I guess, culpable ignorance. And we actually foster, through self-deception, a forgetfulness, a trained forgetfulness, so that in point of fact, our inability to know of something doesn't exculpate us, because we've actually set out so that we can do something wrong and pretend we don't know it. So I think what you're describing is very much essential to the whole play of self-deception, and it's part of our own trickery and so forth. So yeah, very much. One last second.
Robert, would you say that accepting people as they really are, is that one, in a way, the distance, something to do with a distance from keeping our distance?
I think there's an element of that. It's just that, as they really are, they might be really nasty people. And I certainly don't accept people like that. And in fact, I don't think it's good for them either that people accept them for good for that, because you're destroying their soul. I think they can obviously look, being indifferent to the state of other people's soul and thinking, oh, they're really bastards, and I don't have anything to do with them, and I shouldn't judge them. Doing that, you're actually destroying their soul, I think, and you're actually keeping them at a kind of distance that is indifferent or non-concerned. So the distance we're talking about here is certainly not a distance that means I can give a star. It's certainly not that. It's of a far profounder kind. So to accept people as they really are, I mean, well, obviously there's got to be acceptance to some degree, but I think sometimes, just one last example, I went to a book launch, I think last year or the year before, by a Jungian psychotherapist at Lee Books. It was a panel discussion, and I found it disgusting, largely because they were talking about a concept of love in which one does nothing, one just accepts. And I don't see that as love. I think that's encouraging an indulgence of the destruction of another. It's like Chesterton said when he went against the American idea of my country right or wrong. He said, it's a bit like saying my mother a prostitute or not. It's like, well, okay, you might love your mother, but you don't want her to be a prostitute, surely. And if you love something, you actually want them to be the best of what they can be and should be. So, I think, okay, we'll finish here and have the last next week. Okay, well, we might begin. And I'll begin by reading from the 6th day from the Macaulay poem. Pollen on the tacky stigma, sperm loose shining in the tide, the deep join of need and pride by which life pierces the enigma. In you I find to find anew, not truly kept except in you, and my flesh, having been made to, is one in what we are and do. Our world's name is bliss, I the firmament, you the earth. Like sun and rain I am poured forth. Enormously strange it is, forever to be you and I, not to die, not ever to die. St. Athanasius wrote that when we read correctly, Scripture becomes, quote, a mirror in which may be seen the movements of one's own soul. Scripture becomes a mirror in which may be seen the movements of one's own soul. So how do we read correctly? With constancy, perseverance, and above all, reverence. Gregor II, I didn't put the dates down, sorry. The author, though, of the Ladder of the Monastics, mystical work, wrote, reading is an exterior exercise. Meditation belongs to the interior intellect. Prayer operates at the level of desire. Contemplation transcends every sense. Reading is an exterior exercise. Meditation belongs to the interior. Prayer operates at the level of desire, and contemplation transcends every sense. St. Athanasius and Guigo and a host of others are pointing out that when we read Scripture, when we think upon Scripture, it's far more than just merely what we might think of ordinary reading. But what underlies all of that is this: there's an isomorphism. That means of one form, of the same structure. There is a same structure between the reader, the reading, and what is read, the Scriptures. There is a graded hierarchy. And reading properly is a journey through that graded hierarchy. And in all our journey, within and without, it has to do with reverence, with the sense of the sacred. But a reverence that can often be seen to sometimes be sacrilege, of which we'll see an example in a minute with Flannery O'Connor. With the sense of the sacred. But what does sacred mean? It means set apart. But what does set apart mean? Whatever set apart means, it means at a distance to the ordinary, at a distance to the mundane, and yet within the mundane and within the ordinary. It means at a distance. Even though a sacred thing is close, it is also close because it is at a distance. It is there present and yet at a distance. It is a distance that is seen. Well, to jump into the contemporary world, Paul Ricoeur was a very prolific writer and a very famous philosopher in late modern thinking. He had a lot to do with trying to think out the philosophy of what narrative is and how narrative equates with the very beingness of being human. He engaged a lot with the Bible, largely because he was a Christian, I think a Baptist. He said that the form of language that, quote, best expresses human temporality is narrative. Narrative captures our beingness in time. And if we think about it, no other creature does history. No other creature does history. Yes, we could say they're in time, but they're not in history. They're not recording histories. We record history, and in fact we do so because really in a way we are at a distance to ourselves. We are a puzzle to ourselves, and thus we do history. We try to think about what has happened and what is humanity. As Matty said in Darkness Visible, what am I? We are historical beings, but we should note this. Strange as it may seem, I'm not too sure that angels would do history. I'm not too sure that there are angelic histories. Are angels properly historical beings? They're in time, of course, but are they historical beings like us? And I don't think so. At least that's my opinion. And I think the reason why we do history is because we are transcendent beings. We have a foot, so to speak, in both camps, both within the spiritual and the material, in the eternal and the temporal. We are of time and yet somehow above time, and that distance in a way means that we do history, we do narrative. No other creatures do history, but I would argue no other creatures do narrative either. We are of temporality and we are of narrative. Our transcendent nature sort of throws time into relief, as it were, and thus gives us history, has us do history. A narrative must always have an author's view. Narrative must always have an author's view, and in a sense always have a reader's view as well. Again, narrative involves a foot in both camps, as it were, author and reader. We, as a reader of creation, stand apart from creation and yet are very firmly within creation. We are of eternity and time, spirit and matter, and that means we are always something of a distance to spirit and matter. We are always something of a distance to ourselves, and in a way history and narrative express that distance. Werner Kelber, in an essay in journal Samaya, notes how narrative correlates to the human condition, and here he follows the work of a famous literary theorist, Frank Kermode, and it's this, the idea that narrative correlates to a human condition because it best encapsulates the need to hide and share. To hide and share. That in every disclosure a kind of new secrecy arises, and secrecy in a way that prevents exhausting the other person, closing the other person, summing up the other person. It's what we were talking about in terms of Patrick White's novel The Tree of Man. That sense of how the married couple each are a puzzle to each other and to themselves. In every new revelation, a new secrecy arises, because that secrecy is not a kind of skullduggery or anything, but it's a distance. Kelber concludes with a critique of biblical criticism. Samay is quite a radical biblical critical journal. It's been around for a few decades now. And Kelber, in his article in Samaya, concludes with a critique of modern biblical criticism. Quote, "Biblical scholarship, which has barely begun to explore the narrative world of the Gospels, remains principally attracted to coherence, proportionality, and lucidity." Biblical scholarship remains principally attracted to coherence, proportionality, and lucidity. And it thus falls into fooling itself, thinking that it has closed the text and exhausted its meaning. I take issue with Kelber on a number of things, because I think every reading, to be a true reading, must always aim for coherence and lucidity and proportionality, because that's what draws you on. But I'd agree with him to say that when we think we have exhausted the sacred text, or exhausted the sacred text that is the other person, then we are fooling ourselves. There are times when a holy atheism, a sacred atheism, is in fact sacred because it is at a distance to God that is of good faith. There are times when a holy atheism is called in order, as it were, to purge of false ideas that one has summed things up. And such is a case with Hazel Motes in Flannery O'Connor's book Wise Blood. Flannery O'Connor wrote 2 novels, and I'll be referring a bit to the second one in the second hour, and 2 collections of short stories. And she died in the 1960s, I think she had lupus, and I think she died about 38 years old. And she was a very devout Catholic writer, and her works are brilliant. She's generally acknowledged as one of the great short story writers. But I would also say that Wise Blood and the second novel, The Violent Bear It Away, are excellent novels. She was brought up in the south of America in the Protestant Bible Belt, and her characters tend to be that kind of what we might call backwoods Pentecostal fundamentalist Protestants, but she is not sneering at them. She's certainly not sneering at them. In fact, she has a great admiration for them. And Hazel Motes is a figure in his early 20s who's just come back from the war, I think the Korean War, maybe it's the Second World War. He's come back to his sort of Hicksville place, and his father and his grandfather were preachers, and he's not going to be a preacher. He wants nothing to do with God. He wants nothing to do with Jesus Christ. So Hazel Motes is off to what for him is the big town, which for us would be a small town, but for him is a big town. And he's going to do things I ain't never done before. Here he's thinking about when he'd listened to his grandfather preaching, and he'd have to sit by him on the stage as the preaching went. The boy didn't need to hear it. This is Hayes. The boy didn't need to hear it. There was already a deep, black, wordless conviction in him that the way to avoid Jesus was to avoid sin. He knew by the time he was 12 years old that he was going to be a preacher. Later he saw Jesus move from tree to tree in the back of his mind, a wild, ragged figure motioning him to turn around and come off into the dark where he was not sure of his footing, where he might be walking on the water and not know it, and then suddenly know it and drown. Hayes reacts against that, and when we meet him in Wise Blood and he's off on his way to the big city, he's off on his way certainly to preach, but not in quite the way that was to be expected. Here is a vignette in which he's addressing a small crowd that is drawn together in the streets of the city. "What church you belong to, you boy there?" Hayes asked, pointing at the toyless boy in the red satin lumberjacket. The boy giggled. "You then," he said impatiently, pointing to the next one. "What church you belong to?" "Church of Christ," the boy said in a falsetto to hide the truth. "Church of Christ," Hayes repeated, "Well, I preach the church without Christ. I'm member and preacher to that church where the blind don't see and the lame don't walk, and what's dead stays that way. Ask me about that church and I'll tell you it's a church that the blood of Jesus don't foul with redemption." "He's a preacher," one of the women said. "Let's go." "Listen, you people, I'm going to take the truth with me wherever I go," Hayes called. "I'm going to preach it to whoever will listen at whatever place. I'm going to preach that there was no fall because there was nothing to fall from, and no redemption because there was no fall, and no judgment because there wasn't the first two. Nothing matters but that Jesus was a liar." He begins his anti-preaching. As the story progresses, there's a huckster who tries to get Hayes, because he sees a great preacher in this guy and he thinks we can make money out of this. Hayes won't have anything to do with it, so this huckster goes and finds someone who can mimic Hayes and starts to make money that way. I'm going to have to sort of give away quite a bit of the story, but be that as it may, ultimately Hayes follows that false preacher and kills him. At the same time, interwoven with all of this is another preacher, a kind of false preacher who pretends he's blind, and he's got a young woman who's attracted to Hayes, guiding him. And it's almost like Hayes wants to believe that this preacher did blind himself as an act of faith, but he subsequently learns that it's a fake. At the end of the book, after he's murdered this person and he's fornicated and done other things, Hayes is somehow stricken. He's living in this boarding house where the woman wants to look after him, and he goes off and he buys quicklime and he blinds himself. In a letter dated the 6th of September 1955, Flannery O'Connor wrote, "I can never agree with you that the incarnation or any truth has to satisfy emotionally to be right. Leaving the incarnation aside, the very notion of God's existence is not emotionally satisfactory anymore for great numbers of people, which does not mean that God does not exist. There are long periods in the lives of all of us and of the saints when the truth as revealed by faith is hideous, emotionally disturbing, downright repulsive. Witness a dark night of the soul in individual saints. Right now, the whole world seems to be going through a dark night of the soul. There are long periods in the lives of all of us and of the saints when the truth as revealed by faith is hideous, emotionally disturbing, downright repulsive. Witness a dark night of the soul in individual saints, and right now the whole world seems to be going through a dark night of the soul. This is what Wise Blood's really about. In a later letter from 1959, Flannery O'Connor writes about Wise Blood. I don't think you should write something as long as a novel around anything that is not of the gravest concern to you and everybody else. And for me, this is always a conflict between an attraction for the holy and the disbelief in it that we breathe in with the air of the times. There are some of us who have to pay for our faith every step of the way, and who have to work out dramatically what it would be like without faith, and if being without faith would be ultimately possible or not. I don't think you should write anything as long as a novel around anything that is not of the gravest concern for you and everybody else. And for me, this is a conflict between an attraction for the holy and the disbelief in it that we breathe in with the air of our times. She goes on to write, Hayes, that's Hazel Mopes, Hayes is saved by virtue of having wise blood. It's too wise for him ultimately to deny Christ. Wise blood has to be these people's means of grace. They have no sacraments. She's talking about those backward Protestant Pentecostal type revivalist fundamentalists. As I say, she had a great respect and love for them. Hayes is saved by virtue of having wise blood. It's too wise for him ultimately to deny Christ. Wise blood has to be these people's means of grace. They have no sacraments. They have no sacraments. I imagine that she's probably alluding to the fact in Catholic theology, of course, is that those who have good faith, like the thief on the cross who are not baptized, are baptized by their blood, in their blood. That is, there is a means by which the sacrament of baptism is actually given by God via the cross to those who weren't baptized and yet show good faith. If the truth to us must often be felt as repulsive, then we might say, what are we going to do? I think in a holy atheism, the truth is looked square on and rejected and opposed. And yet, sometimes it's not looked straight on when it is looked straight on. Sometimes it can be a bit like Jacob wrestling with God, being up close and then asking and getting the blessing. Perhaps it's the only way to get close to truth, at least in the beginning, to argue and struggle with it. And this was a point that I tried to bring out last year when looking at works like Bret Easton Ellis's and Michel Houellebecq's works. I think there's an honesty in those works that seems atheist, and yet it seems to present in a moral voice the emptiness of our world. Flannery O'Connor was confronting the problem in respect of the demand that truth be emotionally satisfying. I guess that's probably a lot of New Age and modern so-called spiritual culture. The idea that the theology and God's truth must be emotionally fulfilling and satisfying in the same way, really, that I guess going on holiday or watching a good play or a good cinema or something like that is. But that was O'Connor's point. It isn't at times. In fact, quite the reverse. It's like Mother Teresa's laments in her journals for the last 50 years of her life, when she laments and struggles with the fact that she feels little or no presence of Jesus in her life, that she feels empty, and that it's such a struggle to pray and to go on. It's what St. John of the Cross was talking about. It's what Flannery O'Connor was talking about when she said about the dark night of the soul of the saints. Well, Hazel Mopes, in a way, is that kind of Protestant Pentecostal fundamentalist dark night, and yet the wise blood still works within him. Truth is often not comfortable and congenial, and that probably is a point that should be made with even more vigour today in our consumerist society. What does emotionally satisfying mean for most people? Usually indulgence, indolence and comfort, and a sense of self-satisfaction, I think. But ultimately what it means is this: I can draw God and all things sacred close to me and have no problems. And yet, apparently, our God is a consuming fire. The idea that one can draw close to that one can draw close to God and to things sacred, and that it's not going to in some way demand of you a lot. Indeed, to lose your life in order to find it. In other words, it's an immediacy that people want. And what does a narrative, let's say a religious, for want of a better term, narrative look like that is emotionally satisfying? Well, I think probably a really good example is Paulo Coelho's works, The Alchemist. The author of The Alchemist and Veronica Wants to Die and a whole host of other religious pap. That's what it looks like. His novels come to mind, as I say, spiritual pap. There is no sense of repugnance, of struggle, of darkness, except when it's really nice and cute, a bit like The Little Prince. The darkness of such novels like The Alchemist is a faux darkness. It's a darkness with a doona and a hot water bottle. It's all very comforting. If, as Paul Ricoeur and Commode and others argue, narrative is the expression of being human, then it's in narrative that we can find something of what it is about the very character of our being and our relationship, not just to Scripture, but to all things sacred and to God and to our neighbour. The grades, the hierarchy within, the journeying down, and this to Jung's, I guess, to be fair to Jung, it was something Jung very much as well focused on, the shadow, the darkness. And yet it's interesting to see how Jung has been appropriated from the 1970s on in most New Age material. When they talk about the shadow side, it's usually just something a little bit too cute. Jung meant something far darker, far more repulsive about our shadow side. And yet you can see, even someone like Jung is appropriated in our modern culture into something like comfort. And yet Jung argued, and we know he went through a period of what was almost psychotic displacement for some years. We tend often to skim a poem or a book, and often we have to because of the nature of our work possibly. But we also know that there is a better way to read, and we also know that there are books and there are books. And as I've often said, I'm an unashamed elitist, and I often think that one of the ways in which one could counter the dumbing down of culture is to actually sneer a little bit more at those who read puerile literature. So yeah, I'm an elitist in that way. But in another way I'm not, because I feel the reason why I would sneer is this. I think it's quite within the ability of 99% of the population to read good books. They have no excuse. And thus they are, I think, not just aesthetically but morally irresponsible and derelict. So there is a hierarchy, there is a canon of good books and good literature, as there is a canon, as it were, of good reading. One sees a seriousness, I think, of a reader in the way that sometimes they might even toss a book aside, and yes, even sometimes burn a book. They do it because they believe in the book, believe oftentimes to oppose it. And we think of our culture now where in the in the late 90s, University of Western Sydney bulldozed something like 120,000 books. Bulldozer to make space for whatever trivial stuff. Or Uni of New South Wales. You might go into the Uni of New South Wales nowadays and have a look around for the books. Or what you'll have to find your way through is banks and banks and consoles of computers. Or Sydney University that's going to get rid of a third of its stock in order to create more desk space, and we'll have Wi-Fi, so what does it matter? I actually think it was far healthier when people burnt books, rather than just put them in dumpsters and bury them because no one could really give a stuff. Because that's what they were doing at UNSW. They weren't even allowing academics to go through the dumpsters where they put the books to see, well, maybe we should keep that book. The reader believes in art. And thus, though I don't share their concern, I think those people who oppose Harry Potter because they think it'll lead children to Satanism, and I can't actually respect them for that. They treat seriously literature. They treat it seriously. I disagree, but they treat it seriously. Hayes Motes treats Christ seriously enough to be quit of Christ, enough to oppose Christ, I guess like St. Paul. Only the narrative of Hazel Mote's life, his wise blood, leads him through maze-like paths that only on reflection one starts to realise that his life was a real participation in the gospel story. Remember, Flannery O'Connor is saying that these people have no sacraments. They have no sacraments. So how do they truly and really participate in Christ? Well, wise blood. And this is what comes out. Hazel Mote certainly is trying to be quit of Christ and create a church of no Christ. And yet, all through, he is with Christ. Christ is in his background beckoning to him. And in the end, he makes up for the lying dereliction of those false prophets of Christ. That false one who's out there mimicking Hazel Motes, he runs him down. And then he is so disgusted by that false preacher who claims to have blinded himself in an act of faith that he decides to go out to do it in actual fact. Elsewhere as well, Hazel Motes before that, we see him doing something that's almost, people would say, medieval. His landlady sees that his sheets on his bed are covered with blood, and she stumbles upon him undressing and finds out that he has barbed wire tied around his chest and bleeding, out of a kind of sense as if he can do his own penance without the need of grace. He's serious. He's serious. It's only on reflection that we realise that what Hazel Motes was a real participation in the suffering of Christ, and even, you could say, in the words of dereliction of Christ on the cross, my God, why have you forsaken me? He is, as it were, recapitulating. He's identifying with, in a real, you could say, sacramental sense, the suffering and death of Christ and the utter dereliction of Christ. But Hazel Motes does it at a distance. And that distance comes out in what he thinks is an opposition to Christ. A holy atheism. When we read the Bible, often through too pious and emotionally satisfying eyes, we flatten out the Bible. And as a consequence, it reveals very little about us. When we read the Bible, and I've referred to this over the last few weeks, there's a major theme that goes through it all. And this is something that we see in the book of Job, for example. The book of Job, as I've said before, is set in a royal courtroom. The sons of God have all come up from travelling around the earth, and then the Satan, which means the prosecutor, the accuser, comes before God, and there's some trial going on because God says, have you considered Job totally righteous? And the Satan says, well, let's put him to the test, take away all the good things, because he's only really worshipping you because you keep giving him good things. So the test happens. Now that's a theme that we see throughout the Bible. God tests the hearts. Why? This side of 2,000 years, 3,000 years, I guess, of Christianity and Judaism, we understand intentions and motives are incredibly important. That which is done, as it were, in the secrecy of our hearts is really what makes an act righteous or not. The whole theme of the Bible is not just about the circumcision of the flesh, but the circumcision of the heart and how that is to be worked. In other words, the revelation that occurs reveals us. And that requires history, because we are historical beings. It requires narrative, because we are narratival beings. It requires purgatory, because what is purgatory except the continuity, the continuation of that history after death as a necessary means of bringing out who we are and purging us. I often, when I was a Protestant, had a problem with the idea, very common in Protestantism, one of no purgatory of course, but the idea that straight after death, bang, you're perfect and you're in heaven. And it always struck me as being really, really worrisome, because it would seem to me that therefore, bang, after death, you are, for all intents and purposes, not the same person you were when you died. This instantaneous change to something just so totally different and other would mean an incredible loss of historical and narrative continuity. And it's one of the things that did bring me to the church, was purgatory. Was an understanding that that has a respect of the very nature of what it is to be human. Narrative and history. And that's the story of the Bible. It's a bringing out of that, thus to our full revelation, and thus to the full revelation of God as well. So we can see truly God and not through our corrupted lens. That's a problem, is the blindness in the Bible. In John chapter 9, when Jesus says to the Pharisees, if you said you were blind, you would not, your sin would not remain. But because you say we are not blind, your sin remains. That resolute refusal to see oneself. That's a problem, is blindness, self-blindness, self-deception. So, when we read the Bible through two pious, emotionally satisfying eyes, we flatten it out and we fail to see our own blindness. But that's the very point at the end of Wise Blood. Hazel Motes knows he's blind and blinds himself, literally. Wise Blood is about distance. The distance we have to ourselves and to our soul. You might say that being of our soul is a distance to ourselves. A distance that we could say our life is a narrative to overcome. In some unfathomable way, Hazel Motes finds Christ and lives in a gospel ending. Yes, he ends up blinding himself with quicklime. He dies, having left his landlady, is picked up and beaten up by two police officers, and then dies. They take him back to the landlady. He's dead, and she lays him out on the bed. And the end is strange and yet appropriate, because it captures a distance and closeness. And I'll read. They've just brought Hazel Motes back to the landlady. His face was stern and tranquil. "I knew you'd come back," she said, "and I've been waiting for you. And you needn't to pay any more rent, but have it free here, anywhere you like, upstairs or down, just however you want it, and with me to wait on you, or if you want to go on somewhere, we'll both go. She had never observed his face more composed, and she grabbed his hand and held it to her heart. It was resistless and dry. The outline of a skull was plain under his skin, and the deep burned eye sockets seemed to lead into the dark tunnel where he had disappeared. She leaned closer and closer to his face, looking deep into them, trying to see how she could have been cheated or what had cheated her, but she couldn't see anything. She shut her eyes and saw the pinpoint of light, but so far away that she could not hold it steady in her mind. She felt as if she were blocked at the entrance of something. She sat staring with her eyes shut into his eyes, and felt as if she had finally got to the beginning of something she couldn't begin. And she saw him moving farther and farther away, farther and farther into the darkness, until he was the pinpoint of light. In the second hour we'll come back to a book, The Violent Bear It Away, which has similar themes, though ends elsewhere, more on the prophetic level. But I'll finish here for this hour and we can...
Thank you, brother. Now your talk this morning has led me to ask you, after I finish speaking, what is a good book? And I can remember I came out teaching as a teenager, I was only 19, and I said, I'm in a religious order that's interested in education. So I saw there was a film around when I was about that age called How Green Was My Valley, and I saw the book in our library in South Brisbane, and I took it out and I said, I must read this. And I started reading it. A short time when the Spirit came along, I just took it out of my hands and said, that's not for you. Now, he never said anything what was a good book. I think he gave me a book of essays by Charles Lamb or something like that. And so on and so forth. Now, most of my life I've only read according to what I've been teaching in schools, and of course tertiary. I've had to read around my subject. But only in the last few years I've been able to get a little bit more flexible in my reading. Now, having said that, would you be able to define, looking around this class, I think most of us are over 50, aren't we? Now, what would you describe as a good book, a good book for us?
Well, Mario Thomas Wise Club as well. I think more generally the question would be, what is a good book? And what we understand by good, I suppose, is that which accords with its proper nature. So the question is, what is the proper nature of a book? Proper. And I think certainly, look, I'm certainly not denigrating entertainment, and I'm sure there are times that are good for light reading. Of course there is, because rest and relaxation is absolutely necessary. So one could say a good book for rest and relaxation is a book that facilitates that. However, I would say that is something a little bit marginal to what a book proper is, so that when we talk about a good book, we mean the perfection of a book proper. And I would argue that what a good book is one that does capture something of the complexity of a soul, that takes you within another soul and helps you to understand the nature of the soul and the soul within the world and the kind of world in which that soul lives within. So now that can obviously, the way in which that's portrayed can be portrayed in 1,000,001 different ways. You can get a Dostoevsky Crime and Punishment in which you're taking into the very internal ruminations of an author, and that works, but then other authors can't do that and they're rubbish at it. Or there are other authors, I think, say someone like Don DeLillo, whom I think a lot of, or even Bret Easton Ellis, who you're not really in the mind of the person. and yet they work. They're great. They tell you about the soul. Flannery O'Connor, there's a William Faulkner. She was often likened to William Faulkner, another big novelist from the South who predated her. She was in awe of William Faulkner. Now, William Faulkner, whom I very much love, he takes you into the mind of that kind of South American Gothic, as it's called. He takes you into the mind of the madman, as it were. But Flannery O'Connor doesn't really, in a way. She's more looking at the person from across the road. But they both obviously work. So how an author or a poet writes well and writes to the subject, well, it can differ in a myriad of different ways. So that it's interesting, you mentioned How Green Was My Valley. I actually watched the movie a couple of weeks ago. It was made in 1941, and it's an appalling film. It's by John Ford, I think. And he'd made, I think, some like 60 or something silent movies. And that's what it's like. It's got the sort of over-the-topness of a silent movie. And yet it's strange. It won so many Academy Awards, and yet that year was when The Maltese Falcon came out and Citizen Kane. And it's amazing. How did a rubbishy film like this get there? But there you are. I don't know about the book, but let's say in terms of a good film, well, I'd certainly go on record saying I think that film is no good. But be that as it may.
I think it was televised, serialised in the 60s, wasn't it?
Or the 70s, I remember that.
I certainly
Okay,
seen it there.
All right, well, this is a movie from 1941. I wouldn't recommend it.
I read How Green Was My Valley about the same age, and I loved it. It's a great book, and nobody stopped me from reading it. It's a great question. I agree with you, Robert, that there's two sides to all of our entertainment. I mean, it's great to go and see a musical which brings you out with just a smile on your face. That's good for you. But I really look for plays and fun analysis and films that make you think about yourself and reflect on what it is to be human. And if you don't get that, if I don't get that sort of thing, apart from the smile on your face, which I think is great, that's what makes a good book to me. I was going to ask you, Harold Bloom has written something on the canon of Western literature.
Yeah.
I went looking for it some years ago, I couldn't find it.
I think that was the late 80s, early 90s, yes. I think. Yeah.
But Shakespeare, it looks at what it is to be human.
Was it Bloom's book, The Closing of the American Mind? Was that the first one? And then he wrote a book, he published a book where he had listed something like 1,000 or 2,000 books that he felt should be in the Western canon.
But you've got to read.
Well, or, that should be part of, people's ideal, I guess. I'd often present by way of example of this. Many years ago, I'm not a great fan of David Williamson's plays, but be that as it may, I certainly approved of this. He went on a cruise, and when he came back, he made some comments about the nature, the ignorant, uneducated nature of those who were on cruises, and the rubbish they were reading, and how they should be reading Proust, Dostoevsky, and I can't remember who the other one was. And of course, he was lambasted by the usual suspects. Look, I read Quadrant, but I think it's a Quadrant's shame and people like Jared Henderson that they lambasted David Williamson for his elitism, and Williamson, to his shame, backed down. Sort of, it was a bit of a joke. I should have thought, well, you should have carried on with that, because it was only, a few months later than the Diane Brimble saga of the death on the cruise ship, and the whole thing about cruise ship culture made the front pages, and I thought, well, there would be a great support of what Williamson said. I think that's the problem in our global free market ideological culture, I guess, is this idea that actually insisting on a hierarchy of value, on insisting on good books and an education is seen to be elitist. But my point is I think it's accessible to, as I say, the vast majority of our culture. And it's just merely laziness and indolence that stops them from doing it. But
just a short comment on your last point, Robert. It seems to me, in fact, that it goes beyond, you used the word lambasting, but I feel there's a real demeaning of the individual who attempts to stand for values in book reading and so on. So you hear constantly, oh no, I only want to go to a movie or a theatre to be entertained. I only want to read books that are comforting. I don't want to read anything that upsets me. Why should I? And if you say that that's the way the world is, perhaps we should look at the world. But I don't want to know it. So it's a very strong influence on us, on people, to actually, it's an attack on us.
Yeah, look at,
Very difficult.
I think that term that you use, demeaning, is very important. I think it gets to the heart of what a lot in our culture, both on left and right, does, in the sense that it does promote a sense of, well, you're doing this kind of reading that's deep, and that, well, you're elitist, or you think you're better than others, and you know, we must make this accessible and blah blah, and you dumb down the educational standards. So what inevitably happens is, especially, and I think this is very deleterious for men, for males especially, is you deprive young men of a language by which they can actually voice and understand their passions and their emotions. And once they don't have that, when they only have the language of violent computer games or, you know, special effects movies, well, you have London riots. Oh, surprise, surprise. So yes, I think the word demeaning is one that's very much in that.
Robert, do you think that in the selection of many or most of the major awards in the English literary writing and across the English language, that the judges do take into account, from your experience of those books, those issues that are resonant in the Bible?
Look, I do. I think often that's what they look for. Well, you know, obviously opinions are always going to differ as to whether or not they chose the right book and so on and so forth. But I do think that's what they're trying to look for. And I'm sure they fail, like anyone would fail at times. But I do think, you know, that's what people are. I think when people talk about relevance, often it can mean they're going to be incredibly irrelevant. But I think what they're trying to say is, what is it that really, really speaks to a soul? What is it really that nudges that soul to think, who am I, what am I, like Matty, and what is this world I live in? And is there a way in which I can get a distance to the world, a critical distance at times, in order to say, this is not right, or this is right, or this is what I can do? And I think once you start to remove that impetus to read good literature, deeper literature, once you have a dumbed down culture, most males not reading at all, not reading fiction at all, and most women reading chick lit and such, once you start to get that, what you deprive the culture of the language that has the distance to that culture, that can create something more, that can create a critical distance, that can, I think, redeem and liberate. So, I guess.
You took my words out of my mouth when you talked about the effects of technology. I mean, I see my grandsons, and one has won literary prizes at 10, 12, but he still likes to play all this stuff, you know, which to me limits. I think we're all on a journey of life, and I think it hinders. I think a lot of people are in this sort of lower level that they don't want to. It's a challenge to go that next step, to think about what life's all about, because it's frightening. It's that darkness sometimes, and they don't want to go through it. They just want to live on that level, and so they don't want to look about what God's all about. Or if their image of God doesn't work for what they want, well, there's no God. And I think that's the whole problem that reading is going down, because people can get away without facing reality of life.
Look, I think so. Look, and talking about those games and such, I just, we all, I guess we all know, nieces, nephews or others, the amount of time it just gobbles up, and not just in young people's lives, but every person's age now, it just gobbles it up in this sort of almost passive, though interactive entertainment that requires very little conceptual, critical rigour on the part of the people involved. So, yeah. But anyway, look, we'll have a break.
And I recommend we go and see the movie Up in the Air, which deals with those emotions and relationships.
I've never seen that. Okay, what we're going to do is do Flannery O'Connor's second novel and her final novel. She wrote no other novels. The Violent, Bear It Away. And I should have written her name up before. The Violent, Bear It Away. I should also say she wrote quite a few essays. She gave talks on literature and Catholic and so on and so forth. And she's a very, very great essay writer as well. So, The Violent, Bear It Away. And I really would encourage you. There are two collections of her short stories, and I think one is Everything That Rises Must Converge, and the other collection is A Good Man Is Hard to Find. And her short stories are brilliant. But anyway, there's a lot in The Violent, Bear It Away that's like Wise Blood. She's obviously working through certain ideas. And Flannery O'Connor wrote in a letter where she'd been discussing Wise Blood, she started to refer to The Violent, Bear It Away. Now in the new book, The Violent, Bear It Away, now in the new book, all this is still there, all the stuff from Wise Blood. All this is still there, but it is a more ambitious undertaking. The great uncle is not a Puritan here, he is a prophet, and the boy doesn't just get himself saved by the skin of his teeth. He, in the end, prepares to be a prophet himself and to accept what prophets can expect from their earthly lives. The worst. The boy doesn't just get himself saved by the skin of his teeth, but in the end prepares to be a prophet himself and to accept what prophets can expect from their earthly lives. The worst. She goes on to write, Hazel notes in Wise Blood, Hayes knows what the choice is. And the misfit, who's in The Violent, Bear It Away, and the misfit knows what the choice is. Either throw away everything and follow him, Jesus, or enjoy yourself by doing some meanness to somebody. And in the end, there is no pleasure in life, not even in meanness. Hayes knows what the choice is, and the misfit knows what the choice is. Either throw away everything and follow Jesus, or enjoy yourself by doing some meanness to somebody. And in the end, there's no real pleasure in life, not even in meanness. Frances Marion Tarwater, who's aged 14, is the misfit in The Violent, Bear It Away. And again, it's a kind of back blocks Pentecostal revivalist Protestantism of the most extreme kind, and he's been brought up by his great uncle, who is a preacher, and has been saying that Francis Tarwater is likewise going to be a preacher. But Francis Tarwater does not want to be so. Anyway, his uncle dies, and to cut a long story short, Francis is taken in by his progressivist school teacher relative, a nephew of his uncle. He's a school teacher relative, a nephew of his uncle. And Francis dislikes him intensely. He's a good-meaning school teacher, and he really thinks he understands Tarwater, and he feels he'll save Tarwater from all of this religious fundamentalist rubbish and bring him into the modern progressive world. Like Hazel Motes, Francis Tarwater both wants and hates Jesus. Tarwater, like Hayes is told, "Oh, you're a preacher," and he keeps denying it, saying, "I'm a preacher of the Church of No Jesus." He's told even that he has wise blood, and he really doesn't want to talk about that. Well, Francis Tarwater, age 14, is like that as well. He does not want the mantle of the prophet, and yet he loathes his school teacher relative, Raber being the nephew of his uncle. This is at the beginning, around the beginning of the book, when he's still with his uncle, when Tarwater is with his uncle. His uncle would talk about Jesus. Something of his great uncle's glee would take hold of Tarwater at that point, and he would feel that he had escaped from some mysterious prison. He felt he could even smell his freedom. Until the old man would continue, "You were born into bondage, then baptized into freedom, into the death of the Lord, into the death of the Lord Jesus Christ." Then the child would feel a sullenness creeping over him, a slow, warm, rising resentment that this freedom had to be connected with Jesus, and that Jesus had to be the Lord. "Jesus is the bread of life," the old man said. The boy, disconcerted, would look off into the distance over the dark blue tree line where the world stretched out hidden and at its ease. In the darkest, most private part of his soul, hanging upside down like a sleeping bat, was a certain undeniable knowledge that he was not hungry for the bread of life. Had the bush flamed for Moses, the sun stood still for Joshua, the lions turned aside before Daniel, only to prophesy the bread of life, Jesus, he felt a terrible disappointment in that conclusion, a dread that it was true. The old man said that as soon as he died, he would hasten to the banks of the Lake of Galilee to eat the loaves and fishes that the Lord had multiplied. "Forever?" the horrified boy asked. "Forever," the old man said. The boy sensed that this was the heart of his great uncle's madness, this hunger, and what he was secretly afraid of was that it might be passed down, might be hidden in the blood, and might strike someday in him, and then he would be torn by hunger like the old man, the bottom split out of his stomach so that nothing would heal or fill it but the bread of life. He's taken in by Raber into the city, into his modern home, and is trying to be educated. But Francis Tarwater would often sneak out at night and just roam the streets. There was a restlessness in him. So one night, Raber decides to stay up and follow Francis Tarwater to see what it is he does. He suspects he's going out to some picture shows or doing something, a bit naughty and dirty. What is Francis Tarwater up to, thinks Raber? What is he about? I might actually ask more appropriately, what is this hunger? And this is what happens. He's following late at night through the empty streets of the city. Raber's following, keeping an eye on the Francis Tarwater. He kept his eye wrathfully on Tarwater, who was turning to the right. When he reached the corner and turned, he saw the boy stopped in the middle of the block, looking in a store window. He slipped into a narrow entrance a few yards farther on, where a flight of steps led upward into darkness. Then Raber looked out. Tarwater's face was strangely lit from the window he was standing before. Raber watched curiously for a few moments. It looked to him like the face of someone starving who sees a meal he can't reach laid out before him. At last, Raber thought, something he wants. He determined that tomorrow he would return and buy it. Tarwater reached out and touched the glass, and then drew his hand back slowly. He hung there as if he could not take his eyes off what it was he wanted. A pet shop, perhaps, Raber thought. Maybe he wants a dog. A dog might make all the difference. Abruptly, the boy broke away and moved on. Raber stepped out of the entrance and made for the window he had left. He stopped with a shock of disappointment. The place was only a bakery. The window was empty except for a loaf of bread pushed to the side that must have been overlooked when the shelf was cleaned for the night. He stared, puzzled at the empty window for a second before he started after the boy again. Everything a false alarm, he thought, with disgust. If he had eaten his dinner, he wouldn't be hungry. It's about an appetite we want filled, but in a way struggle to refuse that which will fill it. In Tarwater, like with Hazel Moat, Tarwater's blood longs for it. Nevertheless, this is a narrative of attraction and repulsion. For we are stories that cannot be told simply and straightforwardly. And because we can't, neither can God. For the Word of God reveals God as it pierces us. In the break, I might bring this up because I suppose it is relevant, we're talking about it, is about the question of grace and how grace operates. All creation is of grace. All creation is of grace. Of course it is, because we were created out of nothing. We merited no existence because we weren't existent to merit it. All creation is of grace. Redemptive grace, which comes via the cross through Jesus Christ, redeems and perfects the grace of creation. And it does so by elevating it to a higher level. Redemptive grace does not annul creation, it redeems and perfects creation. Well, because humanity is the peak of creation, we might think, how does grace redeem and perfect us? Well, of course it's unmerited. all grace is unmerited by definition, but that does not mean it works passively. What it does is it redeems us as human beings. And to be human requires reason and morality, and of course faith, which perfects reason and morality. And those things require will. Our will is one of the fundamental aspects that makes us human. Consequently, grace to redeem us must redeem our will. Well, how is our will to be redeemed? It cannot be fully perfected suddenly like that. It can't. Through baptism we have the stain of original sin, and certainly God's grace works preveniently before our will. But God's grace works to free our will, so that we voluntarily cooperate with the work of grace, because that's what it is to be human, to be fully moral, to be fully responsible and fully engaged. If we weren't, we wouldn't be human. That's how grace operates. Now, if you look at the way in which grace operates in peoples, miracles, as St. Paul and such says, are milk. I was saying in the break, in my own personal experience, I would have, and every now and then might still have a little bit, but I used to have, I guess, moments of great mystic exaltation that was absolutely beautiful and transforming. But that's the point. If that always happened every time I prayed or thought about God, there's no will in that. Of course I'd do it. At the beginning of every Christian life, I guess, especially an adult Christian life, yes, everything's easy and attended by ease, and the miraculous and the splendid. But if it were always like that, there's no training of your will, because who wouldn't do it? Who wouldn't do it? That's why the longer your Christian walk goes, probably the less and less you're going to feel exaltations and transport and all that. You still might, but the less you will. The more you will start to think, I don't have faith. I'm empty. My prayers suffer. I'm this, I'm that. God, I've fallen again. And that's certainly been my experience, especially in terms of sin. Sins that I would have committed and just pray to God, and I'm forgiven and wouldn't worry me. Well, now I don't know. No. Because suddenly my will is alive. I not only feel more my own nature of corruption and I suppose self-deception and so forth, but I also realise my incapacity, and there's that incredible dialect that one has to engage with as one grows. Whereas if everything happened miraculously and look, oh wow, suddenly I don't have those sins anymore, suddenly I don't have those bad habits, isn't that fantastic? Well, that's not me cooperating. That's like having some sort of operation on my brain such that I'll never do it again. There's no humanity in that. And that's the thing, is I think what good authors often do, especially good Christian authors like Flannery O'Connor, is they bring out that dark night that is required. When grace is not withdrawn, in fact, as St. John of the Cross says, it's deeper, but in fact it's withdrawn from the conscious apprehension, such that we really have to learn to struggle and wrestle. We really have to. That's why when people say, when you believe in God, everything's easy and you don't have to question anymore. Anyone who's been a Christian for any period of time knows that's nonsense. You know that's nonsense. You're always struggling, nearly always struggling. But when you wake up to the time you go to bed, and that's the thing. That means you've been risen from the dead. Your will is alive, your reason is alive, and grace is allowing you to reflect upon yourself in ways that you never did before. And it's not pleasant. And yet it's life. And that is, I think, what these books bring out. the operation of grace, and how even when consciously we're fighting against it, sometimes we are actually cooperating with it, because we are fully engaging with it, like Hazel Motes and Francis Tarwater. The Word of God reveals God as it pierces us. That's Hebrews chapter 4. The Word of God reveals God as it pierces us, as it reveals us. I think we tend to think of meaning as merely something in our head, as a kind of psychology, something like Reber's understanding. Reber doesn't have a sacramental understanding of the world, and that's why he can't understand Francis Tarwater, the young boys in his care. That's why he couldn't understand his uncle, because Reber has a merely psychological. I'm sure they're very good insights, and he's a man of good faith who really wants to help, but he doesn't have a sacramental understanding. Meaning is just in your head. But true meaning has a sacramental dimension. You really truly participate in it. Thus, in Scripture, to know has a sense of sexual union. To know, to become one. And not only is that term of sexual union intimated in terms of the bride of Christ, the church, and so on and so forth in the Song of Solomon, but there's another way that the Bible talks about knowing something, someone truly, and that is John chapter 6, you eat the flesh and drink his blood. You eat and take in, you assimilate into your body. That's true knowing. It's a sacramental knowing. It is truly to participate in. To tell and hear a story, I think that's what makes a great book. It brings us into it. It entwines itself with us in ways in which we know it has touched our soul. It's not just mere entertainment and so forth. It's something that does get in amongst you and works something. It's living the story. It's having to entwine oneself to grow in one. That's the elitist reading and understanding, I think, of true culture. A book demands effort. It requires seriousness, just as grace requires our effort and seriousness. As Bonhoeffer said, it's not cheap grace. It demands of us. It's not entertainment, it's not distraction, it's quite the reverse. It calls us to ourselves, it calls us to truth. And as I stress, this is not some sort of simplistic evangelical tome in which, someone's doing bad and look, they come to Jesus and everything's all well and fine. There's a kind of travesty of it. It's what Flannery O'Connor, it's what Evelyn Waugh bring out. It's what I guess Graham Greene brings out in a number of his novels as well. It's a struggle and often the failure. A good book cuts right through distraction. It cuts through distraction and it makes you see and hear a distance you didn't realize there was. Suddenly you realize there's a distance to something great and profound and true and deep. And it can only make you realize that by cutting through distraction and entertainment. You realize there are whispers, there are secrets, there are leadings, there are dangers to the soul, and there's salvation of the soul. It makes you realize that you are blind in order that your sin might not remain. Makes you know and feel the distance, not least the distance to yourself. As the book progresses, Francis Tarwater grows more and more sullen and horrible and so forth, and basically runs away, much to Raber's relief. Things happen, and Francis Tarwater is clearly finding himself more and more drawn to fulfill his prophetic mantle. By book's end, Tarwater has been led back to the hut where his great uncle died. And now he's been broken enough and struggled enough to accept his prophet's mantle and his mission, which requires that he does seek the bread that he was struggling not to eat. And he has a vision. The vision he sees is of his uncle, his great uncle, with the multitudes, the 5,000 eating the bread and the loaves. The boy remained standing there, his still eyes reflecting the field the Negro had crossed. It seemed to him no longer empty, but peopled with a multitude. Everywhere he saw dim figures seated on the slope, and as he gazed, he saw that from a single basket the throng was being fed. His eyes searched the crowd for a long time, as if he could not find the one he was looking for. Then he saw him. The old man was lowering himself to the ground. When he was down and his bulk had settled, he leaned forward, his face turned toward the basket, impatiently following its progress toward him. The boy too leaned forward, aware at last of the object of his hunger, aware that it was the same as the old man's, and that nothing on earth would fill him. His hunger was so great that he could have eaten all the loaves and fishes after they were multiplied. He stood there, straining forward, but the scene faded in the gathering darkness. Night descended until there was nothing but a thin streak of red between it and the black line of earth. But still he stood there. He felt his hunger no longer as a pain, but as a tide. He felt it rising in himself, and he knew that it rose in a line of men whose lives were chosen to sustain it, who would wander in the world, strangers from that violent country where the silence is never broken, except to shout the truth. He felt it building from the blood of Abel to his own, rising and engulfing him. It seemed in one instant to lift and turn him. He whirled toward the tree line. There, rising and spreading in the night, a red gold tree of fire ascended, as if it would consume the darkness in one tremendous burst of flame. The boy's breath went out to meet it. He knew that this was a fire that had encircled Daniel, that had raised Elijah from the earth, that had spoken to Moses and would in the instant speak to him. He threw himself to the ground, and with his face against the dirt of the grave, he heard to command, "Go warn the children of God of the terrible speed of mercy." The words were as silent as seeds opening one at a time in his blood. And it's then that he goes into the city. I think it's there that one ends with the blood and the seeds opening in that blood. I think this is where, I guess, in a way, all good literature, one would hope, leads. So when we go back to the idea of reading at a slant, at the margins, that's not where reading can end. It may come in at a slant, it may read at slants, and it may travel off at slants, but it must end with a consummation, with the bread of life. We must intimate that. If the idea is that there is only ever an eternal wandering, then it is pointless. It is pointless and draws on nothing, and you may as well stay still and be entertained. But if it does lead on, well, then literature means something. Okay, I'll finish there, and if you can have any.
Leads on to what? Leads on to what?
The bread of life.
If it does lead to the end does lead to the bread of life, is this in the novel or in one's, can we take that more generally to refer to us? And if so, does that help the problem that you said you personally had with the notion of no purgatory? Because if it does end with the bread of life in our lives, can we not proceed to whatever without this extra? Am I being ridiculous here? I was going to ask you about non-purgatory before. If you can say a few more words.
Okay. Well, not just with the novel, but with us, and that's what we're talking about, the correspondence of good novels and the soul. So yes, it corresponds to us. Whether or not that's known or not by people is another matter entirely, because that's a whole understanding of good faith, that those who aren't Catholic, who aren't Christian, can obviously be saved even though they don't know it because of good faith, and that consequently, even though they don't know it, they do truly participate in the grace of Christ on the cross. And that's Flannery O'Connor's point, that even though these Pentecostal fundamentalist revivalists don't have the sacraments, or at least of the Eucharist, nevertheless the work of Christ via the sacrament does work in their blood. So yes, both in the novel and in us. The theme of purgatory as such, and again it's something we're talking about in the break, so I'll just go through this very quickly. Whatever this life means, and this you could argue, whatever your religious view is, be it in terms of reincarnation, karma, purgatory, or direct to hell or to heaven, the understanding is this life is incredibly important about you deciding on your orientation of what comes after. That's why it's incredibly important. This was Socrates' point as well. So whatever our orientation, this is our life in which we set that. Now obviously that can be in a small way or big way or whoever knows. But it means that what comes after with death, it's not annihilation. Death is the separation, the breaking of the communion with us on this side. The question then is what the orientation afterwards. And purgatory is the continuation of that orientation, whether or not we know we are in purgatory or don't. I mean, there's any amount of permitted speculation, because we really don't know much about it at all. But it's a purgation that is a narrative of our being, that through the grace of God that works in purgatory, of course, as it works here, we are purged. We are, as it were, brought to know ourselves, to come to ourselves in whatever way that might be. And I think that's what a good novel does as well, is that it somehow, in often circuitous fashion, at slants and margins, begins to help us know ourselves and our world. So,
does purgatory come out of Judaism?
It certainly is. It seems to be hinted at, certainly in one of the books of the Maccabees, but it certainly seems to be a fundamental concept that we find hinted at in things like the book of Jude and Peter. I can't remember if it's 1 or 2 Peter. And certainly in some of the intertestamental literature, there certainly are ideas and concepts that seem very, very much akin to what we would call purgatory. So,
and grace as well?
Yes. Yeah. Though, of course, in Christianity, grace is more reflected upon and developed and understood, so I guess.
Hell is fairly explicit in Scripture, isn't it, in a few places, hell?
Certainly, yes. It's certainly in the New Testament, yes. And I guess then that requires what is hell. And I guess the theological point is that has often been made is that God doesn't send anyone to hell who doesn't want to be there, as it were. And if you think about it, well, that's the mystery of will, is that people will refuse love and grace, and whether or not God's grace will be so powerful such that all will be saved, I suppose, in the doctrine of apokatastasis, is something that we can hope for but can't be a dogma. So, but that, I guess, is tied up with the mystery of each and every individual soul ultimately, and how God's grace works with each soul. So
Grace demands effort, Robert.
it certainly does. But the question then is, look, that's the thing I was saying about the theme of the Bible, about what is in the heart. And I think this is what Flannery O'Connor's bringing out. Someone like Hazel Motes, if you saw him, you'd think, what a blasphemer, what a sacrilegious blasphemer. He'll go to hell, and yet there's that redemption. Now, I think we are called to make judgments, and you think, well, okay, there are artists like the Blake Prize that you think, well, you're just being clever dicks, you're puerile, and maybe I'm wrong, but there doesn't seem to me anything of good faith there. That could well be wrong. So it's very difficult to actually know. So people like Dawkins or Hitchens, it may well that they have invincible ignorance, that Dawkins is actually attacking something that Christians might agree with, but that he confuses with Christianity. I mean, there's this incredible complexity of the soul, which means none of us can make that final judgment as to where a person ends up. You can't, because you're not God. You don't know the complexity of their soul, and you don't know to what degree they've made a decision or they're battled within in whichever way whatsoever. So
your term of good faith would be the clincher there.
Would be?
The clincher. It would be what determines, in fact, the orientation of your life.
Very much, yeah. Well, that's really what, I guess, when the church uses the term good faith, it's what it tends to mean is that which is sincere and just, such that according to the lights that a person is given in whatever situation they're born in and raised in, is that they work in good conscience with that light, such that they are sincere and they are just towards others. So, and I guess Raber seems to be sincere and just, though misguided, perhaps. Well, look, what I might do is I'll just explain the two courses, okay? And it'll probably be the first one in first term, and I think the second will be in third term. And the first one, okay, it'll be on the desert saints and the beats. Okay, now that it's not just the beats. This is. Come on, you know who they are. Ginsberg, Kerouac. What it's going to be, and Paul Bowles Under the Sheltering Sky. Okay. Starting with Walt Whitman, because Ginsberg's poetry is very, very similar to Walt Whitman, very inspired by Walt Whitman, and it has that kind of American ebullience and background. But in poems like Howl, there's a kind of emptiness, a kind of desert. Kerouac, of course, On the Road, and that whole theme of a kind of journeying to find, well, what? And things that tie up with that like Dean Moriarty and so forth. The themes of desert, emptiness, journeying, and wrestling with demons. And these are things in the Desert Saints. Now, it might well surprise you to know what kind of literature there is in the church with the Desert Saints' writings. It's quite amazing, and I think very neatly dovetails into this, into the beats, as a criticism as well of the beats, but also illuminating, both in the saints and the beats, how each entwines with the other in asceticism and poetry. Above all, as Ginsberg put it, in the struggle with Moloch. With Moloch. The devouring god, Moloch. Yeah, so that's as Ginsberg put it. The second one, well, would be something along the lines, well, it would be along the lines of a Catholic, I'm not saying the Catholic, I'm saying a Catholic critique of contemporary thinking. First of all, we'll be using John Paul II's critique of the culture of death, but via an engagement with so-called neo-Marxist critics like Slavoj Žižek, is actually coming out soon, and Alain Badawi, a major Marxist thinker since the 60s and very active today, Terry Eagleton, the English writer on Marx and so forth, and others besides. Looking at, and I think there's a lot that's very good in their analysis of contemporary culture, but ultimately I think it's ineffectual for what it tries to do. The reason why it's ineffectual ultimately is because it's not Catholic. It's not of the Catholic Church. And I'll explain why that's the case. And as well, why a Catholic Church has a lot that it can take from the likes of Žižek and Badawi in a critical fashion. Just as in the 1930s, of course, people like Jean Maritain and others had a very constructive engagement with the Marxist thinkers of that period in a critical way. Just as the current Holy Father has had a very constructive critical engagement with certain Marxist figures as well. To do this, resisting pragmatism, relativism, consumerism, that is global free market ideology, and the resurgent Marxist theory of Žižek and Badawi and Eagleton and others is, as I say, impotent to actually constructively oppose the contemporary world. So that's what that one will be. There you are. That's where we'll finish off. Hopefully you'll all be going out and buying Flannery O'Connor. The movie version of Wise Blood, there was a movie version by John Huston in 1970. There's a copy up there, but I'm not too sure. That might be a copy you can play in this. Some don't, because it was from overseas. But if you can see the movie version, it's quite well done. Quite well done.
I'm seeing Kim on Friday, so can you give me your mobile? I have it somewhere, but I'd like it on this. And do you and Matthew prefer lunch or dinner?
Oh, dinner would be nice.
Okay, dinner. And do you have any special food interests?
Fish.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Sorry, I even though I've had my mobile for years and years, I can never remember it.
Okay.
That'll be great.
Yeah. Okay. I'll get back to you.
Okay.